So if everybody can find their seats, and I'm calling board members up to the dais, we'll get started. Good morning, everyone. It's 9 o'clock on June 6th, and I'm going to open this board meeting. And we will start with, the Pledge of Allegiance, and I have asked our IT Director, Roger Root, to come up and help us in leading the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Okay, as we do every time we meet since the beginning of this year, since I've been chair, we kind of remind people about decorum for the board and that we are a community, the whole county is a community that shows care for one another. And in the boardroom especially, we show care and respect and civility. And along with that, I have added some quote, some touch of kindness. And I'm looking for here it is. And so to that end, I have brought forth a quote from somebody usually that you have heard of that has said something about kindness. And this today, it's a rather long quote, but I think it's appropriate. We lost an icon in the rock and roll industry just recently, Tina Turner, and it's a quote from her, and I think you'll like it. She said, "When I started as a solo artist, I was a female black singer in my 40s with no money and few prospects for gigs. Still, I kept a never-give-up spirit. Part of my spiritual practice is to change poison into medicine, to transform roadblocks through positivity. The force of my positivity pushed the discriminatory isms standing in my way. We all have it within our power to make decisions and take actions that elevate us. Every day we express who we are and who we wish to become through our thoughts, words, and deeds. Choose the positive path in everything you do. Spread positivity and kindness. That's the way. My legacy is that I stayed on course from beginning to end because I believed in something inside of me." All right. With that, I'll open up oral communications. You can speak on anything that is not on the agenda. The agendas are located in the back in case you're interested. So if you have an announcement or something you want the public or the board to know, come on up. Good morning.
I have a quote. "Maintain fire escape roads. I have personally witnessed fire escape routes that are impassable to all but high clearance four-wheel drive vehicles. In the event of a wildfire blocking primary egress routes, the secondary escape routes would be immediately become blocked and the streetcars stuck in the road, putting lives at risk. This is insane. I don't care what it takes if we have to move heaven and earth to fix these roads now. I believe we need to do a complete assessment of all communities in our district, county, and make sure every community has satisfactory primary and secondary egress for routes in case of wildfire. This is a responsibility of government." That's from you 5 years ago when you were running for office, and I agree with it. Last week I was up on Mount Elizabeth and I ran into a CAL FIRE employee and we got talking about easements, and he said that it's not just easements for fire trucks and cars, etc., but we need fire breaks. And so even if the easements are virtually impassable, they need to be cleared so that the fire department can have fire breaks. Now, I waited from October when I first started talking with Kim McFarlane until last April when you guys decided to vacate that one road. And it happened without any notice to anybody on Shady Brook or Wildwood. I found that appalling. And in terms of decorum, kindness, civility, etc., that's not the way things should operate. I had a list of emails back and forth from her and then silence as she said she was working on the issue. Did I hear about that April meeting? Nope. Was it noticed properly? Nope. And it was run through with Sarah over here saying, yeah, just move it over a notch in terms of the agenda. We were given 3 minutes apiece for two of us. I gave you maps, and when Kim McFarlane said at the end, toward the end of her talk that, well, this is just ending in a piece of private property, I tried to explain that that lie came from Tom Trott, and it came a la the fire department there, and the two people who actually walked that area were a fire chief from the Tuolumne County community, the Twain Harte Community Services District. He doesn't have anything to do with that issue over there on Pinewood. That's not in the district. And I would encourage you guys to take another look at this thing, because I'm already having to sue the Twain Harte Community Services District for lying to the people on our street, but it's going to require another lawsuit against the county. We won one about 10 or 12 years ago with the county on some surveying issues, and it's going to have to happen again. So I'd really like you to have another look at that and read your maps. I gave you maps. They don't end on private property.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Proverbs 22:7 says, "The rich rules over the poor, and the borrower is slave to the lender." Our federal government doesn't seem very interested in ever passing a budget, let alone a balanced budget. All they seem interested in is passing continuing resolutions and borrowing trillions upon trillions of dollars with no apparent end in sight. It must be nice. Meanwhile, our state government's idea of budgeting is to be wildly incorrect. Like a roller coaster, they are always over budget in some years and way under budget in other years. Of course, when there is a surplus, they never seem to save for those years when there is a shortfall. I guess maybe they just throw it at the train to nowhere. Sadly, these are two government agencies that are in control of the vast majority of our county's funds. Furthermore, those funds never seem to come without strings attached, even when they are funds that originated from within our own county. I'm not an economist, but this is no way to handle money. If any of us abuse credit the way our federal government has, we'd be bankrupt. They only get away with it because they are the world's reserve currency. However, as other countries such as Saudi Arabia, Brazil, India, and many others start to back away from the US dollar, I feel that we will no longer be able to just sell our debt like we have been, and the US dollar will come crashing down. Every single fiat debt-based currency in the history of humanity has eventually crashed. And I believe we have become slave to the lender. God mentions money in the Bible more than 2,000 times. And I know he doesn't want us to worry about it, but I also know that he wants us to be responsible with it, especially when we are dealing with other people's money. Ask yourself this, especially if you're young: are you 100% confident that your money that is put into Social Security in your name is actually going to be there when you want it? Our county, state, and country clearly have massive money problems, and I certainly do not have all the answers. Is there anyone who does? If so, please show us. I'm not sure that person exists, which is why I think this could be the most important issue that we ever pray about. So, Lord, I do thank you for money, Lord. It's necessary for society and provides a great deal of utility and purpose. But please help us, Lord. There are so many problems caused by our misuse of your gift to us. We clearly are not very good at it. Please help us to discern the way in which you have us use your gift. Also, Lord, please stop any of those who may wish to negatively influence our county by using money as a tool for manipulation. As always, Lord, be with all of our county employees and supervisors as they navigate this difficult issue. Please protect the future of our great county. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Don Nessel. So I would like to suggest that you maybe watch a video that I watched over the past week called What is a Woman? And it's a very interesting video. The guy is looking for a clear, truthful, accurate definition of what a woman is. And so at a time when there's a lot of interesting questions about confusion in women's sports, bathrooms, general women's safety, I think maybe you'd benefit from watching the video. On another note, I want to talk about my black eye. So I have this, I got hit right here with a rock. I had on safety glasses, but it gave me a black eye. Tuolumne Road has vegetation as tall as 3 feet right at the edge of the fog line, right at the edge of the pavement. And so the reason I was weed eating right on Tuolumne Road on our property was because we couldn't see oncoming cars till they were about 40 feet from the driveway. And so I was taking this stuff down, I got hit in the eye. I think all of Tuolumne Road, as I was driving down it this morning, needs vegetation management. I know there was a question in the past years about using herbicides for road vegetation control, but if we don't have a better option, maybe that's what should be done until the crews or the equipment is put in place to keep that cut down. It's not only a hazard as far as being able to see what's going on the road before you get onto it, but it's also going to be a huge fire hazard in about 4 weeks. So some of it's already drying out. The stuff that I was cutting wasn't, and it was a pretty difficult task. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm John Flynn, your political watchdog. Good morning to County of Tuolumne Corporation, because you are a corporation. And I was here last, and I gave you an ultimatum with Sarah Carl and Christopher Schmidt, and I'm going to let that one slide, because for June 6th, this is a historical date, and I happen to be the American Allied Forces of what I said about last May 16th. So on May 22nd, Tom McClintock had a town hall meeting, and it was from 2 to 3 p.m. And I showed up, and there was an elderly gentleman there from Tom McClintock's office, and he was, I was the only person that showed up for the city and the county. 55 minutes with Rocky Deal, and his official title with Tom McClintock, our Congressman, 5th District, Chief of Staff. And I told them everything what happened with Sarah Carella and Christopher Schmidt, and I was threatened by Sarah Carella doing legal service on March 24th. She threatened me, and I still have to go through the state bar on that. And I then said, you know, you all swear an oath to the Constitution, Article 6, City, County, State, and Federal, Article 6, Clause 3, and that you will never accept or offer an Article 1, Section 9, Clause 8. And he just freaks out over that, and he knows what that means. That's the emolument clause. And the emolument clause is, for your definition, it's in a typical bribery case, see United States versus Friga, 9th Circuit Court, 1999. The scheme involves some misrepresentation or omission of material facts. Bribery and concealing bribery are part and parcel of the same scheme. The defendant acted with the intent to defraud, that is, with intent to deceive, for the purpose of depriving the citizens, that's me and everybody else and whoever can hear my voice, citizens, we're private people, of the public officials' honest services. You're all public officials. So is Sarah Carl and Christopher Schmidt. So is Judge Siebert. And how is it they're still here, but that's okay. And then I asked Rocky Deal how to get a federal grand jury activated and come here and subpoena every person on the 4th floor. And he told me how to start this. And I do want a federal grand jury to come here because I'm just so fed up with the crap, how things are being done here. and soaking contractors. Another fee, another fee, another fee. Why? I'm just tired. I'm hearing all the same thing. So I think there really should be, whether I can pull it off, I don't know, but I'll try. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Surprised to hear that, but thank you. I'm just amazed at how your jurisdiction has expanded over the past few minutes. I would like everyone, if they could, to take a moment and think of Randy Murray. She ran a dance school here, and I went to her celebration of life, and it was really very heartwarming to hear all these women get up and talk about the influence she had. Well, and some men too, about some influence she had on their life and making a difference. And then I would like to talk a little bit about leadership, because you all were elected, and I'm looking to you for leadership in this county and to set a tone. And I'm seeing a tone that is hostile and divisive, mean-spirited, a little bit aggressive, and pretty selfish and self-absorbed. And then I see this behavior manifesting itself out in the community. I have seen this recently. This has got to be what I think is one of the most evil things I've seen in our community. And what does it say? And at the senior center a few weeks ago, the ATCA food bank is coming now, and they're distributing bags of food. So these are our elders. And these are people we should respect and look up to. They've lived longer than us. And they were shouting and yelling and pushing and shoving and name-calling. And even the ATCA personnel were like really offended at their behavior. Because apparently, I want mine and I want mine right now. It was very disappointing. And then we have behaviors going on in our community now with the swastikas and the Nazism. And we've had past, Jim Garabenta had some incidents in the past. We had the high school kid with the Confederate flag. And it was the Baha'i in our community who stepped up to deal with Mr. Garaventa's issues and the Confederate flag issues. And most of the people who were the leaders in the Baha'i community aren't functioning in that role at the moment. So there is a group trying to resurrect the Baha'i community, and I hope that we can do that and deal with the swastika issue, because I'm not sure that anybody else is going to. So I would really like to know where in our community is the most loving place. Where can people go and feel safe? Where can people go and feel welcome? Where can people go and experience gratitude? And have someone smile and greet them and treat them like they're worthy. Because I'm not seeing it here.
Thank you. Anyone else? Come on up. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Louis Hummler from Upper Crystal Falls. First, I'd like to let you know, from next door, I've been having some discussions about the wildfire risk. My insurance just went up by another about $1,400. And I view most of this as not because of the insurance. It's actually because of the risk that actually has occurred here. Actually, my rate is actually probably about a third of what it needs to be if the risk of wildfire is once per every 100-year event, which most likely it is. If we look at 2022, 4.2% of all of California burned. That comes out to a risk of once every 23 years. Now, hopefully that was an extraordinary year. Hopefully we don't have that every time, or California burns to the ground every 25 years. I did send to Supervisor Campbell a straw man proposal of how a lot of this could be fixed. And much of it comes to one thing that I have actually proposed for quite a while I've been asking for, is a day work center. That would be very fundamental. There's also something in there that's probably somewhat controversial, and perhaps I shouldn't even mention it right now, but it's to get around to get an exemption for the California minimum wage. The truth is, for the amount of physical labor that we have around here, you can't pay $15.50 an hour. It just is not going to work. But what I propose is an exemption if an employer would provide all the basic needs. So you provide housing, food, clothing, everything. Okay? Then you can pay those workers. For instance, this will seem a little extraordinary, but the idea is you pay them $2 an hour. And I forget what the math comes out to, but it's like they would actually be able to eliminate, I think, around $5,000 worth of debt per year. Simply because that $2 per hour is just pure, you get to keep. Okay, you have no expenses. Would actually be an extraordinary way to work that. We'd probably have to get a bill passed through the legislature to get such an exemption added. But right now, we already have some of that occurring. If you look at the project for the Big Hill Road, the people that were doing the clearing there, all the license plates numbers from the workers there all seem to be from Oregon. I know for Walmart here, an Airbnb has people from Texas that came in to relocate and reconfigure all of the shelving in there. So right now, the California minimum wage is causing people to, I don't know if it's legal or not, but they're getting people from out of state to do the work here. That's just the truth of what's happening. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see anybody else coming forth, so we'll close that portion of the agenda and move on to staff reports. Do we have staff members here who would like to let us know what they're up to these days? Good morning.
Good morning. Robbie Bergstrom, Senior Administrative Analyst over Economic Development. And next week, I will be introducing to the board the Economic Development Executive Team and talking about what progress we've made since the start of our meetings. And I'll also be sharing a timeline of efforts that we will be making in the next several months. One of those is that we will be reaching out to individual communities and convening meetings asking them a pretty simple question. What are 3 or 4 action items? What are 3 or 4 things that you believe will bring economic growth to your community? We hope to make that into an action plan, which will be integrated into our overall economic strategy for the county. So I'll be reaching out to not only you 5, but also the communities as well, asking them where they feel these meetings should take place, when they should take place, who should be involved, and we'll go from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi there.
Good morning. Dory Beats, your Office of Emergency Services Coordinator. I have a few updates for you, the board and the public. One and first and foremost is about FEMA. As you know, we have 2 disaster declarations going on. The second or more recent, DR 4699, included assistance to individuals and businesses. To date, we have roughly $1,484,000 that have already been approved by FEMA for individuals and households as a result of that storm. We also have about $1,400,000 also approved for housing assistance, specific to rental assistance, $168,000 that has been approved. And some other needs assistance, about $50,000 that was provided for individuals as well. From SBA, currently, as of yesterday, in Tuolumne County, we have received, or SBA has received 148 loan applications. Dollars approved as at $2.4 million. And there is also business loan applications. There have been 32, 5 of which have been approved at $190,000. So I wanted to give you the board and the public update. I also have with me here Chad Bowman. Chad, of course, as you know, is Public Information Officer, External Affairs for FEMA, and we have a little update for everyone.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to be here today. I did want to share some exciting news. As I think most of you were aware, the deadline to register for individual assistance was yesterday, June 5th. However, late yesterday, we did receive an extension that was granted and concurred on. The new registration deadline is July 20th. An additional 45 days for all counties, including Tuolumne, for individual assistance under 4699, which is important to differentiate that is for the February and March storms. So that deadline that was yesterday has been extended. Individuals now have until July 20th, and they can do so through disasterassistance.gov or contacting us at the 800 number, 800-621-3362. So did want to share that great news with everybody, and we have pushed out a news release as well for your folks' use. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have a flyer with all of that information out to everyone. My second update real quick is that, as many of you know and the board knows, we are in the process of updating our emergency operation plan. This EOP, which we had not done since 2012, so we are in the process of updating that, and it outlines all of the roles and responsibilities between the various Tuolumne County government agencies, especially our first responders, some of our jurisdictional and federal partners, private sector partners, community groups, and the public. And so this EOP is in the process. I do have a flyer out as well, because we do want to engage the public. We will be coming to the board in October with a final EOP for approval. We will get the draft in September, but there are several more opportunities for the public. June 27th will be a virtual meeting that we will have for all of the public to participate in. Then we'll also have another one in July as well as we get closer to a final draft. So we also have flyers. We posted this on our webpage. There is also a survey that we want everyone to participate in regarding this emergency operations plan that we have, and then we're in the process. Last item, I promise, to update is this past Sunday, District 2 Supervisor Ryan Campbell in the Office of Emergency Services hosted an afternoon community wildfire evacuation workshop. This workshop focused on scenario-based tabletop discussions on the individual responsibility of each resident to do 3 things. One is to prepare yourself and your family. Have a go bag, sign up for emergency alert, and have a plan should a wildfire hit our communities. Know what the routes are to get out of your community, have a plan if you're not home, and discuss plans for both your family and your animals. The second area we discussed was, what are the resources to get that information? Oftentimes when we see wildfire smoke, we tend to get folks who are automatically calling 911. That is only for emergency situations. So we provided information and resources to those community members where they can find information, accurate information. But it is also a time in that phase for you to get that go bag that you prepared, to put it in your car and get ready should you have to evacuate. The third area that we focused on in that community workshop was, what happens when the sheriff's office issues an evacuation order? What is your role? What do you need to do? Where do you need to go? Most importantly, it did engage our community members that they had to work with their neighborhoods and their communities to help each other, because we have a lot of individuals in our communities that do not have a car or cannot drive themselves. How can we help our communities? And this was a great event. We're excited about that. I want to thank Supervisor Campbell for hosting it. Also, the Crystal Falls community, the Homeowners Association there. But I wanted to give a shout out to the first responders, that took a Sunday afternoon to do this. Obviously, our newest analyst, Sean Hembry, was there, Captain Jared Pippin of the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office, Battalion Chief Tuolumne County Fire Mario Torres, Battalion Chief Cal Fire John Zunica, Katie Andrews from Tuolumne County EMS as our coordinator, Mike Mazuch and Sean Scheimer of the Tuolumne County Animal Control, John Andrews of Tuolumne County Ambulance, and of course, our FEMA and Red Cross partners as well that work with those communities. We had over 40 participants, and it was from 1 to 4. It was a pretty fast-paced exercise, but there was a lot of information. This is a test run, so know that I will be coming to all of you to work about how we can do this in your community in the future. And it was a great opportunity for us to empower our communities to be prepared for a wildfire. It was videotaped by Access Tuolumne, so at some point it will be on there for everyone to view, but we're really excited about it, and we just want you to know that it's something that we are starting to work in our communities and help.
Thank you.
And I just had to say thank you very much, Dory, for putting it together. It took a lot of work and a lot of help from a lot of different people that you mentioned, but I think it went really well, and I think it's a good baseline for what we should do in a lot of our communities. So great job.
Thank you.
Any other staff reports? Come on down.
Good morning, Board. My name is Michael Roberson, Homeless Services Coordinator. I wanted to report out on just a couple things. One is, at your board direction, about a year ago, an interdepartment housing and homeless work group was put together, mostly just to exchange information and not duplicate efforts. And so that group has been meeting quarterly. We had a meeting a couple weeks ago, and once again, it proves to be a very valuable collaboration because we can easily all go on our own way and not knowing that there are other people working in the same effort. So that has been something that continues to move forward and function in a way that I think it was intended to. Also, I wanted to give an update on the development of the Navigation Center. Escrow for the Oak Terrace property was opened on May 17th, and we've had multiple on-site meetings. Several different inspections have taken place. Those reports have all come back, and we have generated task lists working with all the relevant staff members and departments to get that task list punched out, as well as prepare an RFP to go out to contractors for bid to come back and do some of the construction projects. All of that in the hope of closing escrow around the first part of July and moving forward with the development of those plans. But I wanted to report out to you in the community that we are moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. Eric Aiken, Library and Recreation Manager. Just here to report on a couple new programs that we have started up at both the Library and Recreation Department. On June 20th, our summer reading program will start, the first kickoff day. So on June 20th at the Sonora Library at 10:30 in the morning, we will have our initial kickoff event for the summer reading program, where kids and parents can come and participate in the activities and sign their kids up for the season. That day, also at 3 p.m., we will start our summer Pause to Read program, where the kids can come in and read to trained dogs. So we'll have that set up in the library, and that will be by signups. On the recreation side, we have started reservations for all of our summer programs, so our summer rec program, all of our aquatic swim lessons and swim programs, as well as all of our camps and programs that we have going on. Standard Park, the contractor is making progress on the repairs at Standard Park. They do have a few more weeks left to finish up the work and then kind of button some things up. And so we're hoping very early July that we will be back open and allowing people back into the park finally to start recreating at Standard Park. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other staff reports? Okay, I'm going to close that section of the agenda, and we're going to go to the consent calendar. It's a very long one. So, Heather, would you please read the consent calendar?
Yes, here we go. Item number 1, approving the minutes of the May 16, 2023 board meeting. Item number 2, approving an agreement between the California Department of Public Health and the county's Public Health Department for the Public Health Workforce Career Ladder Education and Development Program in the amount of $214,890 from February 1, 2023 through June 30, 2026. Program revenue and expenses will be budgeted into the FY 2023-24 adopted budget, and authorizing the county administrator to sign the agreement and all further related documents. Item number 3, adopting resolution 57-23, authorizing the submission of a renewal application and delegating signature authorization to the district attorney to sign for the California Office of Emergency Services Victim Witness Assistance Program grant. Item number 4, approving an amended agreement with Yosemite Community College District for fire services in the amount of $150,000 to be included in the 23-24 adopted budget and authorizing the chair to sign. Item number 5, adopting resolution 58-23, approving the summary vacation of a public road easement 1/2 mile south of Eastview Drive in Twain Harte as described in Exhibits A and B attached to the resolution. Item number 6, approving the removal of Crystalline Hodson and Chuck LeCamp from their Historic Preservation Review Commission appointments due to non-attendance and directing the clerk of the board to post a notice of vacancy. Item number 7, 1, approving 4 separate agreements for professional services for construction management and construction inspection services to SOMAS, Consor, Mark Thomas and Company, and Unico Engineering, Inc. for a term of 3 years on a not-to-exceed amount of $950,000, and authorizing the board chair to sign the agreements, and 2, delegating signature authority to the Director of Public Works for task orders issued under said agreements. Sorry, I had to write that down. Item number 8, approving the reappointment of Jared Martin, Laura Sunday, and Devin Woodruff to the Tuolumne County First 5 Commission with terms to expire on March 31st, 2026. Item number 9, approving amendment number 1 to the standard agreement, extending the professional services term by 1 year and increasing the not-to-exceed amount to $800,000 with HDR Reco for geotechnical services contained in both fiscal year 2022-2023 and fiscal year 23-24 budgets. Item number 10, approving the appointment of a planning commissioner, Jerry Morrow, to the Agricultural Advisory Committee for a term set to expire on January 31st, 2024. Item 11, recognizing unanticipated revenue in the Sheriff Boat Patrol Cost Center from the Division of Boating and Waterways in the amount of $97,332 and increasing appropriations by the same amount for FIS vote required. Item number 12, adopting resolution 59-23 for the fiscal year 2023-2024 that includes a project list as per the Road Repair and Accountability Act 2017 for road maintenance and rehabilitation account RMRA expenditures to be contained in the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget. Item 13, approving a professional services agreement between the County of Tuolumne and Sakura Analytics, LLC, for statistical analysis of criminal charging and outcomes in the amount of $150,000, authorizing the board chair to sign, and approving associated budget action for FIS vote. Item number 14, approving an agreement between the Tuolumne County Department of Social Services and Social Change Partners, LLC, for CalWorks Outcomes and Accountability Review, CalOAR, and California Child and Family Services Review, C-CFSR, County Self-Assessment System Improvement Plans, and related consulting services not to exceed $162,500, effective June 15, 2023 through June 30, 2024, and authorize the county administrator to sign the agreement and all future related documents. Item 15, approving the plan specifications and bid book for contract number 1731, Standard Road Rehabilitation Project, contained in the fiscal year 23-24 adopted budget, and issuing a call for bids to be due on June 29th, 2023 at 2 p.m. Item number 16, approving the appointment of Charles Chuck Sloan, District 4, to the Fire Safety Advisory Committee with a term to expire on December 31st, 2025. Adopting Resolution 60-23 in support of the California State Association of Counties at-Home Plan. Item 18, this is as the Air Pollution Control Board, adopting Resolution 61-23, approving of the Wood Smoke Reduction Program Memorandum of Understanding between the California Air Resources Board and the Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District, authorizing the county administrator to sign the agreement and for the district to accept funds in the amount of $205,960.
Take a breath. All right, do we have any board members who wish to pull an item? Don't see any. Do we have any board members wishing to make a comment on an item? Okay, Supervisor Kirk?
Before I make a comment, I love your little baby. Reminds me of my 20-month-old at home. So don't keep her quiet. No, I wanted to make a comment on number 17, the at home. Specifically, it talks about accountability. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is I know the state has done a horrible job of the homeless situation, but I know CSAC, and I believe, Campbell, you're part of the conversation. I know things are starting to turn a little bit. I was at a CSAC conference, and again, I'm specifically only talking about accountability, but some of the speakers were talking about how, yes, this accountability piece is talking about government needing to be held more accountable with funding, with programs, all this stuff, which I'm sure is accurate. But a big part of the accountability that I've been pounding, and that a few members of who spoke at that CSAC conference were talking about, was accountability on those who are being treated. Some of those speakers said that for too long we've been enabling the homeless population to just do whatever they want, and there needs to be accountability. As we provide services, those people need to be held accountable along the way. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is I'm just publicly saying, and I'm just reaching out to you, Campbell, as you guys are part of these conversations. I hope that we're not going to be able to change the accountability piece of it right now. This is about supporting that conversation, but I would just hope that we can continue to push the message. It's not just accountability with government, it's with the people that we're going to provide services to. So I would hope that in the future, part of the accountability in this would also include that. So I just want to bring it up. It's near and dear to me because I've working where I work, if there's not accountability, there's not going to be a change. So I just want to bring that up, and thank you guys for hearing me out.
Thank you.
And I was going to comment on that same item as well,
Go
Chair,
ahead.
if that's all right. And thank you for those comments, Supervisor Kirk. And you kind of took the words out of my mouth a little bit. The accountability element doesn't just extend to the people. I would say it started from a point where it would extend to the people that would be served through at home. But CSAC, to their tremendous credit, reached out to me to help work on this because I don't think there was really a rural voice in this when it started. And so I was able to provide, I think, some really valuable feedback to them about the unique challenges that we face in rural counties. But when we talk about accountability, it's a two-way street. If the state is going to require increased responsibilities for counties to provide services to people that are experiencing homelessness, they need to put their money where their mouth is and support us, because we are the ones that are the boots on the ground doing the actual person-to-person work, helping our community. And if we're not supported by the state, then it makes it much more difficult to do that. So that the accountability goes both ways. It goes to the high ups in Sacramento, and it goes to the people that are actually benefiting from these services. But I think all in all, it just like anything else, it's a compromise, and I think it addresses a lot of the unique concerns that counties specifically have with homelessness. And as I said, we're the ones really doing the work to make things better. So listen to us is what is the big message that hopefully some people will take home from that.
Supervisor Campbell, did you have any other comments on
that
okay. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Thank you. Just a couple items, actually three. Consent item number 4, the Yosemite Community College District Fire Services moving forward with that. Glad to see it continuing. That's very important for the fire protection in our county. The next one was, Item 16, approving the appointment of Chuck Sloan to the Fire Safety Advisory Committee. Welcome. And he's been participating in our meetings consistently. And I know this is District 4, but I really appreciate, as I chair that committee, that you're coming on board officially. So thank you. That's it.
Okay, you stole my thunder. I was going to also celebrate that we have a candidate for District 4 for the Fire Safe Advisory Committee. And so I applaud Chuck Stone for all you've done so far and your willingness to be part of this group that is so important to our objectives, our goals for this county. And then I also just wanted to give a shout out to our Public Works, our roads department. Standard Road Rehabilitation Project is finally going to be happening. I couldn't be happier. Well, maybe I could, but I'm very excited about that. So, all right, now I'm going to go to the public. If the public has comments on any of these items that have been on, that are on the consent calendar, now is your time to come up and make comments on them.
I also want to salute item 15 on the Standard Road Rehabilitation Project. When I've been out with my little soapbox topics, something bad always happens to me on Standard Road, so I hope that there's going to be some pedestrian safety built into that. And 3 items in here were at least on committees and committee appointments. So I would like to suggest, because one of these is a waste of your time because the people on the committee didn't know how to put on their big girl panties and their big boy briefs. I would like to see some kind of form when people get appointed to the committee and they take their oath of office that they need to sign that they have read the committee handbook, because item 6 should not even be on your agenda. And I know that everybody got a copy of the handbook, and I got a copy of the handbook, and it's on page 7 what your duties are. So people need to read those, and I would like some verification that they actually read them and signed that they read them. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, I will bring it back to the board for consideration of a motion.
So moved. I'll second, Chair.
Okay, it was moved by Supervisor Brandon and seconded by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that carries 5-0. Thank you. All right, we are on to commendations. Let's see how it's proclamations and commendations. And Heather, would you please read item number 19?
Okay, item number 19, presentation of service award to Sandra Perkins for 30 years of service.
Good morning, Chair Half, members of the board, Rebecca Espino, Health and Human Services Agency. In addition to Sandy's granddaughter, who is here to support her, it is my honor and with great pleasure to present this service award to Sandy Perkins. We appreciate this opportunity to recognize an outstanding individual who has dedicated 3 decades of her life to Tuolumne County and our public health department. Sandy is currently the longest tenured employee at Public Health. Sandy started her career as an office assistant in 1993 and promoted to her current position as an administrative assistant. Throughout Sandy's journey with the county, she has demonstrated a commitment and dedication to public health's mission, vision, and values. She has offered ideas and solutions to increase effectiveness in the department and service to our community. She is often referred to as indispensable, the linchpin of public health with her wealth of institutional knowledge and ability to either solve a challenge herself or connect with whichever resources is needed to tackle the problem. Sandy's dedicated to the work. She's vastly interested in learning opportunities and serves as a positive impact to her colleagues. We all know when things are going well in public health because we hear this treasured statement, cool beans. 30 years of service is no small feat and is a testament to Sandy's loyalty and perseverance. On behalf of the Health and Human Services Agency, we present Sandy Perkins this prestigious 30-year service award as a token of the county's appreciation for her unwavering commitment to public service. May it serve as a reminder of the lasting impact Sandy has made and the gratitude we hold for her contributions.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. It's been a great pleasure to serve with all the people I've known throughout the years, including a lot of you. Again, thank you.
I'll call for any other public comment first before we bring it back to the board. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak about Sandy and her work here? All right. Well, I'll bring it back to the board then. Just wanted to give you an opportunity. Who'd like to? Supervisor Goldenberg. You go first, please.
Yeah. No. Wait. Sandy, thank you. 30 years. That's an incredible, period of time. And, your commitment, to doing that is fantastic. You have some enthusiastic support from your granddaughter. and so that's wonderful to see. But, thank you so much, for, being able to be there for all this time and so much appreciated. Thanks.
Yeah, I agree with Supervisor Goldenberg and with your cheerleader there. I think she said it better than I could with those screams, and I love it. Thank you, Sandy, for 30 years, and I know you've probably seen things change a lot, and so really appreciate your knowledge and your experience, and happy 30 years and 30 more. Well, all right, thank you,
Supervisor Kirk.
I don't like doing math games, but I was 8 years old when you started working for the county. So thank you. And you have a beautiful family. So whenever you retire, you'll be busy, I'm sure. But thank you for your service.
Supervisor Brandon.
You want to know how old I was? 1 year old. I just want to recognize 30 years is a huge amount of time to dedicate to helping people in our county. And I think as it was summed up by Rebecca very well, we rely on you and the institutional knowledge and all the connections that you have, and hopefully you continue staying with us and working forever. But thank you for the years and decades you've given to our county. It is so rare and it's so special for somebody to spend that much time supporting all of the people of this community in a role and within one of our departments. So that's a really wonderful thing. Thank you.
Have anything else to say about that? Yeah, I won't say how old I was when you came to the county, but I will say this, that I have really appreciated working with you through the years. When I came to social services in 2000, May of 2000, I can say from personal experience, you were the go-to person. Anything I had a question about in public health, I would go to you. And I'm glad to hear that has remained true for you for all 30 years. And I'm also glad that you called this party, because I see so many wonderful historical faces in the audience that have been with public health over the years. It's like, this is a great reunion. Let's go somewhere and party. Anyway, it's nice to see you here with your family, and I wish you the best in retirement. Knowing you will not be retired like doing nothing. You'll be busy. So we wish you well on your next endeavor. Yeah, I see one of them right there. All right. Thank you so much.
I was just wondering, could we get a photo op?
I would love that. And I would also like to have a picture, not just only with Sandy and her family, but Sandy and all the public health folks that are here today. I would like to get both of those pictures if we could.
If we could do that, that would be wonderful.
And I'd like to be in one of those pictures. Okay. Who's going to take the picture?
I can as well.
Okay. All right. Sandy, can you come on over here with your family? And yeah, let's take a 5-minute break while we do all of this, and we'll take the pictures, and then we'll come back. Thank you. If you can all take your seats now. Rowdy bunch today. All right. Thank you. Heather, could you please read our next item on the agenda?
Item 20, consideration of adopting Resolution 62-23, proclaiming June 2023 to be Elder Abuse Awareness Month and June 15, 2023 to be World Elder Abuse Awareness Day 2023 for Tuolumne County.
All right. Welcome.
There we go. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Cassandra Jenneke, and I'm your Tuolumne County District Attorney. We are here today to ask your board to pass a resolution recognizing June 2023 and June 15, 2023 as World Elder Abuse Awareness Month and Day in Tuolumne County. I'm joined today by an incredible team of partners. I think I come up here and I talk to you about partnerships a lot, because when we are doing and seeking justice in Tuolumne County, the only way that we can do that is through our partnerships. The purpose of this month is to provide communities with an opportunity to promote a better understanding of abuse and neglect of our elders. Tuolumne County is uniquely set in that we enjoy a 27.2% of our residents who are over the age of 65, and that is well above the state average of only 15%. At our office, our elder abuse team is helmed by Assistant District Attorney Eric Hovater and Victim Advocate Jan Fuller, who joins me right here. The fabulous Jan. And their passion for serving elder victims of crime is truly infectious and incredibly valuable to the way that we're able to serve that population. In 2022, our office filed 41 cases of elder abuse. That included financial abuse, physical abuse, and cases of neglect. That is up by over 50% in comparison to 2021, and even higher in comparison to 2020 and 2019. Jan served 178 elder victims of crime, and our office was incredibly thankful to be granted a second set of funding from the Unserved, Underserved Victims Outreach Grant, where we focus on serving our elder and dependent adult populations. This grant provides us with over $200,000 each year to serve that population, and will do so for the next 4 years. This year, we are hosting the second annual Safe Living and Elder Empowerment Symposium at Black Oak Casino. This wonderful event is really the brainchild of Jan and all of the collaborators that she's been able to bring to the table. Those folks come to us from Adult Protective Services, Long Sun Document and Paper Shredding, Adventist Health Home Care Services, with whom I am joined today by Catherine. There she is. Catherine. And the Motherlode Office of Catholic Charities, and the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians Elder Program and Black Oak Casino. Those last two we are so incredibly grateful to, because they have graciously donated to us the use of the event space and the food for the entire program. This completely free event is focused on providing the elders in our community with the information that they need to protect themselves. Taking feedback from last year's event, we're having individuals who focus on probate, who focus on elder mental health, and others come and speak to our elders to give them the tools that they need to live the rest of their lives happy and safe. As I mentioned, this event is free, and we have also coordinated free public transportation for those who cannot drive. This event is on Wednesday, June 14th, so next Wednesday, and it's from 10 to 2 at the Black Oak Casino Resort. To RSVP, please call 209-588-5460. Again, that's 209-588-5460, and leave a message. We will get back to you and confirm your reservation. We do still have spots available. Today and this month is an opportunity to remind us all of the critical role that we play in our elders not being abused, and if they are, having justice and safety moving forward from that. One of the incredible people who is boots on the ground, constantly helping our elders, is Melissa McCormick. Earlier this year, she was honored by our office as one of the individuals that serves our victims with the highest standard of care, and today she's here to talk to you about her work at Adult Protective Services.
Sandra, good morning. Like Sandra said, my name is Melissa McCormick, and I am the supervisor for Tuolumne County Adult Protective Services and Tuolumne County Public Guardian. It's an honor to represent our agency in front of you today. As you have heard, June is World Elder Abuse Awareness Month. This year's theme in California is our response to homelessness in older adults and people with disabilities. I wanted to bring a couple statistics to your attention and talk about what we are doing to promote elder abuse awareness. From June of 2022 to present, Tuolumne County Adult Protective Services has received a total of 664 referrals for elder abuse concerns. This is an increase of over 100 referrals from any of the previous years on record. Some of that might have to do with the eligibility age changing in 2022 from 65 to 60 years of age. So over 30% of Tuolumne County's population is over 60, and this is double the state norm. During the last year, we've seen an increase in homelessness in our senior populations. Seniors experience homelessness for many different reasons, not unlike the rest of the population. A large portion of our seniors are on fixed incomes and are in desperate need of affordable housing. We have been assisting many seniors in their 60s, 70s, and even 80s who are experiencing homelessness or inadequate housing, endangering their ability to remain safely in their home. A lot of these seniors that are facing and experiencing homelessness don't necessarily have any health conditions that would make them eligible for supplemental assisted living. Adult Protective Services is not only here to investigate and mediate allegations of abuse, but to connect our vulnerable seniors and disabled to the many resources we have in our county and also help them navigate these resources. Although these resources are stretched thin, I'm proud to say our dedicated staff is continuously, tirelessly, and creatively working every grant, every program, every website, every association to provide the best possible solution. Adult Protective Services usually aims to have our cases resolved within 30 days, as we are not considered to be a long-term case management agency. But in this last year, we have had many cases open much longer, providing that long-term case management specifically because of the increase in elder homelessness. This is done with only 2 very dedicated and very caring social workers. We have been providing housing assistance with hotels while a more permanent case plan can be created and implemented. We have relocated seniors out of the county where there are more housing options, shared housing options, connecting these folks with other housing assistance agencies. We have used grant funds to make repairs to homes of seniors so that they can remain safely at home. Things like roofing repair, debris removal, updating accessibility with ramps, grab bars, and other assistive devices, and critical heating repairs. Thank you for all you do to make our community one of the best places to live and work. I appreciate all you do and appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was your presentation. I just want to make sure there wasn't another speaker. So I'm going to go to the people in the audience first to see if anybody wishes to make some comments on this presentation we just had. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you, and thank you to our DA, the DA's team, and Adventist Health that was hiding in the audience as well, for presenting this, because we know that within our community we have a problem of abuse. We have an abuse problem when it comes to kids. We have an abuse problem when it comes to elders. And this is substantial. And recently I had the opportunity to speak to the resident council at Skyline. I think a lot of times we think maybe folks retire, especially towards the elderly years, and they're not involved. They knew exactly what was happening with the county. They were asking great questions. They were lucky to have an ombudsman there that was able to refer any issues of who do I talk to. And they said, that they want to engage. They want to have these presentations, and they've got somebody. I know that I also go out to senior living parks, for example, is the Mill Villa HOA in that, and see folks that you hope and do your best to be able to share that information and let them know the resources available. But oftentimes they may be widowed, they may not have close family here. And where do they go when they suspect something that is not correct is happening? I want to thank our district attorney's team, and I know that one of my first experiences coming onto the board was ADA Hovater presenting to the Commission on Aging about the elder abuse and the high rates within this community. I know this is a passion of your team and that you do a really good job. What I wanted to maybe draw really quick attention to in using this opportunity is 190 people, was about how many you said you served? Roughly 3 times the amount of people that are in this room right now in an annual basis. Our DAs, in addressing a lot of these issues, have over 300 cases per attorney. And we see this across a lot of these protective services. We have the hardworking men and women of these services doing a really good job and doing the best they can. But there is a huge challenge in trying to make sure that we have the resources to cover that. But on the other side, too, I think what we also have to do is provide housing and opportunity for them. We have to provide jobs. We have to provide investment in the services that go back to them that are funded. And when we're able to generate some of that, this is some of the stuff that it goes to when we can make an investment in this office. So thank you for the work that you do. It's multifaceted, but it fits into a larger system. I think, how do we get to a point of a community where hopefully, I want to say eliminate abuse, but if not that, reduce it and fix what we can within our control of why abuse happens and give you the resources to be able to do that.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
Just a couple comments. I think part of this resolution is to bring awareness to the community. And I know that growing up, I always knew about child protective services, but never knew there was an adult protective services. So just letting the community know, especially with the amount of elderly that we have in our community, it is there. It's available. Please make contact with them. And then I'd also like to highlight something that you guys said about the amount of elderly who fall into situations and then become homeless. When I started getting more engaged with the homeless conversation, it was because of some of that data that I was privy to or shown, discovered along the way. How many elderly, because of victims or because of reasons that you brought forth, they fall into homelessness. And so that was a change for me. So anyways, thank you guys for what you do. I appreciate you guys. And, whether some children and elderly, some of them are in the same exact boat. There's just an age difference, but we got to protect them. So thank you guys.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, and I think it's most of what I would say has been said already, so I won't belabor it, but I really appreciate bringing this to the county. We've done this a number of times, and I think Supervisor Kirk kind of touched on it, that there are a lot of programs and a lot of help for families and children, and I think one of the areas where we really struggle as a society and as a community is looking at people that are elderly. I think it's easy to forget about the people that have built the world that we are now living in, and so it's incumbent upon us to show our appreciation for those that came before us and those that need help in their older years. And thank you very much for doing this. We often have things that are difficult to vote on. This is not one of those things, so I appreciate it.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Oh, my goodness. So thank you for all the work that's being done here, first of all. And I'd like to acknowledge Supervisor Brandon's and Campbell's comments. I think they're very applicable. When we look at this, right, the Adult Protective Services, they perform an incredibly important service. I've personally been involved with this with both my own father and my father-in-law because they suffered abuses that should not have occurred. When I look at the senior homelessness, it's a huge issue, and I appreciate that was mentioned here this morning, because there's a lot of senior people that are ending up in that position. So just, in closing, I just want to, express that this is hugely important. I appreciate the work, that's going on, and encourage, I'm seeing that there was a number of cases filed, 41 cases, I believe, which was a 50% increase. And that's not a good thing that we see, that increase, right? We would hope to be addressing and reducing that. But on the other hand, I truly appreciate that we do keep actively and, look at this. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I just wanted to share my appreciation for your presentation today, your whole team, both the district attorney and Adult Protective Services. I think you make a smashing team, and I hope that your work is understood better. The awareness is there in the community from presentations such as this. I love hearing about the empowerment, the elder empowerment symposium that you're doing. I think that's fantastic. And it's sobering, the statistics you bring forward, the elder abuse up by over 50% over 2021, and the increase in APS of over 100 referrals. The trend should be downward, not upward. So, whatever we can do as a board to help with that, there's one thing I'm thinking of, and I wanted to remind everybody, including the board, and that's regarding the homeless seniors, the ones that have been priced out of their homes or for whatever reason don't find themselves having a secure housing. Let's remember this when the affordable housing projects come forward to this county. It is incumbent upon this board to help these seniors, and I'm going to be right up in front. Anyway, thank you for what you do and bringing this awareness to the community, and I hope your Elder Empowerment Symposium on the 14th is a great success. Thank you. All right, I think we're on to the next item.
Well, actually, I think we need a motion
we do.
on this.
Yeah, I guess we do.
And I would be pleased to do so.
That's right, because we have a resolution. You're absolutely right.
I would like to look for our board to adopt Resolution 62-23, proclaiming June 2023 to be Elder Abuse Awareness Month, and June 15, 2023 to be World Elders Abuse.
Thank you. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, so it was moved by Supervisor Goldenberg and seconded by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Carries 5-0. Thank you very much. All right, now, Heather, if you'll please read item number 21.
Item number 21, consideration of adopting Resolution 63-23, proclaiming Monday, June 19, 2023 as Juneteenth.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Mark Fisher from the County Administrator's Office. Today it is my pleasure to bring to you this resolution for approval proclaiming June 19th, 2023 as Juneteenth. Today we have a pair of esteemed guests that will speak to this item a bit further. We have Andrea Lisbon, and she has a brief speech and presentation made, and Marlis Bell, who will read the resolution. So with that, I'd like to invite Andrea to the podium.
Welcome.
1619 to 1863, 244 years more or less, definitely still disputed. But I'm not here to lecture you today on the atrocities of slavery, nor am I here to lecture you on the history of Juneteenth. What I am here to do is to offer you my perspective, my experience, firsthand, which began in 1997 in Boston, Massachusetts. While I recognize that this is not Boston, Massachusetts, mostly because, and oddly enough, none of you sound like me when you talk. But to speak on what the holiday represents, what it means, not only to people of color, but to all people. This holiday gives all of us an occasion to reflect on the profound contributions of enslaved Black Americans to the cause of human freedom, to remind us of what we came through and what we can achieve. It is the power behind hearing someone's story passed down from generation to generation and gaining the ability to see an event and a people as more than one choice or one mistake. It allows successive generations to reflect on what more there is to do. This event triggers a series of events that, one by one, defines the challenges and responsibilities of those successive generations. But more importantly, Juneteenth celebrations are the deliverance of a message of humanity, supporting collectivism over individualism, encompassing the mutual resilience of humans on one another, and the acknowledgement of one's responsibility to their fellow humans and to the world around them. It is the belief in the idea that a complete society, all individuals, gives human beings their humanity. Humanity which is bound up in one another, for we can only be human together. Together in the quest to reach that higher level of character, linking being human to being humane. Respect, kindness, tolerance. This is not what others coin woke ideology. You know, I'll never fully understand how the term woke went from black to bad, from being aware and attentive to being a political tool of divisiveness, fear, and disdain. This struggle is for how all Americans, regardless of race, can truly live free in these United States. Free from discrimination, free from violence, free from trauma and economic deprivation. Board, this world is too small, our wisdom is too limited, and our time here is too short to waste any more of it in winning fleeting victories at other people's expense. We have to, right now, find a way to triumph together. We have to, right now, find a beginning, and that is exactly what the adoption of this proclamation would achieve for this county. It is our beginning. Thank you so very much.
Andrea, I just have to say you are a wonderful speaker. Very inspiring. Do we have Marlis in the... You're sitting right in front of me. Yeah. So you're going to read the resolution, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
I'd like to read the resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne. Whereas President Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation in 1863 declared freedom and absolute equality of personal rights for everyone. The enslaved people in Galveston, Texas, did not learn that they were free until June 19th, 1965. Whereas on June 18th, 2021, President Biden proclaimed a new national holiday, Juneteenth, and Governor Newsom designated a California state holiday known as National Freedom Day, a day of remembrance. It is appropriate for the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors to also declare June 19th as a day for celebrating and remembering and taking stock on how far we have come in our journey toward dignity, human rights, and equal opportunity for all. Whereas each of us should be able to live without fear of prejudice, discrimination, violence, or hatred based on our race, gender, identity, or sexual orientation, and protected by the same unalienable American equal rights, benefits, and responsibilities shared and enjoyed by all. Whereas each of us should be able to live without fear of prejudice. And whereas embracing and celebrating our individual identities and those as Americans furthers the cause of bringing people together as one united community, and embracing our differences and celebrating our diversity fulfills the principles and creed written into the founding documents of our great nation. And whereas the members of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors are united in solidarity and common purpose to recognize, honor, and celebrate the diversity, shared humanity, and civil rights of our entire community and all its residents, and is already treating that day as a paid holiday for county employees, making it a countywide holiday provides opportunities for additional exposure, sharing experiences, and building trust and acceptance. So now, therefore, let it be resolved that the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors declares Monday, June 19th, 2023, as Juneteenth, a day to celebrate freedom and equality for all, such that embracing our differences while also celebrating our diversity fulfills the principles and creed written into the founding documents of our great nation.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask the audience if there's anybody here who would like to make comments on this particular agenda item, Juneteenth. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Who'd like to start? Supervisor Brandon.
Absolutely, thank you. I think a lot of times we do see many, and I think unfortunate, Facebook conversations, community conversations about this that often follows this partisan divide as to recognize history, is to suddenly be a betrayal of the country, or to be patriotic is somehow to ignore the history that has happened. What I wanted to draw on this, and I appreciate the resolution and the opportunity to talk about the idea of a country and a place of identity where people do not live in fear, and they expect to be treated fairly by their fellow man and woman in the country, and that they deserve to live with fundamental dignity and respect. And that's something that I think everybody can get behind. Looking up and kind of thinking of this, our founding fathers who founded this nation were in a very interesting position, right? On the one hand, they were strangers in a strange land who had come there as, for many, persecuted religious minorities and from across the world to really found the great American experiment, which was unheard of. The idea of our constitutional democracy and the way that we do it, and the rights that it gave to people over a monarch or some other system of government. And yet, we look at somebody like Ben Franklin, who owned slaves, and many of them owned slaves. And we look at that transition of a country that set such high and I think lofty aspirations and ideals for what we can become, and yet only at that point white property-owning males were able to vote and participate in its democracy. I think this is something that we will, as a country, and righteously so, continue to struggle with. And I don't think I can do justice to the way you speak about this issue because you're amazingly charismatic about it. But for my own contribution to it, I did pull up something that Ben Franklin, and I think this goes for many of them too, as young men and many of the founding fathers were participated in the slave economy. They owned slaves. But many of them towards later in life and post the Declaration of Independence, quote that he had is, "Slavery is an atrocious debasement of human nature." And George Washington left this world saying that the one unavoidable regret of his life was slavery. Of their time, that was what they grappled with. And I look at it as our time. We may have made huge progress towards abolition and then the civil rights movement, but there still is fundamental inequality. And how we address that, I think, is going to be a rich discussion that we absolutely should have. And we're having that as a state and nation, and it's okay to disagree on it. But it's also something that we have to address, because fundamentally, everybody deserves dignity, everybody deserves respect, everybody deserves opportunity, and everybody here is an American, and we have to be thinking of ourselves as neighbors. And so to me, this is a resolution recognizing, even within our own history, that we're all neighbors in this, and we're all trying to address this. So thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you for bringing this forward, and I'll yield the time.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to our speakers today. It's probably, if you know me, you know I'm a big fan of our 16th president, Abraham Lincoln. And I think Supervisor Brandon's comments about remembering and understanding our history are extremely important. That's something I discovered when I was younger, that by learning about history, it's almost like a superpower. You can predict what's going to happen in the future by what's already come in the past. And if we look at the founding of this nation on the idea that all men are created equal, and then we fast forward to the Emancipation Proclamation, well, you'd say that's a little bit redundant, that we have to actually have an Emancipation Proclamation that says that all these people that were living in the United States as Americans but held in bondage are free, and that slavery is explicitly illegal. But I think that shows the forward looking and the necessity that was created by the time during the Civil War, and for Abraham Lincoln and those that were developed that at the time, I think was brilliant, because if we look at these things that are written down, our sacred documents, they by themselves have no power. It's what we do with them. And that's why it matters what we say here in Tuolumne County. People may little note or long remember what we say here today, but the fact that we recognize that these harms were done and that it doesn't go away immediately. You have to work through them and appreciate them. And so it kind of goes to the idea that our country and our community is an unfinished work. And again, that comes from Abraham Lincoln, that we are constantly developing, we're constantly improving, and as long as we remember where we came from and not necessarily shun away from it, but look at it honestly, then we can move forward and we can avoid the kind of mistakes that we've made in the past without having to ask for forgiveness again for the same mistakes. So that's kind of my view on it, and I'm really grateful that we are talking about this, and that the idea that this is a community holiday that we can all appreciate and recognize and talk about and think about our own history, I think is always valuable.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
A few things. First of all, Andrea is probably the best public speaker I've ever witnessed. I've seen her at Sonora City Council in front of our board. I've taught a couple homeschool public speaking courses, and I suck compared to you. So maybe I should get you in front of these kids, because you really are a great speaker. I mean, most of this, I don't want to add too much onto what my fellow supervisor said. It's in the first 2 points of the resolution, why we're here celebrating it. We have come a long way. There's always room for improvement. I really appreciate what Supervisor Brandon said about the founding fathers and the people who signed those documents. And I think for me, what makes them such great leaders is to be born into society like that, to grow up, have slaves, and then to look in the mirror and say, this is wrong. And to have to turn, lots of them lost their fortune, some of them lost their lives. But I'm thankful that they did what they did and that we're here today. And it's a shame that it took a couple extra years to get those folks in Galveston, Texas, what they had coming, what they should have never had, been enslaved to. But I'm thankful that we did, and I'm proud to celebrate that moment. So thank you guys, and that's it.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Okay, so I'm struggling with this. Juneteenth Supervisor Kirk just spoke, look in the mirror. What occurred in the past? Was this wrong? And I really, truly believe it was. I look at issues as respect, kindness, tolerance, equality for all, right? This is huge. We talk about diversity, shared humanity, civil rights. Quite honestly, our county has not performed very well in some of these areas. And I don't have a problem with expressing that, because I think it's important. When I see people driving around with Confederate flags, issuing various discussions about that, and then most recently the anti-Semitism, what has been distributed within this county on people's lawns. I'm appalled, quite honestly. It's wrong, absolutely wrong. We can and should do better than that. I'm fully supportive of this, but I wanted to express my feelings otherwise because it's very important to do. Thank you.
All right. I don't want to be redundant. I appreciate everything that my colleagues up here have said. And this resolution especially, there's one line that calls out to me, and I think the fourth whereas, and it talks about us being one united community, embracing our differences and celebrating our diversity. I think that's the crux of what we're here to acknowledge with Juneteenth. And with that, and I have one correction to notice. I think there's a typo in the first line. It talks about that Galveston, Texas did not learn they were free until, I think it was a bit before June 19th, 1965. I think it was 1865. Yeah. So we do want to change that when the resolution is approved. So now I'll call for, Did I not call for public comment? Yeah, I did. I've been doing that first so I don't forget. Yeah. So now I will call for...
Chair, I'd like to move that we adopt Resolution 6323 proclaiming Monday, June 19th, 2023 as Juneteenth in Tuolumne County.
And I'll second that.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Executive privilege. Not really. I'm just a facilitator. So it was moved by Supervisor Campbell and seconded by Supervisor Half. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Carries 5-0. Thank you so much. All right. I'll give you time to move out if you need to. We're not going to take another break if that's okay with our clerk. Okay, because we've got a huge agenda and we're kind of behind time. Would you please read the, I think it's a 9:30 appointment, Heather.
We will be reading all three 9:30 a.m. appointments together, so please bear with me. 9:30 a.m. 1, presentation and direction on the fiscal year 2023-2024 adopted budget. 9:30 a.m. item number 2. Excuse me, I need to make a note here. Presentation by John Mills, Tuolumne County Water Agency Consultant, in consideration of extending professional services agreement in the amount of $32,500 for a 1-year term to expire on June 30th, 2024. And 9:30 a.m. item number 3, consideration of approving a contract with Visit Tuolumne County for tourism marketing services.
All right, thank you. And do you need a minute or so to set up, or are you ready to go?
We're ready to rock.
We're ready for your presentation. Bobby's not so sure.
Okay, good morning, board. Liz Peterson with the Tuolumne County Administrator's Office, and this is Bobby Donham, also with the Tuolumne County Administrator's Office. We are here to
present to your board the fiscal year 23-24 adopted budget. This will be the board's opportunity to make any changes or provide any direction, but I do want to remind your board and the public that we are changing the process this year for how we've done budget in the last many years. This is the second to last step in the adopted budget process. Historically, we have come to your board in June for a recommended budget that your board approves, and that's our spending plan to start for July 1st. And then we work things through the rest of the summer and then come back to your board in September for the adopted. We are doing it in one fell swoop here today, or this month, really. And so want to remind your board that so this will be your opportunity to provide any additional direction. And so we will get started. First, just want to review with you and the public just a reminder of why we do what we do. Everything that we do, including the development of the budget, is geared toward achieving our county's mission. And so that mission is to provide exceptional services that create a healthy and safe community, that exercise natural, cultural, and financial resource stewardship, that promote economic prosperity, and that enhance the quality of life. Okay, so the summary of the fiscal year 23-24 adopted budget, just to remind your board of where we are today, or let your board know, that all funds are balanced as of today. So that includes the general fund. It also includes all other governmental funds, all enterprise funds, and all internal service funds. So again, as if your board wants to provide additional direction on making any adjustments, we will go back, spend the next week or so making those adjustments, and then we will have to, depending on what your board wants to do, if you want to adjust expenses anywhere or increase anything, then we will have to go back, make reductions, because at this point things are all balanced, and so we will do that this week, and then we will come back to your board for the public hearing on the 20th, at which point the budget and all funds will be balanced again. So again, just more summaries, or another summary of the budget here. So you will hear reference to frozen positions. All of the positions that are frozen in this budget are vacant, and so there are no layoffs proposed in this budget. Also, reserves remain fully funded at $5 million. Also, all American Rescue Plan and the related Local Assistance and Travel Consistency, or the LATCF, as we refer to it, funding is all allocated. So there is nothing left for those for the board to make any additional decisions on how or what to spend it on. Also included in the budget is the match for the storm projects for the fiscal year 23-24 work that Public Works anticipates to complete this coming year. And lastly, all 5 career staffed fire stations are fully funded this year. All right, so I just want to provide just a quick overview of the difference between a deficit and a shortfall, because those words tend to be used interchangeably, and they are not interchangeable. And I just think it's important as we discuss the development of the budget to highlight these. So a deficit occurs when actual expenditures exceed revenues during the year. A shortfall occurs when anticipated expenses will be greater than projected revenues. So the County Budget Act, which is set in government code, requires counties to adopt a balanced budget in which the funding sources, which are our revenues, are equal to the financing uses, which are our expenses. So shortfalls, which you will hear that term a lot this morning, are common during the process of developing a budget. Deficit spending is against the law. So we are discussing shortfalls today, not deficits. So we're going to talk a little bit about the timeline of what got us to this point. Starting on March 7th, so the budget development process is a many-month process. And March 7th was the first day that the departments had to submit all of their budgets to the CAO's office for review. They were due on March 7th, and so when everything was put in, fully funded, all positions starting July 1st, everything that was requested from departments. The general fund had a gross shortfall of $8,710,391. So the very first thing that we do when developing the budget is we always use fund balance from last year, or beginning fund balance, to fund contingencies. And we did that again. And so we funded contingencies in this budget at $1 million. The board's budget policy is that contingencies be funded at 1% of the general fund. And that would have been about $962,000. So $1 million is just slightly over that. And that's our standard process. We use fund balance to fund contingencies for the next year. Also, your board approved some changes to the budget policy recently, a couple years ago, and we also used 50% of the 10-year average of actual fund balance, and that also goes toward ongoing operations. And this year, that was $2,322,912. So that left us with a new general fund shortfall of $5,387,479. So I just want to pause for a second in this timeline to discuss what are some of those factors that are contributing to a shortfall. And again, this is primarily around the general fund, but these are factors, that are in all of the funds, really. I mean, these numbers are just for the general fund, but all of the funds are experiencing this. And I would argue probably most counties are experiencing these types of things. So I just want to show you that regular salaries from the adopted budget from last year to the adopted budget, and this was again as everything fully funded, increased by $4.5 million. Those are just regular salaries, and that's just in the general fund. That doesn't include benefits, and doesn't include our other, health and human services, for example. Services and supplies stayed almost the same, and that was the direction from the CAO when we were all developing our budgets, that we had to keep our services and supplies the same as last year, so they are almost the same. But mandated costs, which are things like our PERS fixed rate, our liability insurance, our workers' comp, those kinds of costs that are mandated and spread out to the entire organization, those increased by almost $1.7 million from last adopted budget to this adopted budget. So overall, we're seeing just in those three buckets of expenses, there are plenty of others, but an increase of almost $6.4 million. But then on the revenue side, general revenues increased by about $3.8 million. $1.5 million of that is A87, which is a federal program that allows administrative departments in the general fund to bill out to non-general fund departments for the cost or for the time that they provide services, such as the auditor's office and providing payroll services, or IT, or the administrative office. So while general revenues in the general fund increased by $3.8 million, and $1.5 million of that coming from A87, that $1.5 million came from the other departments in the organization. So it's sort of increasing the revenues in the general fund on the backs of the other funds. And then departmental revenues decreased by about $500,000 from last year to this year, and those are not generally fees for service, because fees for service we do tend to see, services are up. We are providing more services than we ever have. These are more about departmental allocations, either state or federal allocations that come to specific departments. Also, there's, an example is in probation. There's some legislation that passed recently that prohibits probation from now collecting fees for the services that they provide. So a lot of departments also received allocations related to COVID for various response activities that they were providing, and obviously those are going away too. But this is a general trend that departmental revenues are decreasing year over year. And so just to kind of summarize, you can see expenses are increasing and they are outpacing the revenues that we pull in. And that's the reality, and that's what contributes to a general fund shortfall that we will likely see year over year in the future. So getting back to the timeline of putting the budget together. So we started, as you'll recall, or we left off the $5.3 million shortfall, and that was using fund balance according to the board's budget policy. The next thing we did, and this was around May 11th, was departments, we all worked to figure out when we felt like we would realistically fill the positions that we had that were vacant. And so we adjusted those dates. As I mentioned, when the budget was originally developed, every position was set to be hired on July 1st. And so realistically, we're not always able to do that, particularly for our public safety positions where there's quite an extensive background and hiring process. So we adjusted those dates, which applied a little bit of salary and benefit savings to the budget this year. And then we did what we're calling refined the numbers. And that's what our office, the CAO's office, does in working with all of our other departments. And we look at historical information for the example that I've been giving is, say a department budgeted $20,000 for training, and looking at the last handful of years, they've only spent $10,000. And so we would work with the department to adjust that down to be more in line with historical use. And then we capped the Visit Tuolumne County contract at $1.5 million, or we budgeted, I should say, the Visit Tuolumne County contract at $1.5 million. And that did come from a conversation that was had around that time. We'll get more into that in a bit, but so that was added to the budget as well. So that gave us a new general fund shortfall of $4,461,323. And then May 16th. So this was, so we took an additional $1 million of fund balance, and we put that toward ongoing operations. Then we used just a little over $1 million as that match contribution to roads for the storms work. That's what Public Works team anticipates they would need for the match. For the work that they anticipate to complete this year. Then we used another $750,000 of fund balance to balance the fire fund. With those, as I mentioned, all 5 stations are currently funded this year in the budget, but there was not enough revenue to cover those expenses, and so fund balance from the general fund was put into the fire fund to balance them. And then there was a remaining fund balance of $399,000, and that went toward capital projects and some of the deferred maintenance that we have. So that left a new general fund shortfall of $1,625,690. So the last step, which is what gets us here today, was every department in the general fund was asked to cut 2.79% in their budget. And so that happened, and so that gave us a shortfall then of 0, and that is where we are today. As I mentioned, the budget is balanced, and this is how we got here. So, and this is just kind of the numbers, the accounting, how it's laid out of what I just went over, just to show you all, in case you're inclined that way. But you can see the beginning fund balance at the top, the $6,557,619. That was the fund balance that we are projecting or estimating to end the year with, and associated our associated beginning fund balance for next year.
Liz, I just want to make a quick comment as well. On that previous slide, I just want to bring to the board's attention that when we say this in the past, we used to never use fund balance. There was a hard rule that we would never use fund balance to pay for. So essentially, it's like leftover money from the previous year would not be used to pay for ongoing expenses in the next year. Your board has worked with us to allow some flexibility in that. But as you can imagine, it does set us up for a little bit of a problem as we move into future years. So just to be clear, in this fiscal year, we are using $3.3 million of our beginning fund balance to balance next year's budget, which are ongoing costs. So I just want to make sure that we highlight that. And it is what has allowed us to keep that $1.6 million that department heads reduced to a much lower number. If you were to add $3.3 million, you can imagine that we would be going beyond frozen positions, and we'd be doing additional. So thank you for that flexibility.
Thank you. So this is just to show you what the departments cut, and I will say a few departments had the opportunity to increase their revenues instead of making cuts or in addition to making cuts. Also, some department heads who oversee multiple cost centers were able to maybe reduce more in one cost center to cover another cost center. But overall, there was a lot of reduction in travel and training. You can see OES reduced some of the advertising or like public outreach expenses in the budget. The assessor is going to delay hiring a new employee, so there's some salary savings that he was able to achieve. The archives budget actually has a very small trust fund that they're able to use to cover some of the expenses that were in the budget already. We're looking at some other software opportunities to reduce some software costs in the treasurer, tax collector, and revenue recovery budgets. County Council was able to increase revenue from the opioid settlement for the work that they will be doing related to that, or did do related to that. More employee development and training reductions. Facilities, they were intending to purchase a housekeeping vehicle this next year, and they will not be doing that. And then they also reduced the amount going toward general maintenance projects. IT is also delaying hiring a technician for 6 months, and then reducing some other professional services. District attorney is going to be freezing an office assistant, and public defender as well as conflict counsel are reducing the expense that they have related to jury and witness expenses. These are additional expenses that they pay out either for their clients or for like third and fourth level conflict clients or cases that they have to pay out to assist with whatever expense might be above and beyond. Go ahead. The sheriff is proposing to freeze 3 patrol deputies and then 2 deputies in the jail. And this is in addition to 4 positions that he offered up in as a part of the negotiation process with the that your board was in process with the Deputy Sheriff's Association. There's also some increased revenue from ambulance to provide dispatch services that the Sheriff's Dispatch provides to support the ambulance. Probation and juvenile hall were able to increase their revenue, and that was to match what the state is estimating they will bring in. The ag is not going to purchase a vehicle for one of their inspectors this year. Community development reduced some outside planning services, a scanning project that they had intended to complete, and they were able to also increase some of their revenue just looking at historical projections. Animal control is decreasing their overtime and on-call expenses, as well as some of their training and their kennel equipment. So that means that they won't necessarily always be available like they have been in the past. And in the library, we are proposing to freeze a half-time senior library assistant position, as well as reducing some book purchases, as well as some training costs for our staff. Recreation, we will be reducing some part-time salaries, and that's associated with putting the programs on that we offer to the community, as well as increasing our revenue because we are expanding our programs. In Standard Park, we reduced part-time salaries, and at the youth centers, we anticipate to be able to hold more fundraising and increase that revenue, as well as reduce some training. So overall, those were the ones that, those were all of the things that the departments reduced as a part of getting to this balanced budget. So as I mentioned, I made reference to some frozen positions, and here are all of the frozen positions in the general fund as a part of this budget. And thanks, Bobby. And so 9 positions in total in the sheriff's cost centers, 5 in the sheriff corner, 4 in the jail, a full-time office assistant, half-time senior library assistant, and then the deputy air pollution control officer in air. Okay, so now we're going to switch gears just a little bit to talk about what is included in the budget. So first we're going to talk about positions, and these are, again, in the general fund, and these are ones that have offsetting revenue associated with them. So there's no impact to the general fund. There's no additional cost. So in human resources, they will be adding a senior human resources technician, and that is paid for, reimbursed from Health and Human Services, an existing position that they have. They will be eliminating. In the jail, AB 109 will be funding an increase or a change from a fiscal tech to a staff services analyst. The CAO's office will be reclassifying an admin analyst to a deputy CAO. In probation, AB 109 will be funding a senior office assistant, deleting that position and making it a legal assistant too. And then also 2 probation mental health clinicians, one in the probation budget, one in the juvenile hall budget. And those have always been budgeted for. They've just never been filled. And so the money currently exists in their budgets. And then OES, we will be deleting the OES coordinator and adding the OES assistant director. And then also adding a grant-funded administrative analyst, 1-2 senior. And this will be to support not only the work that they're doing with, to provide sort of overall department office support for the work that they're doing related to the FEMA and the storms, but also to support the Community Wildfire Defense Grant that they received, as well as some potentially other incoming grants as well. So other positions that are included in the general fund, IT will be deleting the fiscal tech and adding instead a staff services analyst, 1-2 senior. The public defender will be reclassifying a public defender 4 to the assistant public defender. In library and recreation, we'll be deleting the library and recreation manager and adding the director. Animal control, also deleting the manager and adding a director. Probation will be deleting administrative assistant and instead making that a legal assistant 2. Community development, they will be deleting the business manager position and adding the business and housing program manager. Also, they will be converting the land use technicians to planner 1s. Victim witness, they are planning to delete 2 positions, fiscal tech and victim witness advocate. Those are vacant and those are grant funded. And survey or GIS, we'll be deleting the GIS tech and adding a GIS analyst. And then the Office of Revenue Recovery will be deleting an office assistant. And again, that position is vacant. So in total, to the general fund, all of these positions are $40,801. And just to clarify or provide a little insight into these positions, no new positions were added to the general fund unless they had offsetting revenue like that OES admin analyst, as I mentioned. That was made very clear to all of the departments that we were not allowed to add, or not allowed to, but it was not recommended to add any FTEs just in light of the budget situation. So all of these positions were added to provide either increased capacity or flexibility for the departments, for promotions, for a wider set or range of job duties, or promotional opportunities to retain employees, existing employees. So that's where those positions came from. In the non-general fund departments, so Public Works will be reclassifying a road superintendent to a road and fleet superintendent. That's anticipation. Oh, yeah. And then Public Works in their admin cost center will be deleting an engineer 1, and again, that position is vacant. They'll also be deleting a supervising engineer and adding an assistant Public Works director. County Fire will be deleting the assistant to the department head position and adding the staff services analyst position. And then lastly, they will be adding a fire inspector as well. So this will be an additional fire inspector to County Fire. This position will be focused on the CUPA inspections, which is a state mandated inspection that environmental health currently does. And with what how we're trying to rebuild the environmental health departments, particularly with not having the director there, this is an opportunity for increased efficiency. Our fire department currently goes and inspects most, if not all, of the CUPA facilities that must be, the facilities that must be inspected according to CUPA, to be in compliance with CUPA. And they inspect them for sort of the fire and, you could say, explosive side. And so they will be able to be certified in CUPA inspections for the more like hazardous waste side, but often it's the same facility. So we're hoping that's an increased efficiency. And then County Fire will be able to charge the fees to recover the cost for the CUPA inspections that they do. Other non-general fund positions in public health, they will be reclassifying a senior health program technician to a program specialist. They'll be converting a grant-funded position to a non-grant funded position, a health program tech to a senior health program tech, and then they'll be deleting a couple grant-funded positions, quite a few grant-funded positions, as well as a staff services analyst, and then the community health worker. They will be moving out of public health and into the Department of Social Services. In behavioral health, they'll be adding quite a few positions in direct response to supporting the care court implementation. So clinical psychologist, a forensic program specialist, a BH peer specialist, and a legal assistant. They also are proposing to add an administrative technician and a senior behavioral health worker. And in social services, we will be deleting the Health and Human Services personnel assistant. As I mentioned, that position will be going into the general fund and human resources, but they will be reimbursing for the time for the position. They'll be adding a social worker for the, in the cost center, they'll be adding the social worker that supports the homeless housing services. That position has moved back and forth between the Department of Social Services cost or fund and the general fund in the Homeless Services Advocacy Cost Center. So it's going back to social services where the cost for that person will live under social services, consistent with the services that they are providing. We will be adding a social worker to support public guardian and care court also, and then adding another social worker assistant, a senior staff services analyst, a supervising staff services analyst, and then converting a health and human services personnel assistant to an administrative assistant. Okay, so there's the personnel changes. Here's everything else, a few other things that are in the budget. As I mentioned, contingencies are there at $1 million, just slightly over your board's budget policy of 1% of the general fund. The general fund transfer out to roads for storms, just over $1 million, and that is in addition to the board's maintenance of effort or the county's maintenance of effort from the general fund that goes into storms or goes into roads every year. In total, the general fund transfer out to capital is $971,123, and that's for all, that's for capital projects, deferred maintenance. That includes a generator for the sheriff's office, for the dispatch and admin. It includes a roof for this building. It includes a variety of HVAC projects and a handful of other things. Nowhere near the full list, but some of those most immediate, most urgent items. And then, of course, the general fund transfer out to fire in total is $1.5 million. And we're going to talk a little more about fire now. So we just wanted to show this to your board to see what we anticipate to be the 5-year outlook for county fire. So this first year in fiscal year 23-24, you can see what they anticipate to bring in for departmental revenue, about $5.3 million. And then we are fortunate to have the SAFER grant of just about $3 million to support the increase of the additional career staffed fire stations. And then you can see that general fund contribution of $750,000. The general fund has historically always given a contribution to fire, and $750,000 is about where we typically land, and so that is what that number is. And then you can see for this fiscal year, ARP, or really it's the LATCF funding to support the Columbia Fire Station for the year is almost $1.7 million. So that's the revenue. And then you can see salaries and benefits. Those are for our county fire specific positions, what we anticipate those costs to be. And then the contract with CAL FIRE. And we net that contract. You can see that word net there. And what that means is we look back at we have a not to exceed contract, and this year it was around $11 million, but we look back at historically what we have spent, and we use that information to put in the budget of what we anticipate we will spend this year. It's around 85% of the not to exceed contract. And I do want to mention too on that contract that part of, just like all of the other departments in the general fund, Assistant Chief Murphy and Chief Cashy worked to reduce that cost down for this fiscal year by about $600,000, same as the other departments, by freezing some positions, holding off on purchasing some of the things. So that's where we have that net contract. But the next year you'll see quite an increase because those are not sustainable reductions. And then services and supplies, that's things like fuel, maintenance. So you can see there the very bottom line there, that's the additional need from the general fund to balance the fire fund this year. And that's why from the previous slide, that's why the general fund, there's a transfer out of $1.5 million, our normal $750 plus the additional $750. But you can see the years moving forward where as the ARP or LATCF funding goes away. And then in a couple years after that, as the SAFER grant funding goes away, we are expecting, that this chart shows a 4% growth in revenue, which is safe probably, and a 2% increase in salaries and benefits and services and supplies. This does not include any new engines or new large pieces of equipment. But you can see by year 5, we are anticipating that we would need another $6.5 million from the general fund to balance the fire fund to keep all 5 career staff fire stations open. So this is just to provide you some context and insight into what we're anticipating for the coming years. Okay, so what else is in the budget? We have some water advocacy work, the Tuolumne County Water Agency, and a contract with John Mills, and as well as a position that supports that water advocacy work for just about $150,000. We also have funding in the budget right now for Archer and Hound, which provides social media support to the county. And then, of course, the contract with Visit Tuolumne County, as I mentioned, was budgeted at $1.5 million this year. So first, I just want to mention Archer and Hound. That contract was reduced slightly from last year. This is just a placeholder in the budget for now. They will be here on the 20th to provide a presentation to your board on what they've been up to this last year, and your board can provide some direction at that point, or now too. But yeah, so yeah. Anyways, that's that. The next item would be the water advocacy and the Tuolumne County Water Agency Department. So as I mentioned, there is a contract currently in the budget for $32,500, and that's for work with John Mills to assist the county with water advocacy efforts. And then, as I said, there's also a staff position and some services and some training and a few minor things for a total of $150,000. And I believe John is here to provide a presentation to your board briefly on what he's been up to in the last, I believe, 7 months that he's been under contract with us. So we can turn it over to John if he's around. Oh, hey, John. Do you want to sit up here? Or? Yeah. Great.
Heather, can you turn his?
How about now?
Okay, that works.
Good.
Yeah. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I wanted to start off by basically going over what we did last year, and you'll see in your packet a paper that starts off with the Tuolumne County Water Agency Strategic Mission Overview. These are the things the board adopted that they wanted to see the agency do. And then following that is about 4 or 5 pages, I believe it is, of all of the activities that we did over the last 7.5 months. Because we started off with the agency essentially at a standstill. So we had to move to get things started. We had to engage a lot of other parties. And that took quite a bit of time because the schedule was dictated by their availability most of the time and not ours. And it was also a struggle, though, for us to make sure all of our folks could be involved. And so those were the meetings we had. They involved all of the water agencies in Tuolumne County, as well as the water agencies in adjoining counties, such as Calaveras County. We met with Utica Water and Power Authority, Calaveras County Water District, Turlock Irrigation District. We haven't been able to meet yet with San Francisco or Modesto or Oakdale and South San Joaquin. And this is typically the time of year when they're at their busiest, so we expect that to come in the fall. But one of the things, as we met with all of these agencies, we were asking them, what do you need help on? How can the county agency, with the powers and authorities it has under the Tuolumne County Water Agency Act of 1969, help you advance the things that you believe are important? And what we found were a number of things that were interesting. Some of them were a lot of infrastructure work, and then some of what was happening in those discussions was, as we were meeting with them, the series of storms that came in this year, the Pineapple Expresses, that, as we used to call them, came in and hit the county and did tremendous amount of damage in the watersheds as well as downstream to the human-made infrastructure. So we had some real lessons that were playing out in real time of this is where the impacts are in natural infrastructure and in human-made infrastructure. And part of what we've also observed in working with some of the folks in the governor's office is what's happening in terms of the projections and the modeling. And we always have operated in the water business in California on what we call a 75-year hydrograph, which is a 75-year period, and that was the model for what's going to happen. And what we've seen now is in the last 25 years, it's a completely different hydrograph. It's going to affect surface water amounts, it's going to affect surface water patterns, it's going to affect rain and snowfall changes, it's going to affect our fractured rock groundwater basin, our groundwater supplies here in this county, because they're heavily dependent on those storm systems. And the droughts are going to be longer and deeper. Some of the modeling shows storm events that will overwhelm any infrastructure we've got. And I'm talking about any infrastructure we have. And it's not just Tuolumne County. It's throughout most of the state, especially in the Sierras, though, where we have a lot of the larger dams that capture these storm events. So I think what we came away from that looking at is saying, where can we be most effective? And based on that, we did identify some things that water agencies need help on. And we also were struggling to say, how can we most effectively carry that out? And so the next item is a short paper. It's Tuolumne County Water Agency Strategic Mission Overview Engagement in 23-24. Those are the priorities we have now based upon what we heard from the agencies and what we've seen in the hydrograph and the models and what the governor's office and others and NASA and Caltech are saying. This is the new hydrograph. It's not going to be your father's hydrograph. We're going to see totally different changes, and we're going to have to adapt to that. So first we started by saying we need to pivot off of where we were following water rights and water supply as an immediate task, because frankly, Tuolumne Utility District is pursuing both acquisition of the PG&E system, which has the senior water rights on the Stanislaus River for this area, and then also they're negotiating with the Bureau of Reclamation on a long-term water supply contract, which was actually provided for and accommodated in the 1992 Central Valley Project Improvement Act, and they are pursuing that. So both of those areas are being taken care of. We met with Groveland and talked to them about their water supply situation over there. And if they need help, we will help them on that. They have a contract with City and County of San Francisco. So those are how we've covered the supply side. But then when we looked at the watersheds, one of the things that came to our attention was the county's doing a lot of work on the MSA work. Liz is managing the dealing with our fuels management, forest improvement, and watershed restoration projects. Unfortunately, there's no money in that for monitoring the outputs and the metrics that come off those improved systems. And by that I mean the changes in patterns of runoff, the amounts of runoff, because these projects do attenuate floods. They provide late season flows in the fall when you really need it for fish flows. They also store water in the meadows. And none of those benefits right now are being captured. And so we're working with UC Merced, partner agencies like Turtle Rock Irrigation District, and others who will be partners on this, as well as Sierra Business Council, in seeking a way to put technology in the field that will monitor those outputs and therefore justify more improvements and more investment in the upper watersheds in this county, in our forested areas and rangelands, which is really important for this county. And the amount of work that needs to be done dwarfs anything that the county can afford to do. So we rely on the state and federal government to supply funding for that. So this would be another way to quantify the good work that's being done by the YSS group and the MSA the county's managing, and demonstrating further the benefits that accrue from this project far downstream and not just locally to this county. And that's an important nexus to be made. It's being recognized now in the Association of California Water Agencies by the legislature. There's language in the bond to support some of that. There's a new water bond being floated, no pun intended. So that was our first change. The second one became very local, and that was the terrible situation we had occur at Phoenix Lake. Now, Phoenix Lake is troubled by what I will call legacy problems in the watershed. Its watershed is 15,500 acres and extends all the way east of Twainhart. It's a lot bigger than you think. And a lot of the problems that we see manifested in damage to Phoenix Lake are a result of legacy land use, drainage, and construction activity upstream, as well as modifications to the landscape unassociated with that. So what ends up happening is Phoenix Lake becomes the recipient of all those errors and omissions and problems from the past. As I said, it goes back to the late 1950s when a lot of this development started. And frankly, we also have legacy problems in our road system, in our drainage systems in our roads, where a lot of the sedimentation comes from. I live on a road that was put in during the gold rush and has drainage pipes that come underneath that were old cast iron pipes that were probably put in over 100 years ago, easily. They're not poor. They were state-of-the-art engineering basically during the Lincoln administration. So we have a long way to go to fix that, and I think that's one of the things we have to tackle as well. But Phoenix Lake is where this is all front and center, and TUD did an excellent report in 2012, the Horizon report, which I've read a couple times now, and I'm convinced that there's a role here for the county to help TUD, not specifically on the engineering associated with the reservoir improvements that need to be made or the dredging project. We can help them on that. But the county is basically the manager of that watershed. It's the land use management agency. It's also the stormwater management agency for the watershed. So this partnership has to be broader and incorporate that. And I think that's a very important subject for the board to take on this next year, because Phoenix Lake is the terminal reservoir that supplies the majority of the people of Tuolumne County with a water supply, and we can't afford to lose 1 acre foot of that storage, because should something happen to the main flume, that supply is critical to us, what's in Phoenix Lake at the time. So I want to make sure you understand that's part of an emergence out of this, because those tropical storms that hit us this year really showed up as a red light at Phoenix Reservoir. And we want to make sure that we're prepared for that next time. That's going to take a lot of work. It's going to be a multi-year project. It's going to involve different county departments, other agencies like Twainhart Community Service District will be involved. We also need a lot of citizen involvement. That's going to mean a public information program. And we hope to be able to find grant monies along with TUD and some of the other agencies on how to support that program. The other item we have coming up is basically regional recognition of what goes on in the watersheds, helps folks downstream, benefits them, and that is the recognition by the legislature and the Congress. Those support investments in the watersheds and investments in both natural infrastructure, which is the landscape, it's the forest, it's the rangeland, it's the creeks, the streams, the land itself, and the rivers. So we need investment in that, but we also need investment in man-made or human-made infrastructure, which are basically the plumbing, the pipes, the dams, the canals, all of that. So that money are what we would be advocating on. We've been doing that both directly and through the Association of California Water Agencies and through Mountain Counties Water Resources Association, and hoping that we can get more money in bonds and other funding sources, as well as partnerships from some of these folks who benefit from what we do downstream to invest. We are hoping to engage the Bureau of Reclamation this month on discussions associated with that, because they too benefit from what's being done upstream in New Melones. So that's the third item. And then the fourth item is to basically make the nexus closer between land use and water supply in this county. There used to be an old adage, if you build it, they will come, and you just put a pipeline out there and eventually it would all be rezoned and made something else. That's not the way it's done anymore, thankfully. The land use planning element of this has to take its role alongside water and be joined with water in an integrated planning method. One of the things that you can do is you can anticipate growth in your general plan, but you can't mandate it. Growth only occurs when the conditions are right. And you could essentially designate anything you wanted in Tuolumne County for the highest land use you could possibly designate it for. And without water or energy, it would not be moving ahead. So water is the precursor to a successful planning effort. And a successful planning effort is necessary for a logical and affordable water strategy. So those two are going to be joined. I've talked to Quincy Yaley, the CDD director, a couple times about this. We'll be talking about it again. And hopefully we can make that a much tighter integration in the county, and it can reflect the future for the county. That's something that is adopted by the board and reflected in the general plan changes or zoning that takes place, and also in our strategic plan, our conceptual strategic plan for the water agency. So that's another benefit that comes out of this. Lastly is our legislative and regulatory advocacy and activities. There's a stack of letters that were in your packet that I won't go into, but these range from support of the water bond and asking for amendments in it to opposing language in some bills. There are 3 bills now pending before the legislature, which are probably, in my career of over 37 years in the water business, this is the most existential threat to the area of origin and senior water rights that I've ever seen. If these bills are passed, either singly or collectively, there will be high uncertainty in California water resources in the state. A lot of your due process protections that you have in your water rights right now would be taken away. It could have a huge impact on PG&E's pre-1914 water rights. So our concern is, and we're working with almost all of the other water agencies in the state as well as local governments on opposing this legislation. Unfortunately, the sponsors of the bill come out of urban areas a long ways away from where the water is, which is no surprise. As I tell people in California, water runs uphill towards money. And so that's to be expected. But the way they're doing it this time is a terrible bill. All 3 of them are, and all 3 of them are unreasonable. Without due process, you have no protections to your water rights. The other thing that's disturbing in these bills, by the way, is that they can claim any water right that is out there is illegal. And you have to prove that it's legal. Now understand, try to go back and prove that a water right that you've held since the Lincoln administration has been used reasonably and prudently for the last decade, the last 100 years and more. So it's very difficult. You can't do that. And so usually the burden of proof in the past has always been on the state to prove that you're wrong. Now they want to move that around to where you will be essentially judged guilty and have to prove your innocence. That'll be an impossible hill to climb for most folks with these pre-1914 water rights. And so that's a number of the things that are important legislatively that we've been fighting with some of the other water agencies. And we want to make sure the board knows how serious this is. Because we now have an area of origin filing that was made to protect Tuolumne County on the Stanislaus River, a 1927 priority filing. And that would essentially be erased by this legislation. We would have no greater right to the water in the Stanislaus River than the most junior water rights holder in the river, which is the Bureau of Reclamation. And that is grossly unfair. It's also falling back upon the deal that was crafted in 1927 to get the State Water Project approved, to get the Central Valley Project Improvement Project accepted, and they would essentially be going back on their word and eliminating the benefits to the areas of origin. So those are the things we have in mind. We do have objectives and tasks for the year ahead. Those are included in here. And for each, basically, for each item that's in here, we have an objective. So it shows here's what we want to do, and here's what we hope to achieve with this objective. It's not ambiguous. And we will also be adjusting that further as we meet with the water agencies. We'll continue to be meeting with our local water agencies. We have also reached out to both tribes on numerous occasions. They've both been pretty busy with some of the things they've had going on, so we haven't met with them yet. But that's an open invitation to both the federally recognized tribes in the county. We also have other stakeholders we've identified that we need to reach out to, including those who live in the Phoenix watershed. Because a lot of those folks who have land in the Phoenix watershed, who live there and who have property there, are going to have to be partners in this restoration project. Because this is not like a forest watershed. This is an urban watershed, and it contains a lot of property owners. So we could probably use a model that's been used in other watershed restoration projects I've worked on and observed, which is one water, one watershed. And everybody shares in those values, they share in those responsibilities, and they become stewards of the land that they own. And the RCD could be of great help to us in that as well, Tuolumne County's RCD. I can answer any questions you have, but that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Point of procedure here. Are we going to entertain questions and comments on John's presentation and then move forward, or are we going to just go through all of the presentations and then come back?
My recommendation would be for you to hear everything so you are aware of the budget in totality and the considerations that you'll be making today, and then open it up for staff comments as part of the presentation, then into public comment.
Okay, and I have a question for Sarah. Then if we do all three of these presentations and then ask for comments, will the public be allowed to comment on each separate item, because there's 3 different items here, and not have to contain 3 minutes worth in between 3 different sections?
That's really a discretion, but if that's what your board would like to do, then I think that's fine. Right, your board can decide that you want them to comment on everything that we've heard today, or individually break it down for each 930
Okay.
item.
Yeah, I think I would break it down individually for those comments. Okay, so at this point then, we're not going to entertain questions for John. We'll call you back up later when we have those, and we'll go on to the next presentation. Thank you.
Alrighty, and we're actually nearly done anyway. So the last piece really for your board's information is the Visit Tuolumne County contract. As your board knows, the contract for services for Visit Tuolumne County for the tourism marketing services that they provide and the associated TOT from us, that contract expires June 30th. And so your board would need to make a decision about a new contract to be effective July 1st. So as I mentioned, currently the contract is in the budget at $1.5 million. And just for reference, that is around 18% of the total 12% of TOT that the county collects. So, yeah, we've put together quite a little bit of analysis here related to this contract. And I know that there's a lot of numbers and they're small, so I apologize. But this gray block here is what we anticipate to receive in TOT over the next 10 years. So the first column, or really the second column, is this fiscal year, 23-24, we have budgeted $8,846,000 that we anticipate to receive in TOT. And you can see there's the 10%, and then we have the additional 2%, and that was the tax measure that was approved by the voters. The reason why we have it broken out like that is originally the contract with Visit Tuolumne County was only for the 10%, and so we had to divide it out in the budget and then make sure that Visit Tuolumne County was getting their share of that 10%. Anyway, so in looking forward, we estimated about a 4% growth in TOT year over year. And then we also worked with the Community Development Department and looked at timelines for anticipated new development that we know is coming online and when we expect it may come online. We looked at the number of rooms and what potentially we could expect to receive in TOT. And these are conservative numbers, knowing that that it's going to take a little while to get all of the rooms full, if we get the rooms full at all. So you can see, and that kind of extends itself out. And again, it's broken out between the 10% and then the additional 2%. So you can see, and then that last column are the totals of the 10 years. So in total, we anticipate over 10 years bringing in $111 million in TOT. Now that even smaller block below it in the blue, that is what we're calling status quo of the Visit Tuolumne County contract. So that is 25% of the 10% of TOT that we bring in. So if we were to, or if your board were to approve a contract at status quo of what the Visit Tuolumne County contract has, you can see each year what that amount would be, and then the total at the end, the $29 million. And so now we're going to discuss a variety of different options for your board, and we have prepared, after you receive public comment and then when your board gets into discussion, we've prepared sort of a matrix for you as you discuss the options and what your board would like to do so that we can track those things. So let's talk. As I mentioned, we have 6 options. So here's options 1 through 3. So option number 1 is 25% of all of the TOT. As I mentioned, what we're calling status quo is 25% of the 10% of TOT. So 25% of the 12% of TOT. You can see in the like kind of white and gray, block there, the gray part at the bottom is the change from the status quo. So there would be an increase to what is contributed to Visit Tuolumne County if we were to increase the TOT or the amount that goes to Visit Tuolumne County. And you can see at the very end the estimated total of what would be contributed to Visit Tuolumne County over the course of 10 years. And then the increase from the status quo. Option number 2 is what we're calling a gradual reduction to 16%. And this actually originated from a conversation that CAO Riggs, Assistant CAO Earhart, and
this is not right. Sorry, this should say reduction to 16%, not 15. I was in on that meeting.
In the online document, it says reduction to 15%.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
this is an update. Yes, I should have mentioned that in the very beginning. So
Okay.
the presentation that I passed out and that you're seeing today, I did provide copies for you all up here, and there are copies in the back. It is slightly updated,
I'm
and that is one
looking
of the
online.
that is one of the changes that was here, and that was a misunderstanding on our part. So option number 2, gradual reduction to 16%. That was a conversation that Chair Half, as you mentioned, that had with Lisa Mayo and Terry Marshall on the 3rd of May. So the idea was starting at 18% of the total TOT collected. The next year it would go down to 17%. The next year it would go down to 16%, and it would stay at that 16% for the duration of a contract. You can see what the payment would be each year. So it would be, again, that is just a little over $1.5 million, which is where that number that's in the budget right now came from. And then you can see what the change is from what we're calling the status quo, and what that equates to over 10 years. Option number 3 is a reduction to 18%. And this is a proposal that came from Visit Tuolumne County on May 24th. And so that would start with, again, 20% of the total TOT, all 12%. And then the next year it would reduce to 19%. The next year it would reduce to 18%. And then it would stay at 18% for a 10-year contract. That reduces their contribution from the status quo by $3.8 million in total, giving them $25 million over 10 years. Option number 4 is what we're calling a gradual reduction to 10%, and with no finite cap. And so that would start at a 17% reduction. I'm sorry, a 17% contribution to Visit Tuolumne County of the 10%. No. 70% of the total, sorry. And so that's right at that $1.5 million mark. It would go down to 16% the next year, then 14, then 12, then 10 after 5 years, and it would stay at 10% for the duration of a 10-year contract. You can see that would reduce from the status quo by $13 million over 10 years. Option number 5 is a gradual reduction to 5%, again with no hard cap, keeping it at a percentage. So starting at 17%, going to 16, 14, 12, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, and then 5% at that 10-year mark. That would be a reduction from the status quo budget of $15.8 million. And it would be, in this fiscal year, it would be a reduction of $321,000 from the status quo, again, of the 10% of the, 25% of the 10%. And then lastly is option 6, which we're calling the accelerated reduction to 5%. And I do want to bring to your board's attention that we did meet with the budget team and discussed all of these options. And the budget team made this recommendation, as well as this is the CAO's recommendation for your board to enter a contract with Visit Tuolumne County. So the accelerated reduction to 5% would start at 16%, then next year would go to 13%, then 10, then 7, then 5, and it would carry on to 5%. Again, there's no cap, but it would stay at that same percentage amount. That over 10 years would reduce, over 10 years it would give the visitors Visit Tuolumne County $9.5 million. And so again, I apologize for all of the very small numbers, and hopefully you can see those. So that's the end of the presentation, and so we're looking for your board to provide any additional direction on if you would like us to change anything for the public hearing on June 20th, which we will be here for the adopted fiscal year 23-24 budget. Happy to answer any questions.
All right. Now, do I understand there's also a part of the presentation where staff
Yes.
is going to speak? So let's do that before we go to the board for questions.
Great, perfect. Yeah, so this would be the opportunity for staff to provide any comments on this presentation as has been discussed.
Morning, Board.
Good morning.
Chair Half. Bill Pooley, Sheriff. So, as Ms. Peterson brought up during the last negotiation, I asked this board to freeze 4 deputy positions, 2 in the jail, 2 in patrol, and invest that money into our staff so that we would be able to fill our ranks and bridge the gaps between, in salaries and benefits to make us competitive. And over the past 2 years, this board has made huge investments in our office. And for that, I can't thank you enough, and I really mean that. But as a result, we've been lucky enough, we anticipate hiring 6 deputies and sending them to the academy this upcoming fall. And we've hired 6 in the jail since the hiring bonuses and the pay increases. We have another 13 in backgrounds. So we're making some good strides in that area. But now we're being forced to cut an additional $638,000 in the form of 5 additional positions for a total of 9. And I will say that the question's been asked, where can't you cut from somewhere else? I think over the past several years, we've cut as much as we can, and you can't cut enough pins and paper clips. It's now bodies at this time, and I just want to make you aware of that. Now, we're happy to help. The Sheriff's Office is happy to help in offering up positions we don't think we're going to be able to hire in the next year. I think that is the responsible thing to do, and that's what we're doing here. But if we are successful in hiring all of our vacant positions and we still have the opportunity to hire qualified individuals, I will be back here asking you to unfreeze positions as we need them, or maybe dual fill positions, or work with the CAO's office to get those positions unfroze. I think that's what you as the board and the community would expect after making the investments that you have. The other thing that was brought up in the budget was the visit to Tuolumne County. I understand that they bring a value to our county, our community, but when I'm being asked to freeze $638,000 in 9 positions, I think that you need to strike some sort of balance there. And that's a tough thing for you to do, because where does that land? And that's upon you. But I do think some sort of balance needs to be struck. So in closing, we're going to continue to be very aggressive in our recruitment processes. And if we're able to fill our vacancies, I'll be back here asking for those positions to be unfrozen. I just wanted to point that out to you. So thank you. Do you have any questions of me?
Thank you. We're going to go till 12:30, and then there'll be a hard stop because we have to provide lunch time for our staff. So I'd like to move this quickly with department heads. If you can scoot up so when one is done, the next one starts, because we don't have a whole lot of time here. And thank you for allowing me to say that.
Good morning. I will be brief. My name is Quincy Yaley, the director of the Community Development Department. My first task when I came to the county was to complete the general plan update. The Board of Supervisors that worked on that plan continuously framed their decisions with this philosophy. They did not want to create a plan, policies, or programs that would tie the hands of future boards, meaning that while the board certainly guided the development of the plan and its ultimate content at that time, they were always mindful of how their decisions would impact county staff, residents, and visitors long after they were gone from office. Since I've been at the county for the last 6 years, I've had to tell excellent employees that their jobs were being eliminated. I've also had to eliminate vacant positions in our environmental health division, which I can promise you has had unintended consequences. The county has had to spend funds on consultants to perform the work that the eliminated county positions could have done. There's a finite amount of mandated work that has to be done by someone, and I've seen that when positions are eliminated in my department, funding swings to consultants as the work still needs to get done, and shifting the work to a consultant does not reduce the burden in any way on department heads. There are very few opportunities within county government to raise revenues. In general, the county is only limited to receiving fees for services provided. Therefore, I'm asking you to consider what all of us department heads are asked to do, not just focus on reducing expenses, but also consider every possibility to raise revenue. Today, you have an opportunity to do what us department heads are asked to do, raise revenues. Even though this budget required reductions in funding for my department operations, my concern lies with the future, and not a distant future, just 3 years from now. The CAO presentation shows that when the SAFER grant goes away, the county budget situation will be dire. I'm requesting that when you look at this year's budget and the Visitors Bureau contract, you focus on the budget 3 years from now and beyond, and make a decision with respect to the budget and the contract that does not tie the hands of future boards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. My name is Kelly Schroeder. I am your Tuolumne County Animal Control Director, Air Pollution Control Officer, Agricultural Commissioner, and Sealer of Weights and Measures. The impacts that visitors bring to our county affects our Animal Control Department and the air that we breathe. During the summer months, Animal Control has more calls throughout the county. This includes areas from campgrounds to Airbnbs. I would be curious to know how much our population increases each summer, especially on holiday weekends. Visit Tuolumne wants to bring more and more people to our county. Our visitors keep increasing, yet our animal control staff has stayed stagnant. The numbers have stayed stagnant. This coming fiscal year, we were asked to cut our budget by 2.79%. This may not sound like a large amount. However, we have had to eliminate training opportunities for our staff, who 3 of our 4 animal control officers have been here less than 1.5 years. More visitors equal more vehicles. Carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxides, and hydrocarbons are released when fuel burns in internal combustion engines. These pollutants cause damage to lung tissue and can lead to and aggravate respiratory diseases such as asthma. The visitors that come into our county expect the same services that they receive in their home counties, and they expect, clean mountain air to breathe. The Visitors Bureau receives more in funds than our Animal Control Department, as well as many other county departments, which includes the Agricultural Department. With more funds going to community services, we could have more animal control officers to be in areas such as Pinecrest and Groveland. We could provide a more sustainable salary for our staff, which could increase our retention, and as the Air Pollution Control Department, we could work on more programs which could lead to increased air quality. We should be looking towards the future and the future needs of our community and the services that the county provides. The cost to provide these services will undoubtedly increase, and we need to be prepared for that increase. Therefore, I support the CAO's very original recommendation, which over a 4-year period reduces the amount being paid to visit Tuolumne to $500,000 per year. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Cassandra Jenneke, your District Attorney. The CAO's office and your department heads and the budget team worked very hard to present you with a balanced budget today. But that budget was balanced on the backs of your departments. And it has been for the last several years, and with the budget projection as it stands right now, it will continue to be. It has required the constriction of other services with only a minimal amount of growth for a few departments. When you look at that March 7 portion of the timeline, your department heads were asked to present and provide everything that we would be asking for this year without knowing what the budget outlook was going to look like. Absent those requests being approved or supported by the CAO's office, you haven't seen them, and the public hasn't seen them. And the unfortunate part about that is that where we have decided to increase service provision in one area without a corresponding sufficient revenue, we will continue to provide that service because we have to, but your other departments will suffer. This year, our office is freezing an office assistant position to hit the 2.79% portion of the shortfall that was ours to cover. This is an essential front-facing, public interactive position for the people who come to our office, who call our office and email. We had experimented over the last year to see if we could eliminate that position and the impact that it had on our ability to provide service, to be open to the public, and to still have that individual who was covering those job duties do her other job duties. We were going to fill that position this year because we needed it. But we're here, having to cut over $70,000 from our budget. And as Sheriff Pulley mentioned, once you start getting to over 1% of your budget, that's a body for most of us. And so that's what we're here today. Tourism is essential to our local economy, but it also presents a remarkably unique constraint on your county departments to provide services. If you think about a family who comes here and visits, maybe to go camping, and alcohol flows free, it's a fun weekend until somebody says something wrong, and then a fight happens. That is going to involve at least 5 of your county departments. And that is going to strain our ability to offer services to individuals who only pay TOT here. They don't pay our taxes, and they come, and then they leave. Now, are all of our tourists committing crimes? Absolutely not, and that's not the implication that I'm making. But when you think about what that one incident causes, your sheriff's office goes out and investigates, arrests, and then houses that individual at the jail. They may or may not get released on pretrial release, so your probation department is serving them. Then my office gets it. We have to file the case. We have to do additional investigation. Your public defender's office may end up representing them if they're indigent. Then, if it's a felony, your probation department is going to be further involved with them after trial. It doesn't stop. And so, as Ms. Yaley mentioned, it is difficult for government to increase revenue. And the reality is that our community has told us several times over the last years that they are not interested in increasing revenues for us through a sales tax measure. That is just the reality. And so when we look at what revenues we have in order to provide the services that we need to, that we are constitutionally mandated to do, we have to start looking at where our revenue is going. And by we, I mean all of you. We have a symbiotic relationship with Visit Tuolumne County, as any county agency does with their Visitors Bureau. Where one entity benefits, the other also likely benefits. But we're at a position where you have to assess whether or not that cost-benefit analysis is benefiting this organization and our community in the way that we need it to. And when we start looking at the projections of how much money TOT is bringing in, could potentially bring in with the onboarding of the new properties, that service provision must go to your departments. It must come back to the organization that provides those services to the people who come here and who live here. And we at the DA's office are very grateful to Visit Tuolumne County. They do an incredible job of marketing Tuolumne County, but not to the tune of $2.6 million. Not when you are asking your departments to cut 1.6. And that means we're not hiring sheriff's deputies. That means we're not hiring support staff. And that means for my office that I'm closing my doors. I will not have individuals be able to just walk into our office. They will have to call, they will have to email, or they will have to come by with an appointment. Because I am no longer going to make our employees suffer the consequences of our inability to adequately support them to do their jobs. Where a decrease in capacity comes, a decrease in service provision must also come. And so where we are now focused on having 5 fully staffed fire stations, where we are now focused on having the opportunity to assess where we are putting our revenues, it is my request and my recommendation, in full agreement with the CAO's office and the budget team, that we balance the contract that we have with Visit Tuolumne County and that we follow the accelerated decreasing contract. Your departments cannot continue to do this. We've been asked to do it for years. and you are testing the limits of our abilities to provide services to the people who live here. That is the reality. And without something new or something different, we are all going to have to take note of the results. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good
Hello.
afternoon, members of the board. Dan Haas, I'm your Chief Probation Officer. And first off, I want to offer appreciation to the CAO's office and her staff for coming together, putting together a great process, and for the board also, and all the changes they've made in this whole process. It used to be that we would start in June on working on the budget, and then we would sweat it out for 3 months, trying to get to where we needed to be. This process now, where the CAO has come forward earlier on, allowing us to look at contingencies as a realistic part of our budget, and also have the budget team, which is made up of your department heads in the county, come together with recommendations and requests. And what I've seen is all of the department heads in the budget team have been extremely responsible and respectful of one another. And we all work together to come up with a fair, reasonable, balanced budget. And like our district attorney just said, most of us came with a long list of requests and things that we wanted to add to our budgets. But looking at the whole fiscal situation in the county, all of us understood right away that that didn't make sense, and we needed to come up with a much more conservative plan, and that's what we did. And I feel impressed and proud of the budget team and this county in general, to address the problem early on, to be fiscally conservative, and put together a plan that works and makes sense for the long term. I'm concerned about years to come. I think we'll get through this year fine, but we know some of our revenues are going to be shrinking even more. When I applied for this county 24 years ago, the application that I submitted on the back said, "Come to work where others vacation." This has always been a tourism destination, and it continues to be. We do appreciate the work of Visit Tuolumne County and their efforts. But I will say that we need to have a much more balanced approach, and we do support the CAO's recommendation. The budget team does. I do. As a taxpaying member of this community, I think we need to be responsible and careful with that. Just to briefly sum up what Cassandra Janicki said and the sheriff said, when I started, the joke was, come on vacation, leave on probation, and that continues to be the case. So much of our workload deals with out-of-county residents and those people that come here to visit this area. We have to do those things. They're mandated services that we supply. And the transient occupancy tax really needs to be reserved for those extra duties that come in. And so I urge the board to take a conservative approach, and I support the CAO's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, Chairman Half, board members, CEO Riggs, Mike Mazook, Tuolumne County Animal Control. I'll make this brief. I don't want to repeat everything that everybody said. I'm going to look at it a different way. I'm going to explain it to you. Every year this happens to us. I have positions right now that aren't filled. I have supplies that aren't being resupplied. I'm not doing the best I can to run the department the way I should be able to. That's because of our funding. I have to look at my employees every year and say, we don't have enough people to do the job. You're going to have to work overtime. Overtime's good for a little bit, and then people get burned out. We're burned out. It's hard for me to talk to them and look at my employees in the face and tell them that our general fund budget plus the ag department's general fund budget is less than a non-governmental service. It doesn't go over very well. They'll be honest. All of my employees are taxpayers of Tuolumne County as well, but another department that doesn't do anything governmental is getting more than animal control. It's very hard. I think there should be a reduction in it to the 3 years down and then to 500. It just is so hard to maintain the services that we're doing right now with what we have. And every year we have to cut a little bit more and more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Half, members of the board, Rebecca Espino, Health and Human Services Agency Director. I would like to first start my statement by echoing what I've heard from our CAO on numerous occasions, and that's regarding the outstanding work of the Visit Tuolumne County team. My comments today reflect concerns with the amount of the Visit Tuolumne County contract because the contract directly impacts the delivery of county-mandated services due to the numerous frozen positions that were made to balance this budget. There's no question tourism is an important source of revenue, but tourists do not come without a cost to local services. As an example, last fiscal year, 836 calls for ambulance services were for non-residents, which is close to about 11% of the total call volume. The prior year, it was 13% of the entire call volume, and this year is trending in the same direction. Our ambulance services rarely go alone. Our law enforcement partners and our fire partners are always there with them. Fortunately for the ambulance department, we're able to bill for services, so we're able to get reimbursed for the 911 calls. Our law enforcement partners and our fire partners do not have that opportunity. So this means that there is a direct impact to local services through tourism. Also, as your board is aware, the Health and Human Services Agency is not financially impacted when the general fund experiences a budget shortfall. You will see, as you've seen on the presentation, none of my positions were frozen. I added positions. But what is impacted, well, how we are impacted by the general fund is when general fund departments must make cuts to their staffing and services. So I will end with this concern. My biggest concern is the safety of my team and the children that we serve. Our child welfare staff rely on our law enforcement partners to support us when we are removing children from unsafe and sometimes very scary homes. Freezing deputy positions could delay our response time to reach a child in need. I know the sheriff will do his very best to prioritize us when we call and ask for support, but he must also respond to the community who are also calling and asking for his support. And thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello again. Good afternoon. Dory Beats, your Office of Emergency Services Coordinator. Supervisor Half mentioned this morning about the power of choosing positivity. For those that know me, two things. Positivity is how I start my day. Thankful for the work that we do and the individuals that we work with and the communities that we get to work with. My other is passion, emergency management, and making sure our communities are prepared. Let me get to the point. Part of OES's job is to coordinate with those first responders during an emergency and assist them any way that we can. It includes looking for funding to support those agencies with equipment and training, and most importantly, staffing. As everyone knows, we lack adequate staffing for all of our first responder agencies, whether it's the Sheriff's Office, fire departments, animal control, EMS, even OES, to provide the much needed resources it will take should we have a major disaster such as a catastrophic wildfire. The second area that OES prides itself in is helping getting our community prepared. It is our job to provide those resources and information on emergency alerts, how to prepare your family and your household, what the egress routes for evacuations are, and what the process will be when we have a disaster. In fact, when you think of OES, it is about whole communities. We have preparedness, we have response, we have recovery, and we have mitigation. That is the cycle we live in. We have been lucky, and often we are asked about what keeps us up at night. It is not the ability of our first responders or the inability of our first responders to respond, but it is really about the ability to move mass amounts of people, the mass visitors we get on any given day, safely out of an area they are completely unfamiliar with. It is educating those masses on what our routes of egress are, why they need to pay attention to resources, or why when they visit us, They should sign up for our emergency alerts and be aware of the high fire severity they are visiting. Today, your board is faced with difficult decisions that will impact all of us. For OES, we gladly cut the 2.79% out of our budget to balance. OES only is set to get $121,000 in general fund. That is small, and is a small amount of money to operate an emergency service program that is mandated by the state. We cut that from our advertising fund, the money we use to educate the public and the visitors about being prepared. We are a small department, but we support all of the essential service departments that also had to cut. In fact, we support all of the department heads and their staff as they each contribute to making our community whole. One department is not more important than another. We all represent Tuolumne County, which means we all share in both successes and also the burden in tough times. If we as departments have had to cut, the Visit Tuolumne budget also needs to be cut. My apologies to our friends at Visit Tuolumne who have been great partners to not only the county but OES. But I feel the need to express what many others feel they cannot, whether for political pressure or for the friends and family that own businesses in our community. Yes, we need tourism. Yes, we want our businesses to thrive, but we must be fiscally responsible by working together to balance our budget. Increased tourism brings money to our community, but it also brings added costs that are not being covered by those visitors who add to the increase in calls for emergency services. We need to work together to balance. We need our job as departments, or we did our job as departments, and we now ask you to make the difficult decision and balance the needs of the whole community. No promises of what could happen with tax measures in the future. We tried that with little support, and those measures are not always a given. Making the difficult decisions will set the stage for our future. Cutting back on Visit Tuolumne's contract now doesn't mean later that you couldn't reevaluate it down the road. Every year we have budget. Every year you will have to make decisions. Please support the recommendation of the budget team, your department heads, and our CAO in the staff recommended budget. Let's use those funds and the savings in the future funds to be put where it is truly needed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, in the remaining time, I think I'd like to go back to the remaining time before lunch. I'd like to go back to the second 9:30 appointment regarding the Tuolumne County Water Agency and that presentation, and ask if there are any folks that are here in the audience that would like to make a comment on the water agency.
Thank you. Good discussion so far today. Good afternoon, Chair Half and Supervisors. Don Perkins, General Manager for TUD. And speaking of the water agency only, I do see value in that. But Anaya Kirk, you mentioned much earlier today about having accountability in some of these measures and make sure it's a sad state of affairs when we're talking at this level that we have to ask people for accountability. It should be standard practice to have accountability. So if we have a lot to do on the waterfront in Tuolumne County. TUD is really busy trying to make sure that we're doing everything we can on all of the things that Mr. Mills had mentioned. Some of them are no guarantees, and some are very far-fetched and very difficult to take on. But we're poised to take on those challenges. We'd sure like to have a partner in the water agency, but with accountability, I'm looking for follow-through, things that are actually going to happen, right? A year has passed already, right, since we started talking about this, and yet I don't really see a lot of follow-through, a lot of payoff. So think about what are you going to get for your money in this budget process? What are you going to get out of this? Are you really going to get someplace? I hope so. Again, I want to leave with this. I value the water agency. I think there's tremendous opportunities, but we need some accountability and some follow-through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just very quickly, I'm really encouraged by the outline of activities that John brought before us, and I just want to make the connection with the Sierra Business Council, the HRTC, the CERF, and all the efforts that about 85 of us are going to get together and work towards channeling funds into our county to support this kind of effort, of course, support Don's efforts as well. So I just wanted to just say that we need to close the gap between those organizations. We have John, we have me, we have a couple other people here working that, but that's really important that we do this. Water's critical. And I really, frankly, need to have us consider how we're going to effectively utilize the funds that are available to us through the state and through that channel. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good morning. We're always pushing up against lunchtime. So.
Yep.
Pete Campa, General Manager, Groveland Community Services District, and I consider myself a longtime Tuolumne County resident. I completely understand and support what Don said, that the Tuolumne Utilities District has been doing a fantastic job in securing water rights and in making sure that there's adequate and reliable water supply within their service area. Their service area is limited. They have a limited, they're a district that has a boundary that doesn't encompass the entire county. Leaves a big gap. There's really not the possibility that the other entities, the many dozens of mutual water companies and the Community Services District in Groveland or Twainhart, those are not always going to get the same level of action on the part of the state. So I'm here to request that the board do continue to financially support the water agency as recommended in the staff budget. We've got a long history here in the county of watching our water supply go elsewhere. It's very, very concerning because that water supply, even though we had a great year this year, it's dwindling, and you see the fact that the state pressures and everything else is moving that water out at a much faster pace than we're getting these atmospheric rivers or the ability to be able to store it. There are hundreds of thousands to millions of acre feet of water that flow through this county right now, and that is a very precious resource. And currently, it's being exported for the benefit of the economies and people that are outside of the county. That doesn't mean we want to take the water away from these other entities that were more strategic and secured that water supply, that water right early on. But we have no water right as a county. We have no independent water right that we can count on. And we basically have to rely on entities such as the State Water Board, PG&E, the City and County of San Francisco, and the Valley Irrigation Districts for the future of our water supply. Think of another 100 years from now, what that's going to look like. And that's our economy, If we don't have the water supply, the TOT tax is not irrelevant to the discussion. So I believe it's a small investment to make. I think that Don and I would make sure the accountability was there and transparency.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Stephanie Seuss, Development and Resources Director for the Chicken Ranch Rancheria of Miwok Indians. I think $150,000 actually would be better spent with the Sheriff's Department, personally. We have been working very hard for the last, since the Obama administration, with TUD and the Bureau of Reclamation on the long-term water supply project. I have more often than not encouraged this board to sit down with TUD. We did one about a year ago, I think. It's a matter of talking. When the Tuolumne Stanislaus Integrated Resource Watershed Management Group, whatever we're calling it, got together originally, it was a way for everyone to come together and talk about water from across the river to here. I've seen it just dwindle and just became a money grab for state grants. And that's it. No policy conversations. There are a lot of intelligent people who deal with this every day. I'm not saying your consultant doesn't. But again, the last 7 months, I'm looking for feedback, finding something on the water advisory, policy, committee, whatever, to see something. I'm glad I was here today to know what's going on. Yes, we have been contacted. What can we do for the tribe? I don't know. Give me an example of what you're doing, what you want to do for the tribe. Well, I can't tell you what we would do unless you tell us what you would want us to do. This gets us nowhere, okay? My concern, and I'm straight up, is I don't want anything to confuse the situation of what TUD is doing and what the tribe is doing, okay? We have a contract that we have done with South San Joaquin and Oakdale Irrigation District. Again, we are working finally with TUD to get a CVP contract. This is what we're doing almost full time. The tribe is looking 7 generations down the road. We have put infrastructure, planning. We model the Stanislaus River. We're doing everything we can to ensure we have water, as is TUD. If you want to be a part of the conversation, then let's talk. Let's not do something in a vacuum where none of us have any idea of what's going on. That's what Dawn's talking about, accountability. I've spoken to Mr. Goldenberg about this before. You've seen the emails, right? You know where I'm coming from, as do you. There is Aqua. There is Mountain Counties. We have people here and in Calaveras who also are involved in this. If you want to do it, that's great. But $150,000 for sheriff's employee,
Thank you.
Much better.
Come on up. Welcome.
Welcome. My name is Louis Giambruno. I'm the operations manager for Twain Harte CSD and assistant general manager. I'm here in support of the Tuolumne County Water Agency. It's our position at THCSD that we believe that this is a vital organization to maintain the conversation for county-specific issues and how it affects all of us. It's especially important with all of the discussions occurring with New Maloney's and Lyons and Pinecrest, as well as the issues with Phoenix Lake and the watershed management issues that only the county can really deal with, in addition to the state. Thank you.
Excuse me, can you tell me your name again? I didn't catch it.
Louis Giambruno.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I guess it is now. Stephanie Seuss, you were the first woman I admired in Tuolumne County after I got here. And I love you. And I thought your points were so right on. So I appreciated John Mill's presentation. It was very nice. But you don't own any water. So I'm kind of wondering, where is all this coming from? And I'm not sure exactly what you're trying to do. And then I was just really astounded when I found out that this county sent 4 people to Aqua. 4 on my dollar. And I want to know how much that cost. Because TUD only sent 1.
Anybody else? I think we're close enough to the 12:30 time that we will call for lunch now and resume at 1:30 to continue on the conversation about the budget. I don't think he's coming back. All right, we're ready to roll and continue on with our board meeting. For those of you who have just joined us, I don't know if there are, but if there are, we are still on our 9:30 appointment that didn't start until after 10:30 regarding the budget and the 3 different aspects of that. So we will continue with that, starting with the water agency discussion that we just started having before we broke for lunch. And then we will finish through the Visit Tuolumne County budget piece and the rest of the adopted budget. Then we will go to the 1:30 appointments after that. I just want everybody to understand what we're doing here because it's a little out of the ordinary because of the delay. And I also did not mention at the beginning of the meeting that item 27 under closed session has been pulled. So I wanted to make mention of that now. All right, so we are on the second 9:30 appointment, and maybe I should ask Heather to read that again, just so everybody understands what we're discussing right now.
Just the second one?
Just the second one, the second 9:30 appointment.
9:30 a.m., item number 2, presentation by John Mills, Tuolumne County Water Agency Consultant, in consideration of extending professional services agreement in the amount of $32,500 for a 1-year term to expire on June 30th, 2024.
Okay, so we had Mr. Mills' presentation. We had members of the public come before us and speak. Were there any other members of the public that wish to speak on this before I bring it back to the board? Okay, seeing none, I will bring this back to the board, first of all, for questions and then for comments. Does anybody on the board have questions? Yes. Go ahead, Supervisor Goldenberg.
Thank you. So my question would be to John Mills. I believe I heard you state regarding Phoenix Lake that the county was the manager of the lake, but I thought that that was clearly TUD. And so I'm just asking that question because that's what I heard earlier in your presentation.
Yeah, what I was trying to explain was there's two elements to having Phoenix Lake remain as a valid and usable storage facility. One is the actual safety of the dam and the sediment loads that acquire in the reservoir, and that is not the county's, that's TUD's. But in the analysis that was done in 2012 by the Horizon study commissioned by TUD, which we reviewed after the water agency was activated, it was clear that most of the sediment coming into Phoenix Lake originates in private and public roads and comes through the drainage systems. There's also failing septic systems in the basin, and there's also land use practices in the basin that took place illegally. Some were legal back when they did it, but the resulting outcome was a watershed that is not in balance. In other words, it's not a watershed that currently supports the reservoir downstream. It actually contributes to the problems downstream, and so those will have to be addressed. The county has the authority in the water agency and then its CDD and then its public works department to address those problems in partnership with some of the other agencies and to try to find funding to resolve some of those upstream legacy problems. I mean, some of these problems have been going back to the late 1950s, but they're getting worse as the weather events have gotten worse over the last 25 years. So, you know, what happened to TUD this last year was terrible. They had spent all that money taking all the sediment out of the reservoir over quite a few years, and it was all put back in, plus more damage on top of that by that series of storms. And what we're going to see in the future, I think, is going to be, most of the hydrologists agree it's going to be worse, more severe storms, more frequent, more tropical storms like those that came in. So the county's responsibility is upstream of the reservoir, not in the reservoir.
Okay, so, and I'm pretty familiar with it. I live right by there. And so I know the sediment issue. I know what they did in dredging, the previous grants that didn't get as far as wanted to. But the overall control of Phoenix Lake, I believe, rests with TUD. Isn't that correct?
The lake itself, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, did you have a question?
My question, well, you know, maybe I'll hold it for, no, it's a question. It's a legit question. Tracy, when I look at our legislative priorities, there's 4 of them. One of them is water. And then our board approved this position, I don't know, 6 months ago, whatever it was. So my question is, why is this part of the budget conversation? If it's a priority legislatively, and if it's a position that our board created just 6 months ago, why are we even discussing this today? Why is it here?
So the item is here before you today because our water consultant, John Mills, only has a 1-year contract. Now, I can approve this contract, but I do believe that I feel as if I need direction from the entire board as to whether we are moving forward or not. So that's why it is part of the budget discussion today.
Could part of the conversation after this, if we approve it, to change the length of a contract, or is it going to continue to be year after year?
No,
because we all know water doesn't last in 12-month conversations; it's decades.
Your
So
board
I'm just
can
curious
direct
if
the
we're going to do
term.
this every year.
Yeah, you can definitely direct the term. You want a 2-year contract, a 3-year contract. That is definitely at your discretion.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So if there are no more questions from board members, it's time to start hearing from you your comments. So Supervisor Brandon, would you like to start?
Great, thank you. So first, I want to say, there's a lot of focus on our natural resources and I think our utilities, and I completely agree. I think those are areas that we need to be leaders within. But I wanted to challenge back on that to ask about the role of leadership and whether that's appropriate to our capability and to our resources at this time. We're not a water agency. We don't run a utility district. We have very limited staffing when it comes to water. And we also have resource challenges. Looking at this, I do see a lot of partnership opportunity and an opportunity for us to be leaders, as I think we, to an extent, did with the Water Policy Advisory Committee, which, to be honest, all we did was get together and talk about what was happening. But that was valuable. We did not have another space to be able to do it. I think right now, I am not, confident yet that we have tangible, accountable outcomes to expect out of this. What can we expect over a period of time? What exact projects? And I think as was brought up by Dawn as well, which ones of them are great ideas but infeasible? Which ones are on a long time scale? I've really grappled with this because I think it's important that we look at our water, but I also don't know if we've really fully explored our T-STAN IRWIM partnerships as a space to conduct those conversations. I don't know what we've done with trying to reach out, for example, with the UC Ag and Natural Resource Program. I know we've had a resource specialist where the idea was to train somebody within the county that can take up this knowledge, and we've struggled to maintain that position being filled. And so are we doing something right now that doesn't have longevity? Is it in alignment with our partners? At the end of the day, if we're relying mostly on partnership because of our limited resources and frankly, to an extent, expertise, which is, I think, why we took this risk in the first place, we have to have their full confidence. That's the only way to move forward, and I don't think we have that right now. So my recommendation is that we would not include this. If we view it as a priority, we would figure out a new transformed way to move forward on water with the county. Again, where we're leaders, but we're focusing more on empowering our partners with that and seeing what we can do. I think this is not something that simply us doing it is going to make it happen, nor what seems to be a lot of meetings that are important are we maybe the appropriate ones to be in those meetings advocating based on, I think our needs and knowledge of a lot of these priorities. So my recommendation would be to not do the natural resource specialist. I think we're in a hard time with the budget. That would recoup a lot of funding, and to not move forward currently with the water contract. If we want to do it, we do it as an item in the future.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Well, I already spoke, but I have similar concerns as Supervisor Brandon. I am totally in favor of doing whatever we can, from the county, to work on, water issues and secure more water rights in one way or another, whether it be from, supporting TUD in the PG&E acquisition or looking at New Maloney's and trying to get a better positioning of the intake of water. But I do have concerns as to where we're at just trying to move forward, to be able to actually make things happen. And I do understand that it can take time. So.
Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, I really appreciate the comments of my colleagues, and really, I think Supervisor Brandon did all the work that I had planned on doing, describing my feelings on this. I think that when we look at the different agencies that are doing similar work to this, we have to support what's already there. And one of my pet peeves, one of the things that I've tried to address in our county is the fact that there is not a lot of coordination in a variety of areas, not just water, but a variety of areas where each community has its own little fiefdom and its own little priorities, and we're not working together in a very collaborative way. And I think we could probably do more of that rather than go this alone as a county. But more than that, the overarching concern that I have is the cost. I think this is a pretty stark budget that we have before us. And if we're not taking measures to remove obligations that are not within the county's purview when it comes to safety and the basic services that we are providing and have been providing for a long time, I think we need to make some hard choices there. And while it's not something that I think is without value in the larger scheme of what we need to do to be responsible with our budget, I think that that I wouldn't support moving forward with the contract or the additional position.
Supervisor Kirk.
All right, I'm scratching my head. Again, water's our number 4th legislative priority. Number 4. This board created this position because we had some conversations, and we decided and we knew that Twin Heart CSD, Groveland CSD, Chicken Ranch, everybody, TUD, they have their purview, they have their area of responsibility. Tuolumne County doesn't have anybody looking into the future for water rights into the future, or for things that are confidential that are potentially going to take place in the next decade or so. So that's why this board decided to create this position, and I made it very clear during those conversations, don't waste my time, don't waste staff's time, don't waste John's time, because water is not a one-year conversation. This is a decade or 2 decades worth of work. It's going to be a lot of work. I'm telling you right now, if this thing goes away, way less emails on my plate, way less phone calls, way less meetings. It'll be a workload reduction for me. But when I go to these conferences and I have conversations with TID and other partners, and I hear, I mean, you guys were there, or no, you weren't there. Well, no, I think it happened at CSAC. They're talking about turning our farmlands into solar farms in the next decade. And nowhere in that conversation, they're talking about the water reduction and the drought's going to take place over the next couple of years, next few decades, about 20% reduction. Guess how much water we can retain in our forests if we do better forest fuel management? Talk about groundwater recharge. Talk about how it affects partners downstream. TID, UCs, all these other places downstream, they got a lot of money, and they're willing to partner with us because we're having these conversations. So it's this board. I'm just telling you, it's frustrating, you guys. When you look at how much, this is what we do to staff in and out. We knee-jerk reaction. We go through a little bit of a budget for the 3 of you guys who are new. If you think this budget's hard, just wait for the next 2 or 3. So if we're not going to be committed to long-term water conversations, then yeah, let's get the hell out now, because you've already wasted a year of our work by hearing that 3 of you don't support it. And shame on you, because you guys were the ones who approved it. So I think this comes down, and it's unfortunate, Jaron, that you're saying that you want our partners to be in approval of this for you to move forward. We've reached out to our partners, and I don't know the history with you guys and with John, but I have personally reached out, and you haven't come before us until today to not support it. I would have loved to have a conversation with you earlier like I did when I reached out. So I think there's personality issues. I think there's turf war issues. I don't care about any of that crap. I'm looking at the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years, the North Water future, and I want to make sure, for me, this comes down to forest management, and I need to have those partners. I need to have people have more funding, the UCs, all those people who can get us a baseline so we can show that when we take better, when we properly care for our forests, it's going to affect people downstream with our water. That's where I'm headed. the little ancillary things with TUD, you know, when we're talking about accountability, I get the frustration from Don. I called him during lunch break. There are some things that we discussed. The problem is I can't direct staff. I can't put money towards anything to help TUD unless we go through the process, which is what are our actionary items? What's our budget? So it's hard for me to have conversations with TUD and to say, we're going to follow through with this because there's a process that I'm following through. And then we get ridiculed because we're not following through with the process. We haven't even had a chance to put those action items before the board to get some things done for TUD. So, and Don totally gets that. I explained it to him. So, I'm sorry, guys. You got to hear it, though. You just wasted a year of my life if we don't improve this. You wasted all of our time. We're starting to make connections. We're starting to make great partnerships. And you know what sucks for me is that I looked at those directors straight in the eye and said, look, Tuolumne County is invested in this. We're here for the long haul. We're going to hire staff so that when John moves on, and I get it, some people like John, some people don't, but he's got a breadth of knowledge that most people in the industry, they're gone. And for him to step up and get paid $32,000 a year to help facilitate that transition to a staff member, and then to say we can't afford it, back to my point, we're telling these directors that we're in it for the long haul, and we haven't even made it past freaking one budget cycle, and we're already tapping out. So imagine if in 5 years from now something important comes up, and we go back to those directors, and we say, hey, we're back. They're like, yeah, we saw you 5 years ago, and you chicken-tailed out of here when things got tough. So it sounds like it's coming to an end unless somebody wants to feel compelled by my speech, but either end it now or stop with this one-year cycle, and this is at least a 10-year commitment for me. That's where I'm at.
Chair Half, I was mentioned by name. I'd like to have 30 seconds to respond.
I'll give you that after I make my comments.
Thank you.
I'm dumbfounded. If water is not our number one priority in this county, I don't know what is. Water is our lifeblood. If we don't have water, we're not having people here. We won't have projects here. We won't have TOT because we won't be able to supply water to the different resorts. I mean, I'm taking this a step further, but I think you get my gist here. I want to answer some comments that were made that I made notes on, and then I've got a few other thoughts. We are a water agency. This water agency was established in state statute in 1969. The fact that we do not purvey water to any one entity has nothing to do with the fact that we are a water agency, one that has not been operable for most of this time since 1969. However, if we set about to resurrect it, and we've had 7 months, and people are looking for tangible results, they're barking up the wrong tree. The timeline for getting things through, as the tribe can tell you, takes years. How long have you been working with the Bureau of Reclamation and TUD? A long time.
Since the Obama administration.
Yeah. So these things do take time, and we tried as best as we could in this document that's the Strategic Mission Overview to describe the types of things that we're looking for that we've already started, and these will be the basis of what we do from here on out. And it's strategic planning. It's not widgets. It's not necessarily tangible in this moment or next year or the year after, but it's working towards all of these things that John so artfully laid out. Now, he said there were 3 bills. I know that there have been 5 bills within our state legislature that are trying to erode the water rights that have run the state in this since the 1800s or whenever it was. And they all these bills take different points to attack the water rights. And let me tell you, if the pre-1914 water rights go bye-bye, so does the PG&E, the lure of the PG&E water rights contract. We've got a lot of big things in front of us, and if the water agency, which is the only agency in this county that is looking out for the whole county and water and the strategic planning for water, then we're sunk. And I don't mean to be using that pun, but you know, if it fits, fine. So we need to be more long-range vision sighted, not short-sighted. And I think what I'm hearing from the board in your comments is that we're short-sighted and we want to see tangible results right now. I think the one flaw, the one mistake that we made is not having John come to the board more often to discuss what we are doing so that you were let in. Now, I agree with Supervisor Kirk. Being the chair of the board and the chair of the water agency, it's like having two jobs. And it would be easier not to have the two jobs. But I feel it is so damn important that we need to do this that I'm hoping one of you changes your mind. I would be beyond embarrassed that we've started this venture and we don't have whatever it takes to continue it. Being responsible, somebody mentioned, one of our board members talked about being responsible, is having the guts to go with the long-range vision and see it through. All right. I'm sure I have plenty more to say. I don't know if it would be helpful or not.
Supervisor Huff?
Yeah.
Could I just offer a couple things for the board to consider before you move on? It's a couple things. We had talked about with the analyst, there is, I think, $3 billion worth of funding out there for watershed restoration right now. And without an analyst to work on that, and as you know, our office in the last 5 years alone has pulled in almost $120 million in grants. There is an opportunity, as your board has done with other departments, where you could look at having that analyst on board that would apply for that funding, that would be able to move this into the future with financial sustainability that's not the general fund. This is just an option for your board to consider. You know, you have done this with other department heads. There is some grants already that Dory and Quincy are working on with John Mills, and then we met with a couple other entities when we were at Aqua. That's some great ideas. Just an idea to think about for your board to consider. The other thing I'd like your board to consider is we have a natural resources committee that is staffed by a natural resource analyst. We don't have an analyst. So we don't have anyone in the office that can provide the staffing that is needed to do the collaboration, to apply for grants without having the body. So that's something I just want your board to think about as well. So if you could give me that direction, that'd be great.
Thank you for the reminder. I did want to also offer that at the Aqua Conference, and actually before the Aqua Conference, and talking with various different partners, whether it was TID or the U.S. Forest Service or even UC Merced, this number one under the strategic planning process, the watershed health projects, it's a natural fit for what we're doing in the forest right now. We've been bringing in millions and millions of dollars to restore our forest lands and forest health. And it's a natural pairing to pair the watershed health with this on both watersheds, both the Stanislaus and the Tuolumne. And we have people that we haven't entered into any contracts yet, but verbally, people are on board. TID is on board. UC Merced is on board to do the study. We had a company up in Tahoe, I believe. I'm trying to remember the name of that gentleman that spoke at the Aqua Conference on the panel, one of the last panels, that's interested and actually probably has money for us to do this work. You know, we've just started developing these relationships to lay the groundwork to do this. So it feels like we're being cut off at the knees. That's what I'm saying. Supervisor Brandon, you had something you wanted to add.
Great, thank you. I wanted to clarify that the answer is not no. We're negating the importance of water. I was very clear in the word choice that I had. What I said is that I'm not comfortable or confident in what we're currently proposing, and that if we wanted to have that discussion, we would have it in the future. The point of acquiring water rights is unanimously, I think, accepted by this board. And we're not saying water is not important. I'm saying that Aqua does advocacy and tracks legislation. TUD is pursuing water rights amongst other agencies. CSDs and utility districts are writing grants. IRWIM helps to support those grants, including Twain Harte Community Service District and JSD very recently. In fact, we are a JPA partner with IRWIM, and what that costs us per year is $11,000. We haven't pursued the UC A&R partnership, and I don't know if we've adequately engaged our other community partners, and it's a valid concern if they do not have faith in the direction we're bringing. We hired somebody to support this position. We couldn't maintain keeping it filled. And I'm not sure we have the longevity, as mentioned with the budget, to commit to that 10 years. What we can commit to is being leaders, bringing people together, and the agencies that actually have the resources doing that. Because the worst thing that we could do is we could go in half-cocked, interrupt what's currently happening that is good, that we agree on, and not have a plan. And I don't know what the plan is. And maybe it's I haven't been at the meetings, I'm not in that position, but then it has not been relayed back to me as a member of this board either. Right. I don't disagree with the priority on that. I think we're going about that the wrong way. When we're also talking about the scope of where the county is doing, we're not talking just about the SSD plans and municipal water systems. We're talking county, unincorporated areas, stormwater recharge, valid concern, wells going dry, groundwater recharge, watershed management, all very valid concerns. I don't think this is what it's been set up to do. Maybe that is a failure of communication. I think we should bring that up in the future. I just don't see it being successful as we've set it up. And at the word that you used, accountability, where is the accountability if we don't have SMART goals, right? So the other side of KISS, right, is SMART. How do we make it specific? How do we measure success? Attending meetings and being there is part of it, but what are we getting out of that? We go to an Aqua conference. What's our goal? We're networking. That's great. I'm not sure what our long-term goals are, and I've been in a difficult position. I know I said 30 seconds, but bear with me. I'm bringing it to a close. I have been in the position of going to many of our IRWIM discussions and even our water policy discussions saying, I care about water. I don't know what we're trying to do. We care about water rights. I think stormwater recharge is good. Am I tracking every state grant that's available? Do I have staff with capability, or not capability, but capacity to write those? And what am I doing there? And I still sit on IRWIM even though I'm not on the water agency. Clearly, this has been, I think, disorganized, and it can be done better.
Supervisor Kirk.
I don't want to get into one-on-one with you, Jen, but I'm not sure if you were listening to the presentation. I just don't know if you were listening. I'm curious because I remember what was said at that meeting with this board. I'm curious if I gave up my seat and you sat on it with Half and John, would you then support it? Because I feel like a lot of, just let me finish, I feel like a lot of this is people's egos and opinions. If I'm not on it, then I'm not for it. I'm just going to be straight because I know it was said at that meeting. So I will say, I will give up my seat, let you come into the power of authority with water. You can work with Half, you can work with John. I'll get out of the way because this is more important to me than a seat. So if you would like to sit on it, you can have it. So,
Can I answer?
Sure. And I know what your answer is going to be, but I just want to put that out there because we all know what was said at that meeting. You asked me a question. I'd like to answer. One, as it's set up, you shouldn't be on that group anyways. It's Dave. He's the vice chair, right? But it has nothing to do with that at all. We should be operating as a team. We should be having trust in that. Not being in that position doesn't mean I still don't think water is important. Okay, the point being is I would not take that and it wouldn't change my decision. And I think it's very small to say that when the first contract that we approved, and I'd like to direct this question to either Liz or to Tracy or to somebody. How much was that?
$24,000.
The first contract?
But that was $24,000 for his time, and the county paid for all of his travel,
right,
which he billed. This one includes the travel. He does not bill separately.
Right, right. Yeah. It was an investment in seeing what happened with it. This is 1 year looking back on accountability. Accountability says that risk, so far, I have not seen any return on. Okay. It's not saying we can't do it. And to mischaracterize that, I find, unfortunately, disturbing.
I sincerely believe that if you were in my seat,
okay, I'm going to cut this conversation because you're just going over
Supervisor
the same
Half,
things.
Could I clarify something? Yeah. It has not been a year John
It's been
Mill's
7
contract
months.
was October 15th or so. So, when we started talking about this in May, we're talking about 6-7 months in that he had to do the work, just to be clear. But I want to make sure I did put that out there.
And also, we do have somebody lined up to hire if we pass this today.
We do.
We do. Somebody that we think would be very good. Supervisor Campbell.
I just really had to speak up. I think that how our Supervisor Brandon articulated the situation is very similar to the way I feel about it. And so I don't agree that there was any kind of personality there, because I have no stake in that other than I want what's best for the county. And I think he articulated very well that I still support having water as one of our main priorities. What we're discussing now is how to go about doing that. And I think that the fact that this was a 1-year contract, I'm sorry I don't agree with the idea that this was a 10-year commitment from the outset. If that was the case, I never would have supported it to begin with, because we are nowhere near a position where we should be making 10-year commitments to something as nebulous as water rights. That being said, I think it was worthwhile to, and I still think it was the right decision to look into this and to see whether or not it was a viable direction that the county could be going in. It's just my opinion that I don't think it's worth continuing down that road, and that the funds could be spent in a more productive way elsewhere. That's where my decision's coming from, and it has nothing to do with personalities or who likes who or who wants to be on what committee at all. And I feel that way about all my colleagues here and every board member here.
Supervisor Goldenberg, did you have anything else that you'd like to add?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate. Historically, looking back in time, with the water systems in Tuolumne County, we had a water agency, and then eventually it evolved into TUD, essentially, becoming a major partner and advocate and doing great things, within the county. And I'm very supportive of that. They took on many failed water companies that had issues. So that's one aspect, right, is I feel that we can work closely with TUD and trying to move things forward and do it as a cooperative effort. I don't know that we need to resurrect a Tuolumne County Water Agency to do it. I'm just not seeing that that's going to necessarily provide the benefits, that I would see as important in moving forward. And again, I'm totally supportive of looking at the water issues, and I do know absolutely that it's a long-term effort. I cannot ignore that. None of this, would happen, near term. Right, we have to lay out long-term planning, and I think we're doing a good job of that, and I think TUD is as well. Thank you.
All right, so at this point, I'll call for a motion. Entertain a motion. Right now.
Do we need a motion, or we're providing direction?
I'll make a motion to continue the water agency.
I'll second that.
But point of order, I want to ask CAO Riggs.
The agenda language is consideration of extending a contract for 1 year with John Mills.
I would recommend that we extend the contract with John Mills for a decade, but one year.
And I second that. All right, I'll call for the vote. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No.
No.
Okay,
John,
the motion.
John,
and wait a minute,
apologies.
we're not done. Any abstentions? Okay, the motion does not carry.
Sorry,
three,
John. Thank you
2
for your
for,
help.
and 3 against.
Thank you for donating hundreds of thousands of dollars in time.
I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry.
Can we refrain from the post-vote conversations and get back to the budget?
All right, we are on now. The Visit Tuolumne County, number 3. the 9:33 o'clock, the third 9:30 appointment. And Heather, could you please read it so I don't twist my tongue anymore?
Absolutely, I'd be happy to. 9:30 a.m. Item 3, consideration of approving a contract with Visit Tuolumne County for tourism marketing services.
All right. So we haven't done any, we had the staff come up. And so now I'm going to, let's see, what am I going to do? Ask the board if they have specific questions for you before we take it to the public. So does anybody on the board have specific questions for the staff and the presentation that was made? Supervisor Brandon.
Great. Thank you so much. I just wanted to clarify, because it had an option there. If you can, what was the date that the contract changed with the TOT change, and what did that reflect in a percentage drop from the original contract?
The original contract always stayed the same.
Okay.
Or remained the same.
25%
It never
of the
changed. That's right, yeah. There was no change in the contract. It was just an extension in the timeline.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the general TOT measure, the 2% added to that, but Visit Tuolumne never made a request for a portion to
No,
amend their contract.
the 2%, the additional 2% was never a part of their contract originally.
Right.
So we would have had to amend the contract with the board. And it was, I mean, we
And to
kept
clarify, the
contract as it
request was made during a meeting with Lisa and myself a while back, but the request was made.
Okay. And just over the next 3 years, we do have a number of lodging establishments opening up. I was wondering if you can pull up those numbers specifically of how much for the next 3 years, year over year, we're expecting in new tax revenue to the county.
Yeah, so they're right there. It's those of the kind of white rows there in the middle. It's those bottom two. So
So 500,000, then $1 million more, then $1 million more, then 1.2 million more, and that seems to reflect on that the end of the investments we've already approved.
I'm sorry. So there's in total it's 600,000 between the 10% and the 2%, and then it would be 1.75 million additional the following year, and then it would be 2.85.
All right.
Yeah.
And to my knowledge, we don't have any projects that have been planned or approved or kind of within that process that will be coming online, let's say 2028 and later. That's why it kind of drops down at that point.
Yeah, I mean that would be a question for Quincy Yaley, but yeah.
I'm gonna take that leap of faith there, and that if more basically decided to plan and build within the area, we would see that dramatically increase as well over time in TOT revenues.
I imagine. Probably.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Any other board member have questions? Supervisor Goldenberg.
I just had one there. Obviously, this is an area that has drawn a lot of attention. People are discussing it in all kinds of ways, and I'm very much in favor of what Visit Tuolumne County is doing. But I did have one question, and it's really not so much to staff, it's to the Lodging Association. A communique that was sent in, I believe all supervisors got it, where a statement was made that going with this would save the average Tuolumne County household nearly $1,000 in taxes annually. And I believe that that is not a correct statement. And there was a follow-up communique from Terry Marshall on this, but I think that that's sending the wrong impression. It's putting out information to the public that if you don't agree with us in approving this, then we're going to suffer $1,000 per household. And I very much am against that line of thinking, quite honestly. And I don't know
So what's your question?
So my question, I guess we can wait until the Lodging Association is up here, and I'll repose the question.
My understanding of not the lodging institution, it was a study done by Runyon and
No,
we'll get to there.
This
But
communication came specifically from the Lodging Association.
probably referring to that study that was done outside of the county. But anyway, the question was, where did it come from?
No, the question was, is that accurate? I don't believe that the average Tuolumne County household is going to save $1,000 in their taxes annually for this.
So maybe that can be addressed when
Sure.
we have the public come up and speak. Thank you for that.
Okay.
Any other questions by Board
I did have two questions.
Supervisor Campbell?
Thank you, Chair. So first is a question that's going to put you on the spot. And if you don't have this information, that's okay. But I just kind of want an idea. So we're talking about what is the total net, well, not net, but what is the budgeted contribution for Visit Tuolumne for the current fiscal year? Not the one that we're budgeting for, but the current fiscal year.
$1,750,000, I think.
$1,750,000
Yeah.
for this current budget year.
That's right,
What-
22-23, yeah.
Do you have any figures that illustrate what that was 5 years ago, 10 years ago? Do you track that or have that handy? Because it would be helpful to see, is that a consistent amount of funding that Visit Tuolumne has had, and that changing that would disrupt the business model that they have, or does that represent a significant increase in a short period of time?
Supervisor Campbell, actually, Debbie, our auditor controller, is going to run a report for you real quick. if
Okay,
you want
and
to. Hold
that
on.
is a
She'll give you
question I
10-year
pulled out of my hat, and I apologize. It's normally something I would get ahead with you. The other question that I had is related to the earlier presentation on the budget in total. So we asked our departments to come up with, so it's 1.75 roughly million to Visit Tuolumne this year. We asked for a 2.9% reduction across the board from all departments. What was the total figure for that?
About 1.6 million.
About 1.6.
A little over 1.6,
Okay.
yeah.
So, I'm just drawing a comparison between the amount of money that we are asking departments to cut is less than the amount that was contributed to Visit Tuolumne last year.
That's correct, yeah.
That was the reason why I was curious about that. And the reason I'm curious about the contributions over time is that has this agency, has Visit Tuolumne gotten larger? Is it staying the same size? Just in terms of the dollar figure of what's coming
Campbell,
into it.
I was letting them know I have those numbers. I can read them out real quick.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Did some history did some research last year. 2013, if you guys want to write it down, 598,000. 2014, 573,000. 15, 661,000. 2016, 831,000. 2017, 1.135 million. 2018, 1.137 million. 2019, 1.206 million. 2020, obviously because of COVID, we went down a little bit, $1,007,000. 2021, jump back up, 1.201 million. 2022, 1.5 million. And then 2023 forecast, again, this is a forecast, 1.54 million.
Okay. So from those figures, so I'll just stick with 2013 since that's 10 years ago. That's a nice round number. So you said 598,000. So that's about a 200% growth arc in 10 years, according to that then?
Yes.
More so.
And then really in 2017 is where the numbers, basically 1.13 million to 2023. So 2017, 1.135 million, 2023, 1.5 million. So basically since 2017, we've been, it's been a slower, because remember we got developments that came online in 2017. So since then we've been pretty consistent with between 1.2 and 1.5.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for being prepared, more so than I was.
It's a big deal. We should be prepared.
Or maybe I had those figures.
I didn't mean it like that. I've been working on I've been working on this since last year, because you'll hear why. Because sometimes I have thoughts, but then I look at the data. I'm like, okay, my thoughts are incorrect. Data helps guide me. So.
Yeah. Well, and it's possible I already looked that stuff up and just didn't have it in front of me.
We've had this conversation before.
Any other questions, board? All right. And I don't have any questions. So let's go to comments. Oh, well, no. Now we go to the public. And let's see. We had staff already report. Let's go to those in favor of Visit Tuolumne County and what the board should look at from proponents at this point. So anybody that's a proponent of VTC and what you would like to let the board know, please come forward.
Well, I guess it's good afternoon.
It is good afternoon. Thanks for sticking with us.
Oh, yes. Good afternoon, Chair Half and Board of Supervisors. I'm Katie Dunn. I'm the board chair for Visit Tuolumne County. And unfortunately, Lisa Mayo, our CEO of VTC, couldn't be here today, but she has a statement that she would like me to share with you. So here it is. Good afternoon, Chair Half and members of the board and staff. I'm disappointed I cannot be here in person this morning. I found out less than 2 weeks ago that this was going to be before you today, rather than on the 20th as previously planned. I would like to say a huge and sincere thank you to each supervisor for the many meaningful conversations that we've had over the past several months. I'm grateful for your continued support and your many compliments of our work. Some of you have also put in countless hours creatively thinking about a way forward for our 40-year county and VTC partnership. This is also greatly appreciated. We understand the county has financial shortfalls, and we are proud that through growing transient occupancy tax, VTC is a solution which benefits law enforcement, fire, roads, and other county departments and services. Often only one side of the narrative is told, and that is the line item expense that VTC is to the county. The flip side of the narrative is the tax revenue generated by VTC and the tourism industry, not to mention travel spending that benefits our residents and businesses, which was $251 million in 2022. This is economic development at its best. TOT goes into the general fund and 20% is reinvested into VTC for marketing purposes that invite visitors to Tuolumne County. In 2022, that was $7.75 million of total TOT collected, of which $1.63 million was reinvested in VTC. This is an investment that has grown significantly year over year and has benefited the county's general fund each year as it leaves 80% to the county to determine where are the greatest needs. Sure, if we didn't invite people to visit, they'd still come. Many of these would be day trippers visiting from nearby areas, but the high value visitor that stays longer and spends more money, think international travelers, must be strategically marketed in order to get them to choose Tuolumne County over the million of other choices they may have. Competition is fierce out there now more than ever before. If we want to remain competitive, we must be able to count on funding at a level that will allow continued growth. Limiting the success of any business isn't good for anyone. In this case, limiting VTC by capping or severely cutting funding is not good for VTC, for law enforcement, for fire, for roads, for county departments and services. Please support no major cuts to VTC funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Half, members of the board and county staff. I'm Katie Kirkland, Sales and Marketing Director for Visit Tuolumne County. In the packet that Jen is handing out to you, you're going to find our annual tourism impact numbers that are prepared by Dean Runyon Associates and released by Visit California. These numbers include the household offset taxes that comes from tourism spending in the county. Those actually change annually based on the number of tourism spending in Tuolumne County. So if you have more questions, I'm happy to clarify those to you. Also, there's some articles from the Union Democrat and mymotherlode.com that highlight the positive impact of the tourism spend numbers. I'd like to start by thanking the Board of Supervisors for your ongoing support of Visit Tuolumne County. While we don't feel that you are questioning the quality of our work, in fact, we have received a lot of praise from you. It is important to note that our ability to do great work depends on being able to count on funding. The past year has been a challenge as we've been faced with possible RFP and extreme budget cuts. While we continue to do our jobs, it has limited our ability to plan and grow our programs. Our staff is the smallest it has ever been, with 3 full-time employees and 3 part-time employees that manage and implement several marketing programs, a public relations program, handling HR, operating a visitor center 7 days a week, and ongoing advocacy for Visit Tuolumne County. Despite the challenges, so many great things are happening, and I'd really like to focus on that. Our Visit Tuolumne County brand is getting recognized and highlighted across the globe. We often get calls and emails from Tuolumne County residents and industry partners who are excited because they've seen or their family have seen our ads or travel guides in Seattle, Los Angeles, and the Bay Area. Many industry professionals in the UK now know where Tuolumne County is, and they even know how to pronounce it, which, as you know, is quite challenging. This past fiscal year, we have hosted a record number of media and tour operators that has resulted in increased media coverage and bookings for Tuolumne County. For example, an agent with Bon Voyage Travel from the UK was part of a familiarization tour in Tuolumne County, and they now feature Hotel Lumberjack in Tuolumne County as part of their California road trip itinerary, with their first booking to Tuolumne County was over Mother's Day weekend. Most recently, we hosted National Geographic from the UK, who is producing a 10 to 12 page spread on Tuolumne County, and a journalist with Le Journal de Montreal, which is Montreal's largest publication. And from dedicated social ads in Latin America, our website traffic from Mexico has seen a 9,000% increase. With over 40 years of combined tourism experience, our staff is highly qualified in tourism marketing, and we choose to work in Tuolumne County because we value making a positive impact in the community we live in. Lisa and I both sit on regional and national industry boards, and Lisa was just asked by Visit California to be the vice chair of the Visit California Rural Regions Committee. We're dedicated to continuing to strengthen and grow the tourism industry in Tuolumne County, and we hope that you, as a board, continue to support our efforts through a contract that supports industry growth and, in turn, will generate more for the general fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Haff and members of the board. Len Otley, President of the Tuolumne County Lodging Association. I'll get to answer his question in a second, I suppose. So the Lodging Association understands that the county needs to balance its budget, but we believe it's ill-conceived to do so by cutting funding to Visit Tuolumne County. Tourism suffered numerous setbacks in the past few years, including wildfires, Yosemite being closed, impassable roads, and COVID, to name just a few. In spite of this, we've remained pretty resilient, and in great part, that's due to the amazing job that Visit Tuolumne County does. The TOT tax was approved with the understanding that a percentage would be used to market Tuolumne County. And VTC has been in negotiations, as you well know, to reduce that percentage further, which they are willing to do. There is, however, a point at which reducing funding too significantly will result in VTC no longer being able to market effectively and competitively. For instance, Mariposa County's Tourism Bureau will have more than double the budget of VTC next year at $3.5 million. How are we going to compete with that? However, we do support a proposal that would fund VTC from the current 20% to 18%, 17% in year 2 and 16% in year 3, which was option 2 on the spreadsheet that they showed. Visit Tuolumne County and the Lodging Association are currently looking at forming a tourism marketing district, or a TMD, which would add a further tax onto lodging on top of TOT. And that funding would go directly towards Visit Tuolumne County, and we feel this would be a more secure funding method for VTC. However, to get a TMD created, you need approval of more than 50% of lodging establishments. So at a point when that happens, obviously we can relook at the contract at that point. But to do so now and to cut funding now will have a negative effect on occupancy, on TOT revenue, on sales tax revenue, and it will affect every single department that just stood up here and said that we need to cut VTC. It will cut their funding too. Right. So it makes no sense to actually cut the funding to the only department in government here that actually will increase revenue substantially. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Hath and Board of Supervisors. I am Jen Lopez, the Marketing Coordinator at Visit Tuolumne County. I would just like to take a couple of minutes to emphasize some of the points that may not be at the forefront of consideration with Visit Tuolumne County's budget, but also emphasize some of the points that have been touched on today. One is that Visit Tuolumne County isn't just a line item on a budget that looks like it can be cut or decreased to help balance a budget without consequence. Tourism is a sustainable revenue generator for the county, and the TOT projections that you see on the screen now will probably not be obtainable, highly unlikely that they would be obtainable. If we less marketing equals less tourism, which equates to less TOT and sales tax revenue for the county, plus, of course, the travel spending that we have seen. With a cut to Visit Tuolumne County's budget, the county's budget would be worse off than it is now, and department heads would have to make worse and more drastic decisions during the budget process. Allowing Visit Tuolumne County to continue to work and grow tourism will continue to provide a sustainable revenue source and for the general fund so that the county's budget can prosper. And more money will be coming in for those high amounts of, especially the fire numbers that we saw earlier today with the grants going away soon. We've shown over and over that this is a return on investment. Also, think beyond revenue generated by visitors. Also consider sales and property tax revenue generated by the over 2,500 tourism industry employees in Tuolumne County, and that doesn't include those who work at Chicken Ranch and Black Oak casinos. Less tourism would lead to a decrease in sector jobs, negatively impacting the county revenue as well. Second, we sadly live in a time when major crises such as wildfire and flooding and the subsequent impacts are frequent and severe. Visit Tuolumne County has proven over and over that swift strategic planning and execution of marketing efforts are effective for fast recovery. Without Visit Tuolumne County, recovery would not be so fast or as effective. You also might consider how inaccurate press that often comes with these situations can impact tourism as well. Look at how many times recently we've heard that Yosemite National Park has been closed, as just one example. And the VTC team communicates accurately and broadly to counteract misinformation that may lead to less tourism. But thank you very much for allowing me to comment at this time, and we appreciate your consideration and continuing support.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I was prepared to say good morning, but good afternoon. Madam Chair, members of the board and staff, Nancy Sykes, retired Director of Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau. Today, I would like to address the consequences of reductions in tourism marketing. County staff's proposed cuts to VTC have been draconian and even include capping, ignoring the fiscal consequences on county revenue streams. Less tourism marketing will result in future reductions in both TOT and sales tax revenues. Our county depends on these revenues to deliver programs and projects and to maintain staffing levels. In fiscal year 2018 and 19, I have a handout here that was a PowerPoint. Total TOT collected by the county was $4,826. This was pre-COVID. In fiscal year 2019 and 20, during COVID lockdown, TOT revenues dropped to $4,029,000. And in fiscal year 2021, the county anticipated even more declines and budgeted just $3 million in expected revenue. However, actual TOT revenues totaled $4,796,000. Almost back to pre-COVID numbers. I'm sure county staff was relieved when an additional $1,800,000 $800 became available and may have prevented county staff furloughs. However, that did not happen magically. Your VTC team jumped into action, created the Wander Freely marketing campaign, and launched it on day one. As COVID restrictions were being lifted, visitors were still cautious. VTC's marketing blitz had broad appeal statewide, and the many safe outdoor activities and adventures offered. This major advertising and media campaign featured hiking trails, biking, golf, water sports, solitary fishing, recreation lakes, and so much more. Airbnbs and vacation rentals were extremely popular. These happy wanderers also bought us sale tax revenues in the form of groceries, gas, outdoor equipment, takeout dining, and so much more. We can't risk unintended consequences. Crisis marketing requires professional staff and adequate resources. We were very fortunate to have both during the COVID crisis. And now we have to let the rest of the world know when our Highway 120 reopens to Yosemite. And your VTC is on it. As we speak, at this moment, there is video being shot, marketing plans created,
Thanks,
and
Nancy.
media being contacted. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello there.
Good morning. Still 9:30 at the Board of Supervisors in Tuolumne County.
Wouldn't that be nice?
It is. That's what it says on my
Yeah,
agenda.
that's true.
Randy Handelt. I think you know me. I want to ask you a simple question. Why do people come to Tuolumne County? Even from California. Most of them don't even know where it is and can't spell it and can't pronounce it. They come maybe to see Yosemite, and we just, by chance, they come through Tuolumne County, that because it's one of the gateways? Is that what happens? No, that isn't what happens. It happens because there's advertising, there's promotion out there. Tuolumne gets more than its share of, has an increasing share of the Yosemite traffic. Yosemite market is saturated. Clear evidence of that is they were making reservations to even go to the place. So if you want to expect that kind of increase that you see up there because it's going to be Yosemite traffic, that ain't happening. That's naive to even think that might happen. People are coming here because BTC is out there promoting it. People from Europe. Why would Europe know where Tuolumne County is? They wouldn't. They come here and it's growing because of that. So what happens if, by the way, the only thing that impacts, according to your promotion, you didn't even have this down, that disaster or pestilence might impact those numbers, but you don't have any of that forecast in there. And we saw that at Rimfire. We saw that with COVID. You talked about new investment and opportunities. Why do people invest in Tuolumne County? They're not stupid. They're putting real money behind things. They're doing it because BTC's out there promoting it. That's why they're doing it, and you're getting the benefits of that. Now, I'm not saying that this all, by the way, this naive thing is just going to grow 4% even if you cut, in some of those scenarios, cut the funding and you're not doing the advertising. Don't be naive. That ain't going to happen. It's going to level out, and it's going to go flat, maybe even decline. You need to make sure you don't kill the goose that's coming and bringing you significant income. Now, is the funding scheme right? I'm not so sure, but this is the third meeting I've been to where we've talked about this, and you haven't made a decision. You need to sit down with these people, have a real negotiation about what goes on. If their funding scheme needs to, you aren't having one. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here 3 times. No, you haven't. Anyway, I can tell by the discussion. So anyway, you need to get a real funding scheme and a plan going forward to make this thing happen so that Tuolumne County benefits, not just some short-term financial need for the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome.
Hi, some of y'all are wanting to ramp down a percentage that visit Tuolumne County guests from the Tuolumne occupancy down below the 20% level that it's now at. Lisa Mayo has already agreed to go down from 25%, but but y'all want to take it down more percentage points every year to who knows what level. Lisa and staff have already proven that great marketing works when spending occupancy tax dollars by bringing in $251 million in direct spending last year in our county. And you know how much it cost them to get it? 0.6 cents per dollar brought in. Now that's incredible. I did the math. That $251 million is not counting money spent on our 2 local casinos. That $251 million generated a tax revenue of $10.5 million for our county. That's quite a success story. And the Bureau of 6 employees' payroll with benefits was about $375,000 last year, and that's about the same as our county administrator's total annual compensation for 6 employees. Now, the money spent on media advertising is totally transparent for anybody to see on the internet and has been for many, many years. How many of y'all have ever worked on commission? Well, if so, if your commission was 10% of sales and you sold $1,000 worth of product, you'd make $100 and your company would make $900. If you sold $2,000 worth, you'd make $200. They'd make $2,000 or they'd make $1,800. Now, what if you did that and your company said they're going to cut your commission by half or more? Well, you'd probably quit. Well, let me ask you this. If you keep Visit Tuolumne's percentage of TOT in place, then wouldn't the same thing happen when they bring in more tourist dollars, like when Joe Salesman sells more product? Well, the only difference here is that the commission, or the percentage, if you will, that the Bureau gets doesn't go into their pockets. It goes directly into marketing our county and to advertising for all to come here to our county, which is a big shot in the arm for every local merchant in our county. And the more money they make for the county, the more tax dollars come in for the county, which would provide more money for fire, police, roads, and the homeless situation. This is 6th grade economics, folks. If you cut their budget, you cut their marketing power, which will bring fewer tourist dollars that will be taxed to our county, and merchants and their employees will suffer. Another thing, Tracy Riggs wants to readdress this issue every year and says it's standard procedure to do so. Well, it hasn't been standard procedure for the last 20 years. It's micromanaging and putting fear into Visit Tuolumne County employees that do an incredible job and don't deserve this. This is the Tuolumne County Travel Guide. It's available and distributed all over the country. It's got every business in the world in it, okay? I'll tell you what they're doing, it does for small business what our county, what they can't afford to do for themselves, our local merchants. It gets the word out about how incredible our county is. Let's not take it. Let's not stab ourselves in the throat here.
Thank you.
Let's keep this budget where it is. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Lori Livingston, Tuolumne County Arts Executive Director. I'd like to take a little different tack today. And so the topic of this is increasing TOT through a thriving arts and cultural sector, option 7. So I agree that the Visitors Bureau should continue to be funded at $1.75 million. But here's the important part. I propose that $500,000 of that money be allocated to the arts and cultural sector for 5 years. What would that look like? The library, Access Tuolumne, Parks and Recreation, Tuolumne County Arts, and the History Museum all receive $100,000 each for 5 years. Does that leave some entities out? No. All of these culture keepers would re-grant to other organizations. We are siloed by our lack of operational money, and we struggle. We need to work together to create vibrant events and cultural opportunities, and we cannot do that without support. The current structure of the Visitors Bureau and the hospitality industry is more of a gatekeeper at this point than a partner to arts and culture. This needs to change. There needs to be more collaboration in order to increase TOT using arts and cultural tourism. The arts and cultural sector has been treated as the little stepchildren, unable to make decisions, dysfunctional, not trustworthy, weird, emotional, always begging. We are important. We're an important part of tourism, but we need autonomy and funding to be able to work together to create opportunities that delight and engage both tourists and our community. Imagine what kind of vibrancy and creativity could be in our county with an aligned and functioning arts and cultural sector. Imagine how arts and cultural tourism could help enhance and grow tourism with consistent funding. So please consider something different. If it is yes to $1.75 million to the Visitors Bureau, consider a 5-year experiment in funding the arts and cultural sector for $500,000. In 5 years, we might be seeing more visitors to Tuolumne County who stay for the many opportunities available in arts and culture. They will stay here longer. That means more money for the TOT, and we all benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello there.
Hi. All right. So this discussion has been understandably focused on efficiency and reductions. It's a budget discussion. But the cost of remaining services is already beyond what our residents are currently willing to fund. We need to be talking about raising the GDP contribution of every person able to work in our county and expanding our business demand for workforce. But this won't be enough. We also need to increase visitation and augment the taxable population that flows through here because of that. The purpose of a transient occupancy tax and our justification to extract it is to offset the costs of county services incurred by the presence of our visitors, to invest public funds in the expansion of visitation for the community's economic benefit and strategically facilitate the growth of business that drives prosperity for all. What we should not be at issue today is pitting the primary engine needed for a healthy and growing economy against the equally important critical services deficiencies that we have. This tension is rightfully present, but should not distract us from an impartial and data-driven analysis. Do you have reasonable estimates as to the actual cost of the presence of our visitors on law enforcement, fire, rescue, ambulance, trash, sanitary, roadwear, maintenance, and other relevant services? Do you have a reasonable estimate on what portion of TOT and sales tax should be reinvested in marketing to grow visitation? Do you have a reasonable estimate on what portion of our visitors tax should be invested strategically and over time on infrastructure to facilitate a future Tuolumne County people might like to visit? I'm advocating the value and use of a critical few metrics. You can define them, the board can, tightly coupled to the foundational purpose of the transient occupancy tax and visitation-related sales and use tax. If you have these metrics, please share these with the public as you make decisions regarding the use of their resources. Thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Cindy Zielinski. First off, I want to just thank you guys because I know this is not an easy job. What I've seen in this budget negotiation is so much different than what I've ever seen. And I have been involved with this for 30 years for the Visitors Bureau. Something that I noticed today, I was kind of at a loss of words. We have multiple departments here, and I saw their anger. Never seen that before at the level we saw today. When I look out here, I see our community members. I see people who we need to support. I see jobs that are critical. When something happens in my life, these are services I call, and they are at the top, and I believe that. But what I've seen today is a lot of pitting against each other. Yeah. We own local businesses. We have multiple here. And in our business, when we see that, that comes from the top. That is a culture that you either encourage or it's a culture you cut at its knees and say that is not how we solve things. We need to look to the future. What we really have here is an income problem. We know that. In my business, when I have an income problem, I have to figure out how to increase my income. I don't get to take from the things that I know create my income. It doesn't make sense. Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau, sorry guys, I'm always going to call it that, Visit Tuolumne County, has shown and proven that little curve that you said, oh, look, that looks like a 200% curve in upgrowth. Yeah, that's exactly what that is because they've worked their asses off to do that. I'm going to go back to Evergreen Lodge. Some of you probably weren't here when Brian and Lee were just starting about Evergreen Lodge. We had a supervisor who was on the fence about the idea of that big of a property in that location. The Visitors Bureau held their hand, walked them through every meeting that they needed. We introduced them to people they needed to meet. We really made sure that they had everything at their disposal to be successful. Look what they're doing now. So that was what the Visitor Bureau does. It is not just marketing, you guys. It is not just bringing people here. It is holding the hands of the other businesses that are about to come here. They're doing it right now with another big property. What does that do? That increases our TOT. And then what I'm hearing is, man, they're low-lying fruit. I'm devastated that you're cutting 9 people at the Sheriff's Department.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Ginger McKenzie, and I represent 332 rooms here in Tuolumne County. We actually support VTC in a huge way. If I did not partner with them, I would not have people coming from the UK. I would not have been able to write an article for an online newspaper that actually offered me the opportunity to advertise my hotel in Canada. And that actually was very broad. And it went out to so many different destinations that we got calls and reservations from from many places in the world. And this is something that is really opening my eyes. I came to this town 4 years ago to be a manager of a hotel. I run 2 of them now. I decided that I was going to plant my feet here. This was where I was going to establish employment, and I was going to be part of a group that brought a lot of revenue to our area, and I was going to partner with whoever I could. I went to VTC, and they helped me with resources on who to call, how to reach out. They call me and ask me, hey, how much do you have available? Can we help you? You know, and they actually help me generate revenue for your area, our area here. It's so important that you all know how they partner with everyone here. And if we did not have them and did not have the overseas visitors and the different revenue coming from that, these downtown businesses, they would go belly up. You saw COVID. I mean, we're resilient here. We bounced back. We can even double this. Why stop here? Yes, we probably do need to revise the budget. Absolutely. I see no problem with that. You should be revising budgets. You should be looking at it. Those are your numbers to look at. But we are willing to go down to the second tier. I am willing to support that. But we need this revenue. And I have big dreams here. And I'm not going to stop right here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody in the room that would like to speak neutrally, neither for nor against? Okay, and actually it's not a question of for or against. Let's see, how is this worded here? Consideration of approving a contract. So those that are not inclined to approve the contract at its full extent, please come up to speak.
Well, I'm just going to come because you have me very confused. You didn't specify in the beginning whether you were going to do pro, neutral, and con. So I wasn't quite sure. So I'm just going to say what I have to say. So this is kind of penny ante bullshit to me, but whatever. Excuse the listening public. I thought Cindy Zielinski made a valid point. I think some of us are very aware that some of this has been a personal vendetta. And I'll just let it go at that. And if the 5 of you aren't aware of that, then you should be. Sorry, I have a lot of questions here. So one of my questions is, where's the Kool-Aid? Because I'm pretty stunned today that apartment heads got up here and each one took the tact that their department was going to suffer because of Visit Tuolumne. So I had to hear that this is going to affect the air that we breathe. We won't be able to rescue our children when they're in need and dire straits, that people come here on vacation, they leave on probation. Well, if we're arresting a lot of people from Mountain County, they're coming here to sell drugs. They're not coming here to go on vacation. And every year I've had to listen. It's been 10 years, 12 years at least, that I come to these preliminary budget discussions and, oh my God, the sky is falling. We have no money. It's $5 million in the hole. And then come September, it's, oh, gee, look what we found. So I thought, Cindy, you made such a good point about watching people hit against each other, because that was really offensive to me. And it is a culture, and it does come from the top. And we do have an income problem. And trying to make the money on the back of Visit Tuolumne isn't what your problem is. You clearly need an increase in sales tax. And now you have a difference with the city of Sonora getting 8.75% and Tuolumne County only getting 7.25%. But you had a fire tax, you've had at least 2 sales increases, and they were all rejected. So then you need to look at why were they rejected. And my point saying to you before and the previous board was that people don't like you. They don't like you, they don't trust you, and they don't want to give you more money. So in my opinion, that's where your issue is.
Thank you. Yeah, if I wasn't clear before, the ones that I'm asking to come up and speak now are those who are not so inclined, or maybe approving the contract with Visit Tuolumne County. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board then for our final comments, and then we will vote on this. Who'd like to start? We already did questions, so now it's comments. Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I'll try to go through this. I don't think it's any secret where my position is at on it, but I do want to explain a little bit. First, some of my frustration, I think I share it with Carol. This has never been a board-directed priority. We never sat down and said, what we want to do is in 2 months bring back the Visit Tuolumne contract originally. I think it would be gymnastics to tie it to one of our priority lists, except in the broad sense that it's funding. And I respect and appreciate our department heads. We talk a lot, but I do agree with Carol. I think when we have these divisive issues that come up, whether it's Visit Tuolumne, whether it's homelessness, it is inappropriate as department heads to come up with a script to be playing against. If we're talking about this as a department, and I mean this sincerely, I hear the concerns that public safety receives too much money, and we put a lot of money into it. Would it be appropriate for department heads to come up to an elected department and say, well, they're getting too much, you need to cut the sheriff to fund my department? I view it similarly, because that is divisive. When we're talking about your requests, your needs, what is cut from there, that is decisions that we'll make, but info that we need from you. But I don't feel it's appropriate to have 10 line up to basically make that recommendation. Some of you may have that face I can kind of see back there, but to me, I want to hear your thought. I have an open door policy, but this is not the appropriate form or the appropriate way. We have a revenue problem, and we know that. And we have to focus on a revenue solution, and that means we have to all be on the same team. And it kind of ended up divided with this, but we have county fire here and supporters of that, which has been something we've made a priority in this county and put money into. We have Visit Tuolumne here as well. We have a lot of people coming up and speaking passionately to this board about it. But where is that in solving the larger issue that we have some $700 million and calculate out different ways and liabilities and hard costs of things that we need to repair or to get the sheriff a new office that is not out of a old decrepit jail to fix up some of our facilities. And not to mention the ongoing costs of what's passed down from the state and federal government, as we see in some of this stuff. And looking at that with what is 1.2 million, even out to much further, a savings of a few million, that is not solving it. We will be back to this exact same situation because it does not address that. We haven't been paying our bills for a very long time. We had county investments that were made generations previously. We had a different funding environment. We had roads, we had cheaper services, it had less restrictions. We were able to do more things with volunteers. We had a different risk environment. It's different now. And we have not changed the revenue situation from the 6% of land that pays property tax normally, from the lowest sales tax rate in the entire state. And the one positive, the one silver lining of that has been TOT revenue, which if you look here, just 24 to 25 is $1 million, and then $1 million, and then another 1.2 million. And as that curves down, if we were to see more projects come in, we would see that continue to go up. Where we were at 500,000 is where Calaveras is at. Do you see a lot of people visiting there spending a ton of money outside of a few examples? People know Tuolumne now. I have to explain how to pronounce it all the time. I really do agree with Randy. I ask when, we had foreign exchange students in high school, and they'd say, oh my goodness, I won the lottery. I'm going to California. They'd arrive here. What the heck? This isn't California. Where's the beach? And I know it's kind of silly, but that was the reaction. People in Merced didn't know up here when I was in school that Tuolumne was next door. They know Yosemite. They don't know us. They know Mariposa because of Yosemite. There's no reason we should be the #1 corridor. We are not a well-known brand, though we are becoming one. It's been because of TOT. We have seen unprecedented growth in this. And the money we've been able to, as a board, prioritize to get our deputy pay up, to get our fire stations going, to put money into roads, to put money into animal control pay, to put money into district attorney and probation pay as well, and to address some of these concerns has been from this revenue. It's not enough. But we have to figure out how we can bring people together to address the long-term issue. How do we put ourselves on a financial strong footing? This is not the solution. And Colorado in the 90s cut their marketing because they saw a lot of money on the table. And they saw immediately a 30% reduction year over year in what had come into their market. 30% for us is $2.4 million. That's 50% more than the entire Visit Tuolumne contract. 30% reduction is entirely possible as a result of a sledgehammer approach to 500,000. Are we willing to take that risk? It took them years to recover. Imagine if some of the resorts being planned pulled out, even one, which is equivalent to maybe the TOT we're talking today. And imagine if some of them left. Imagine how we'd recover in a disaster, as we've recovered very well post-pandemic in just about a year, which has been amazing. Mariposa next door receives $20 million. Sonoma has received a huge amount because they have put money into marketing Sonoma County. Say the same. Why visit Sonoma? They've got a great marketing campaign. It says it's going to be a lot of fun, great time. There is a lot of places that we can put this money into. I wanted to address a few concerns that I hear all the time from, I think, perspectives of why we shouldn't do this. One is what we do is unique and exceptional in a bad way. Nobody else does it like this. That's not correct. Sonoma, Asheville, Portland, including Mariposa, it may be funded somewhat differently. It may be through a TOT that's dedicated. Many of them are not, but we're not exceptional. We may be in the ones that are investing in it, but I think we're seeing those returns. The idea that tourism creates service challenges, 80% of that lodging revenue goes right back to those services. To every general fund supported department, any investment, anything we've been able to support, in part, over that time, has mostly been from TOT-generated revenue. That's the thing that's been going up the most. And 100% of all the sales tax that they bring as far as the county share of what we end up getting. I hear a declining ROI, but we know there's off-season marketing. We know that on-season there is more room for growth. We know that one more resort would equal about the 1.2 million proposed here, one large resort. We have fill-in businesses that we can grow. And what I ran on was housing, jobs, and transparency. Jobs is because of opportunity. We need a bigger economy. I completely agree. We need more of a GDP here. We need more sustainability. That's what we have to do. But it takes 10 years to permit a biomass plant. And everything we're doing in the forest, which is fantastic and I'm a huge supporter of, is hard and it takes a long time. And tourism is right here. It can help us transition to that more developed economy. And if we cut that, I don't know we'll have the revenue to support these other great things like the analysts that are going out and getting this grant money and able to support all of these services and bring in new ideas. I hear that lodging should pay more. Maybe lodging should be pitching in for it. I don't know. Look, a lot of places are doing it. The key is the return on that investment for taxpayers, which is huge. They had the right to ask for money at the last TOT increase. They could have lobbied like crazy. These are marketing professionals. They didn't. Pretty much sat on the sidelines saying we need the money here and it's fair. They didn't ask for that and reduced from 25 to 20%. And then what about the paw and ma shops? Sure, Rush Creek can pay. They can hire a marketing professional. We know that. I don't think the Royal Carriage in Jamestown can. They can't go get an airport billboard. They can't do a TV ad. They can't go put native content on Travel Today or a magazine placement. What time do they have? What budget do they have to be able to do that? And lastly, the biggest thing is I hear we can't afford it. $251 million if stacked up in dollar bills is 39.6 miles. Think about that. That is how much money is brought into the county by this post-recovery. Every expectation that is going to continue to go up. This is not an allocation. We're not weighing a department's value against Visit Tuolumne. We are saying that as a revenue share agreement, they are getting a percentage of success where 80% and more of that success is coming back to support those critical services. And if we see the same passion we have here today, as I've heard from a lot of people who disagree with me, and this is not an easy decision on either side, and I've not been afraid to, I think, confront where I disagree. If all of that was channeled into saying, we finally got to fix these problems and stop coasting and stop just hoping it's going to fix itself, and oh, we can't get something passed because no one's been supported, buckle up and say, look, this is the value we provide. This is what the public does for you. This is the opportunity. This is the vision we have for the future. If it's the board that's not trusted, what can we do to go build that? I work hard to try and build that trust every single day, and I probably fail at it with some people and a few different Facebook arguments here and there, but I try. And if we were all trying with that and we pull it together, I think we could be at an inflection point for the county that puts us on the path we actually need to just the basic services people expect. I don't want our DAs to have 300 cases. I want them to be able to focus. I don't want them to turn down things. I want us to have enough deputies to make sure we can keep the jail open at full capacity. I don't want to see fire competing with law enforcement. I don't want those to be competing with libraries because we have to fund our number one priority to keep people safe, which means we can't put money into helping kids have a safe place to recreate. I'm tired of those decisions. I was tired of seeing them on the campaign, and we got to do something different. It's a hard conversation, but that's the one that we should be having, and I want us to put this behind us. So in short, with this, where I'm at is I think we need to maintain the current status quo. I think we need a sole source contract, and it needs to be at least a 5, but I would prefer a 10-year arrangement. In recognition that we are asking for some cuts and that this has been a discussion now with Visit Tuolumne, I'm willing to talk about with maybe some provisions down to the 18%. I think that is a notable concession. It's a lot. It will help with the budget. And I think some of the other areas I've identified that I think are important, but maybe not right now, would make up enough to cover the rest of what we would need for the current year. So that's where I'm at. Thank you. I know this is complicated. If you want, you can see on my Facebook page that I have done some research into other areas, how they fund this, some stats into that, and I'm happy to provide any of that at request.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to be brief. I disagree with your last point there. I really don't think it's that complicated when it comes down to it. But first, I'll start by saying I really applaud the work that this board has done, and I hope that we can have some grace from the community because nobody sitting up here on this dais is going to come out super popular with anybody in this room, probably no matter what we do. And that's why we have this job, is that we have to balance the needs of the community with the revenues and the funds that we have. It's not an easy thing to do, and that's why boards of supervisors exist. This is kind of where the rubber meets the road, where you have to make tough decisions, responsible decisions, and look toward what's the best for the community. Now, so to provide a little context on this, what we're talking about is fairly simple. The rate at which I see the TOT increasing over the past 10 years, which we talked about. I factored it out so we have exactly the right number. It's 193% if you round. That's a large increase to one area. And if I was to ask any other line item in the budget, any other department, has your budget increased by 200% in the past 10 years? Most of them, I think all of them would probably say no. Most of them would probably say it's decreased by a certain percentage. So this is an area of growth in our expenditures. Make no mistake. We are spending more as a percentage of our budget in this area than we are any other place. I believe it's something like ninth in terms of the ninth or 10th, in terms of the largest expenses that the county pay for. It's taxpayer funded. So that brings me to my second point. One that I don't think we're talking about very much. I think it's very focused on what the county is doing. What's the county contribution? You know, I asked the sheriff, I said, you do fundraisers, don't you? And he said, yeah, we do about 2 to 4 fundraisers a year. Turns out all of our canines and all of their equipment, that is entirely funded by the community. We would have no canines if they weren't funded by the public, because the sheriff goes out with hat in hand to ask the community to help support something that the community believes in. The fire department does the same thing. They do fundraisers. They ask for money from the community. I believe there are lots of other departments that do this as well. And I saw it, there's a poll out or a signature writing effort to support Visit Tuolumne. And I just think, you know, if each of the people that signed that, you know, I looked through the list and a lot of those people own Airbnbs, they own businesses locally, they are beneficiaries of the great work that Visit Tuolumne does. If those people contributed to Visit Tuolumne, that would be money that that organization could spend any way it wanted to. And so I applaud them for looking at a TMD. I applaud them for looking at other sources of revenue. I think that has to happen, because as long as Visit Tuolumne is solely funded by the county, a little bit from the city too, but mainly by the county, this is going to happen every year. Every year we have a budget issue, this is going to be on the table for this discussion. And so I think it's in Visit Tuolumne's interest to look at other funding sources. That has to happen. Now that's not the decision we're here to make today. What I look at is that we have been given a wonderful gift in this proposed budget, because it shows us very clearly that we are able to make ends meet this year with minimal reductions, although I know some of the department heads are going to be mad at me for calling 3% minimal. But we're not looking at layoffs, we're not looking at closing libraries, we're not looking at closing fire stations, all of which I have been on this board that were on the chopping block at one point in the past. So to give you an idea of where this board and where this county has come from when I started to where we are now, we're in a much better position. But that's not going to stay that way forever. These things are cyclical. And when I say we've been given a gift, we have been given a snapshot into the future of what our county is going to look like. And that future says that we are headed down a hard road. And we have the opportunity now to take the steps to avoid a catastrophe, which is what this county has been in a constant state of for years. Cuts, layoffs, reductions in departments, reductions in services, which is really what we're talking about when we're talking about 2.9% cut to these departments. We're talking about what the county can do for you, the public, has been reduced by 2.9%. So I don't support reducing this contract to zero. I don't think that's right, although I was drawing that comparison between the amount that 2.9% equates to and the contribution. But I think that there has to be some kind of acknowledgement that the county contribution has grown beyond what I think is necessary for Visit Tuolumne to maintain its operations at a basic level. I think that, and the other thing that we need to talk about is that and again, I applaud this board and I applaud this county, that we have done the right thing up to this point. We have invested in fire protection, we've invested in roads, we've invested in law enforcement in a lot of areas, which 99% of the calls that I get and the requests that I make are in these areas. They're not about tourism, they're not about anything that we've talked about today. They are the meat and potatoes of what people expect from a public agency. And for this amount of money to go to a non-public agency, I think is not the most responsible way we could be spending it based on what I hear from my constituents. And so to our credit, we have invested significantly in fire protection, looking at South County, Groveland area, looking at Columbia, looking at Mona Vista. These are all investments in the future. But guess what? One of these days, those chickens are going to come home to roost. We're going to have to pay for them. And I can tell you right now, based on what the budget looks like, we will not be able to afford this as soon as the SAFER grant is over. I think, and I can't remember which department head brought that up, but that is an absolute fact. When we don't have the SAFER grant, as soon as that's over, we are on the hook for over $6 million. That's got to come from somewhere, and every little bit counts. And I think our DA said it really well. When we look at this budget and we look at reductions that have been made in past years that I was on the board, we are testing the limits of our ability as a county to provide basic services. And so getting to what I think is appropriate here, we've got a number of different proposals from county. Now, 3 of those proposals would require us to go basically back into the budget and pull additional money out to make the budget balance, okay? Anything over 1.5 million in any of these proposals means we're going to have to find additional money somewhere else. Is that correct? So the first 3 means we have to go back, send everybody back into a dark room where they do their cooking of the books, and they're going to come back with do their witchcraft, read the tea leaves. So I don't support any of those. What I do support are one of the last 3. I think that the 10%, option 4, 10% with no cap, gets us closest to where we're trying to be without hamstringing an organization that works really well. That being said, I think that it is incumbent upon Visit Tuolumne. They have to look at other areas of funding. Cannot solely come from the county. It just doesn't pencil out financially. So option 4 is what I support. I think it's the most fair, and it doesn't require us to go, well, I guess we have to find $3,000 or $4,000. Is that correct? Okay. So least amount of impact to the departments. It means that there is a cut to this line item, just like the cuts that all of the department heads have been asked to make. And it's sliding scale up to 10% over 5 years, which I think allows time for Visit Tuolumne to adjust to this new reality that it's true the county simply can't afford to fund it at the level that it's been funded at. Let me make sure. So in closing, I'll just say it's really important that we don't distract from the issue, okay? There are certainly other areas where we could improve, where we could be more efficient in the county, where we could plan in the future, and you could say that, oh my God, we have these millions of dollars in obligations over the next few years. Cutting this portion from Visit Tuolumne isn't going to make a difference. Well, it does make a difference. It's right there in black and white. It's millions of dollars every year, and over the span of decades, it's going to be tens of millions of dollars. And I know that our departments can do a lot with that, and in the long run, help our community, make our community safer. And if we have a catastrophic fire because we haven't maintained the investments that we have up till this point done in fire safety, if we start closing fire stations and half the county burns down, then this will all be null and void because we won't have any TOT. So that's where my priorities are.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
All right. Sorry. So, as Supervisor Brandon said, I'm not afraid or shy to state my opinions here. We as a board are not here to be popular. We're here to do a job. We're here to be fiscally responsible, look at the county's budget, and figure out how to best allocate the dollars, and that's what we're doing today, looking at our budget and trying to sort out the best path, for us to take that's going to benefit the county as a whole. And, so I look at, these things, when we talk about, bringing in dollars, via the Visit Tuolumne County efforts, sure, that's great. And I've long said, and will continue to say, people have tried to offer up arguments, but I quite honestly don't see the value in them, is that there is a point of what I would call diminishing return. You can only throw so much money into a marketing effort, and if you don't have all of the rooms, you could double your budget. Visit Tuolumne County could, and attract a lot more people. But if you don't have a place for them to stay, what does that do? And when these tourists come here, they have a significant impact to the county. They impact our roads, law enforcement, fire, ambulances, other emergency services. That's a fact, right? It's just what it is. I really look at, there's the tourist marketing district. I think that that's a very viable thing. I'm personally in favor of coming to an agreement on a budget for Visit Tuolumne County, but also to see that they would look to implement that as many other counties have done. And literally, I'm not sure of the number, but I think Mariposa County was bringing in over $2 million a year through that type of arrangement. So when we look at, when we went from 10% to 12%, and I'll just put it right out there, there was a lot of resistance from the Lodging Association, from Visit Tuolumne County. They were not in favor of that. As soon as it passed, well, they would like to benefit, right? And we can go back and forth and argue, the details. We have a responsibility to provide for emergency services. Absolute responsibility. We have, as a board, done a lot to support our law enforcement, in the contracts of the employees. We have also put in place, just as Supervisor Campbell was stating, we've initiated contracts, but they came with grant funding, right? The SAFER grant, got us another engine in the Groveland area, supports Groveland. Hopefully at some point we'll have a fire station further up the 120 corridor. It takes time to do it. Mona Vista in the Soulsbyville area, I believe is the third busiest station in the county. One volunteer. Station 57, Crystal Falls, not too far away from Mona Vista, no volunteers, and they have a pretty substantial call volume. The SAFER grant brought us additional staffing for Mona Village, for Jamestown. And then, looking to Supervisor Brandon, we as a board committed $1.2 million for Columbia for fire protection. How are we going to pay for that, right? How are we going to pay for all of these services, especially in fire? We have to have sustainable funding. And we can't just, not like the federal government, right? We can't just print up more money. It doesn't work that way. We have to have funds in hand to be able to do so. Quite frankly, I really don't care to hear about what Boulder, Colorado, Ashland, Portland, Bend, other communities outside of the state are doing. I want to know what we're going to do here in Tuolumne County. That's what I care about. That's what I was elected to do, and I'll continue to do that. So that's where I sit. I don't know which formula to land with here, but I think that we need to be realistic, and we need to look at the Visit Tuolumne County budget and come to some sort of compromise that allows them to keep operational, to keep in business, but they also need to be encouraged, to create that tourist marketing district. And if they don't feel that they have the votes, then there's a problem there in my mind, because they need to be able to do that to sustain themselves. And the individual properties need to be able to provide their own marketing efforts and advertising shouldn't be totally reliant on Visit Tuolumne County. So that's my thoughts. Thank you.
What option are you leaning towards?
Well,
most everybody has said, so it'd be nice to know where you are, so when it comes to negotiating, we know what we're dealing with.
Correct. Sorry.
It's okay.
Trying to...
15. Look at 14 and 15 pages.
Right. If we can scroll that... Is that the three options?
There's three, and then there's three more. Scroll to the next one, if you would.
Okay, please do.
There you go.
Thank you. So, personally, I'm in favor of option 6. You know, I think that that gives a substantial amount of money over the next 3 years. Then it drops off, and that's encouragement for Visit Tuolumne County to look at the tourist marketing district. And I think that, you know, this is something that our county staff, our department heads, all the finance people in each department, they spent a lot of time working on this budget and looking at it. And they had to give up, you know, things in their own budgets. And so I don't have a problem with.
Okay, thank you. Option 6.
Thank you.
All right. Supervisor Kirk.
I was up here asking half if I can go last because I want to hear your opinions too. I've been doing this for like a year, going back and forth with Lisa and with staff and projections and all that stuff. So, yeah, it is kind of getting worried because every information keeps changing. Some of the baseline stuff stays the same, but yeah, it's kind of been a whirlwind. My question real quick before I make comment is to staff, because I'm looking at this chart that I got last week and then I'm looking at today's presentation. I just want to know for sure, which one was the one that Lisa and her team were proposing that we
Number
go?
2.
Is it number 2 on this chart?
So number 2 came from some original discussions.
Because that date is 5/3.
Exactly, on 5/3. But then Visit Tuolumne County gave an official proposal request for option number 3.
Only after they got an incorrect first. They didn't get in writing what option 2 was. They got something less. And so I believe it was option 3 was a reaction to that. I just need to state that for the record.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, can we clarify what that just, what I want to know right now is if Lisa's standing in the room, maybe if, is it Tuolumne? Sorry, we always get the name mixed up. What one did you guys, you're here today, which one was the option that you guys were preferring? Do you have 2? Okay. All right. Can I ask you a question, Half?
Yes.
And then this will help me with some of what I'm going to say. The TMD, is that something you support?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Where do I start? I don't want to talk forever, but this is important, right? It's important. Where do I start? I'm not going to rehash what a lot of people said about how it's not a governmental agency. I understand that. If we could go back to the drawing board 100 years ago, I wish we would only do government business. But the reality of it is a lot of government is doing things that they probably shouldn't, which includes helping support tourism. So I can't look the other way and say, well, I'm not going to do that because the cat's out of the bag. Governments and agencies are working to support tourism, and that's become part of government's role, whether I agree with it or not. It is what it is. When it comes to, part of me thinks, you know, if the contract wasn't due this year, it was due in 4 years, what would we be doing? So this is a little different for me because I have been here with Ryan since the beginning. Well, not since the beginning. We've been this is what, our 5th budget cycle. So we've been there when things are tough, and we've never had this be part of the conversation. So this is a little bit new. So it's a little different for me. And first of all, thank you for laughing earlier. Because like I said, sometimes I say things, I'm so black and white, I don't realize that it's kind of pointed. So thank you for laughing with me, because to the point where we're trying to be prepared and we're trying to have all the information, it feels like it's still constantly changing, even though I've been looking at this for a year. So thank you, buddy.
I get your sense of humor at this point.
See, it's like a marriage. You get me, buddy.
You complete me. Tear.
That's how budgets are. I say that every budget. It's like a marriage. You don't agree, but you move on, and you don't get everything you want, but you do what you do. Okay. So a few things I want to speak to. I'll just go through here. Shoot, I don't know where to start. Let me see here. I will say I'll just start crossing things off the list. I know a few weeks ago there was discussion about a cap on the Visitors Bureau. I was completely against that, so I'm glad that today the options don't really include that. I think if you remove incentivism from that agency, I think that would be a horrible way to go. So I'm glad that we're not seeing a cap on the table. The reason why I asked Supervisor Half if you support TMD is because I see a majority, and I have my opinion. I would like to go with the Visitors Bureau with option number 2 based on those conversations and the data. But I also don't want to just end my conversation at that. I want to work with the board to try and come up with a solution. So what I'm hearing is that a majority of the board wants a TMD. So I'm going to speak to that in a minute. I agree with Supervisor Jaron, 5 to 10-year contract. I'd say a 5-year contract. I agree the sole source needs to be part of it. But I want to jump into real quick. Well, I'll just jump into the TMD portion now. My understanding is that the past TMD didn't really go through because the county went from a 10 to 12% TOT, so it kind of blew that conversation out of the water. So I think we've been asking the Visitors Bureau or that world to come up with the TMD, but it fell short again because that increase in TOT. I think it would be reasonable to say that either at the next contract in 5 years or even have a 3-year opener in the contract, a 3-year clause to say, look, you got to come back in 3 years and there's got to be a TMD in place. And if there's not a TMD in place, it could potentially open up the contract again. Because what I'm hearing from the board, and yes, from some constituents, is I'll explain myself in a minute, but some people feel like we are subsidizing that agency too much. I disagree. Again, I would go with option number 2. But if the board really wants a TMD in place, I would say that we give them the time, but then we also agree that if there was an increase in our TOT proposal in the next 3 to 5 years, if we went out with the TOT proposal and that passed, I would say that would negate the TMD from going into place. Because if the TMD is being worked on and we raise TOT, that's going to blow that. No one's going to sign up for that. So I think we should be creative. Hopefully I'm making sense. I think we should be creative with giving them the opportunity to come up with that, but then also acknowledging that we can't if we're going to pass a future TOT. So I'd like to see that in the contract. And then I think to what Supervisor Brandon was talking about, Colorado, and I hear Supervisor Goldenberg's opposition to it. But what happened in Colorado and some of these other places, it happened. The numbers back it up. When I look at Tuolumne County and I look at Mariposa, I think the reason why I'm so open to going with option number 2 and working with the board if we don't want to go with that option 2 to get as close to that as possible is because if we were Calaveras County, if we were Nevada County, if we were any other county other than what touches the 108 corridor, I would say cap it at 500,000. I would say you're on your own, go get a TMD, figure it out because we're not next to Yosemite. However, we are next to Yosemite. There is, whether or not the Visitors Bureau is there, whether or not they are there, we're going to have hundreds of millions of dollars coming into this county because of Yosemite. The question for me is, how do we get more of it? How do we pull more of that from Mariposa? In 2019, I ran a compound annual growth chart with some folks. And again, 2019, what I found out, it's right here, was that our Visitors Bureau was 5.10%, had 5.10% growth, which on average was 3.69% higher of an average of an increase than any other county around us. I'm talking about Nevada, Amador, Calaveras, Mariposa, Madera, Shasta, Stanislaus. So when I do the compound annual growth rate, and they're at 3.69%, that's worth $3.8 million. 25% of $3.8 million is $950,000. So that's above what the average was or is for the tourism industry. So when I look at the agency, when I look at the money that's going towards them, there is value. There is more value than the surrounding agencies or the surrounding counties. And it's not that I believe, but the data shows me that because we are next to Yosemite, that is my sole reason why I can support not dumping, but putting funds towards international tourism, towards that sector. So again, my suggestion would be option 2. I do not hear support for that. Maybe. I haven't heard from you half. I'm definitely hearing from the other 2 that there's not. But I think if we can get closer to that, and then to appease the rest of the board members and some of the community members, I think having a TMD in place at a certain time frame in the contract, whether it's 3 years or 5 years, I think that is a reasonable request as long as we don't raise our TOT in the meantime. And then this is what I want you guys to really understand. If a TMD then goes into place, and that brings in a lot of revenue for that agency, then post-contract, the next contract, we can come back and say, look, yeah, we've increased them to 2.6 million or whatever the number is, but look, their TMD's bringing in another 3. Then it would make a little bit more sense to say, you know, now maybe we can back off, phasing off a little bit. Maybe we won't want to. Maybe by then they'll be doing even more incredible things. But when I see a 200% growth since 2013, that tells me that they're doing something right. But so do all the other numbers, and so does the fact that we are next to the Yosemite Quarter. The Yosemite Quarter is what is really keying it in for me, along with everything else that I gave. So hopefully I'm making sense, but that's where I'm at.
Thank you. Okay, I did a bunch of chicken scratches, and hopefully, because I didn't prepare anything in advance, I wanted to listen to everybody and then make some decisions. Right or wrong, first of all, because our property taxes do not bring in the revenue we need to even closely cover our basic services, they don't. We do rely on TOT to fill the gap, and even TOT doesn't fill the gap. We're still struggling, even if we spent every single penny of TOT on staff or on government services. So we do have a revenue problem, and it's one that hopefully we can solve within the next couple of years, because it's only going to get more egregious. Number 2, however, the TOT money that is given to Visit Tuolumne County is a reinvestment of that money. Please hear me. It's a reinvestment because it mobilizes more, generates more money. In sales tax, in more TOT, to more income for the county. If we didn't spend any of that money to help Visit Tuolumne County increase that money, we'd be spending it all on government services, a finite thing. And yet we have this ability to make more money with the money that is made through TOT. And I think that concept may be lost a little bit on some of our staff, and I'm sorry that we haven't done a better job of explaining that. But that's really important to understand, because there's no pitting here. No pit in my mind and in my heart. I'm not pitting VTC against the DA's office, for example, or animal services. I'm not doing that. I'm seeing the benefit of using this money to make more money to benefit the county. So please hear me in that. Third point. Visit Tuolumne County's market is not the guy that brings his family up camping and then abuses his wife and ends up in jail. I'm sorry. That is not the budget and the market share that Visit Tuolumne County is going after. Those people come up all by themselves, believe me. Unfortunately, is right. So I think we can strike a sweet spot with what I just said. Visit Tuolumne County needs the kind of funding to sustain what they're doing and continue doing that, marketing to all the different outside of the United States countries that they do in order to bring more people in. And those are the people who spend more money. They're not camping. Well, they might be glamping in a future year, but because have you seen the rates that they're going to charge for that? Oh my God. Anyway, that and getting off topic. So we need to strike a sweet spot here, recognizing that we need to spend money to make money that will be given to the county to help pay for department staffing. Let's see, the next point. So I'm kind of I want to explain a little bit about option 2. I sort of did earlier, but I was hoping to avoid all of this option 1 through 6 stuff by suggesting that the CAO and myself and Lisa Mayo from Visit Tuolumne County all get together, and actually Eric was there too, Eric Earhart, to work this out in advance. And I thought we had done so because everybody seemed happy when we walked out. And option number 2 was the result of that. But then somehow, I don't know what happened, when it got put into writing, it did not appear as what option 2 is. It appeared as something less. And so that's what generated option 3. But I think option 2 is a midpoint, and I think I'm hearing some, I wasn't quite sure, Jaron, if you were, Supervisor Brandon, I'm used to calling you Jaron, if option 2 was the one that you were voting for, because you didn't say it by number.
My original, the language leaves something to be desired at the 25%, but the 20% current status quo.
Was yours?
But I'd be open to talking about the other 2 as well. So
Okay.
being that option 2 is what Visit Tuolumne
Had
has
originally,
recommended,
yes.
I have a couple of thoughts on that. I think there's some other details, but I'd be willing to go with that proposal.
Okay, so that would be my suggestion, is going with the original thing that we worked out. And I am in place, I am in favor of the TMD, but I would say that it needs to be in place in 5 years. That gives enough time, because there are some big lodging institutions out there that are not for it. So I think it's going to take a lot of education and time. Maybe it'll only take 3 years, but I'd like to give them 5 years in order to get that in order. So maybe have a check-in point on a 10-year contract at the 5-year point to see where the T-bid lies in order to make further decisions. Let's see if I covered everything. I think that's pretty much it.
And then in this, we have sole source too.
Is sole source part of this?
It's not on the agenda language,
No.
but it's a conversation we've been having. Because, as I have relayed to the board, for every contract that comes up, we look to make sure that it goes through the competitive bidding process as your board policy requires in government code. There is certain criteria that can be used to determine a sole source, but I don't have the language in front of you today as to what that would be based on Sarah and I making that, giving you that language.
I
That's what I'm
thought we
getting at.
had talked about this already as a board and already agreed that Visit Tuolumne County is our sole source.
I don't remember making the finding in
If
the
I
past,
may,
neither does
we
county
didn't
council.
make a decision on the contract, but we did give direction
Yeah.
on the sole source arrangement when the contract discussions would come back.
It's possible. Sarah and I don't remember that your board made the finding based on the specific criteria that's needed.
Does that have to be agendized, or can we just
Yeah, I think
talk
it-
about it now?
Well, one thing, I'm just looking at the minutes from the December meeting, and I don't see any reference in those minutes to any sort of sole source discussion. However, if your board is interested in entering into this contract and giving direction today, then I think you can discuss. But CAO Riggs and I would probably want to provide you a little bit of information about how you make the sole source finding.
Well, I remember doing sole source options when I was the OES coordinator. I don't think there's any problem in finding sole source for Visit Tuolumne County. I really don't. But that's my opinion. But if we're going to vote on the contract today, that contract would stand. Is that correct?
Yeah, so what I need from the board today is the option, obviously 3 or more of you. I need terms, meaning how long. Do you want 5 years? I've heard 5, I've heard 10, and then if there's specific criteria you want included, such as a TMD to be in place within 5 years, 10 years, whatever that date is, we can include that in there. I just need that type of really price and terms, meaning length.
Okay. Yes, Supervisor
If I may.
Campbell.
So I do like the TMD idea, but what are we talking about here? Because it seems like there's support for option 2, and in 5 years, that county general fund contribution to Visit Tuolumne will be $2.3 million. And so my point is, what is the incentive there to even go after a TMD or even make that effort if the rate of increase on that line item is so significant?
So that was why I said there could be an opener in the contract to where if there's not a TMD in place, it could potentially come back to the board and we could say, all right, no TMD, we're now back open for negotiations and we could go back to the drawing board.
I would be more strict than that. I would say if there's not a TMD in place, we cancel the contract. Because that
in a sense would be the same. It would be the same.
Otherwise, the public, the taxpayer is on the hook 100% for supporting this. And I fundamentally do not agree with that.
No, I hear. I think to say we'll cancel the contract is a little, because
Renegotiate.
we'll renegotiate and then we could have these options laid out before us. Because to say they cancel it is, I don't think anybody on the board would want to cancel. I think we would be open to
then what is the incentive though? We're talking tremendous growth.
I hear you. If I'm Visit Tuolumne and I know that in 3 years, if I don't have that in place, and I know that there's because what we do have is we have a little bit of history on the board. We've been talking about a TMD for quite a few years,
and nothing's
happened. I agree. That's why I'm suggesting that we have I'm the one who suggested we have an opener in the contract to say this is the line in the sand. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure if the same board is up here in 3 years, or the majority of us, we're going to remember this, and we're going to probably not do this.
I go along with that.
And
I just had a couple more thoughts. So going off of what we're talking about here, and I'm just illustrating this so that the board understands and so the public understands, and the comments about staff coming up and making their voices heard, I really disagree with that, because what they're speaking to is they understand what this means, I think, better than maybe some of us on the board and maybe some in the public, is that in 5 years, it says right in the budget, we are looking at a general fund obligation that we can't afford of $6.5 million. That's in black and white right here. In 5 years, that chicken is going to come home to roost. And so if we have a $6.5 million general fund obligation that we right now don't know how to pay for, and we know that we're putting $2.3 million in Visit Tuolumne, that's where you're getting the frustration from. So I think it is very well placed, the frustration from staff. I don't think it's pitting one group against another at all. I think it's that one group really understands the financial picture of our county and what's at stake here, and they're expressing those concerns. And so for us not to listen to that, I think, is really irresponsible.
If I can chime in, I think we have three here for one of the options, and we all were receiving one comment to be able to state our positions on this. We were talking about TMD. That's something we didn't quite cover yet, but I would recommend we move forward with the option 2 we've kind of found consensus on and discuss some of the other details. It is 3:47.
Okay.
We could be keeping
So
it at this.
I agree, but I want to hear what Supervisor Goldenberg has to say, and then we'll take this to a vote.
I'd be willing for several things. 1, sole source. 2, option 2. 3, 10-year contract. 4, TMD at 5 years. And 5, if there's no TMD at 5 years, that we cap it at $1.5 million and we put that in the contract. I'm not suggesting we cancel the contract, but I think there basically needs to be some sort of clause that locks it in, because otherwise it's, okay, we're going to renegotiate, and how's that going to go? I think we need to be more solidified.
And rather than capping, would you go with a certain lower percentage instead?
I'd have to see the numbers. I mean,
I just want to say, I think
my concern is that we just don't let this
keep going
go.
up. Okay.
Yeah. I agree, but I think we should be really cautious because we don't know what the economy, we don't know what the world's going to look like in 5 years. So I think we should definitely have an opener to bring it back if a team design in place. I'd be really cautious to say cap it or a percentage, because that we don't know what the future looks like.
So renegotiate after 5 years.
I would say 3, because in 5 years, the way the California goes with raising taxes, I could see within 5 years and maybe another TOT being proposed. And to my point, we're going to blow the TMD conversation out of the water if we start talking about another TOT. So we're basically saying you guys need to get a TMD, but then we might undermine you with the TOT at the same time. So I think 3 years is more doable. I don't think we're going to raise TOT in the next 3 years. That's why I think 3 years is a fair number.
I want to mention about with the TMD, and the incentives are fair to discuss. On the other side, this is a special district that has to be approved. If our only leverage is coercion to say, well, unless you do this, we're going to cut our marketing completely or down to almost nothing, that to me is not partnership. If we're saying, look, we need to take some more and we need to have that backfilled, more of a partnership and less that, I would say on the other side, if we make this determination, what guarantee is there that the county would still contribute our share we're considering right now? I would simply recommend that we have a discussion on the TMD in 5 years. I wouldn't make it specific, though that might be the recommendation that would come back. But I would recommend that the TMD would only be offering matching funds, and it would be one-to-one with the county. I'm very concerned that a TMD would be put in place, and the county then may, at that point, choose, well, now that that's there, we don't need to fund it whatsoever. And I think that would be in bad faith of what we're trying to do with the TMD.
So what do you have in suggestion for year beyond year 5?
I'd say 5 years. My recommendation would be the TMD is matching funds to the county funds.
I'm sorry, I can't support that.
Let me.
Yeah,
I'll pull that
again,
back,
there's no incentive.
Maybe just
it's
into
just
the weeds
saying at
too
some
much.
point somewhere down the future we're going to reassess it, and that, I'm sorry, that's
Well,
not,
let me
not a real
offer
agreement.
a compromise, because I know how much VTC just loves to come every year to renegotiate their contract. So I think it would be enough of a disincentive, even though VTC is not in charge of the lodging institution, but I think just saying that after 5 years, if there is no TMD in place, that we renegotiate the contract would be enough incentive for VTC to help the lodging institution get over the hump. So do I have a willingness to go there just to say renegotiation after 5 years?
I agree with that portion. I'm fine with just it being renegotiated and not pegged to any one effort. I don't think we're going to agree on the percentage, though.
Now on this,
there's no percentage. It would be renegotiated.
I'm saying that element
after year 5.
That element I'm supportive of, but I think we're still putting way too much money.
Okay,
We
I
have
understand
3
that.
here for a 10-year contract.
Yeah, we're just trying to work out the last variable. So we
Right,
all
with the
agree,
TMD.
4 of us agree on option 2 up until year 5. 4 of us agree that we need to have a TMD in place by the 5th year. By the 5th year.
No, 3 agree on option 2.
No, there's 4 now.
Yeah.
Supervisor Goldenberg said he.
I went
But-
with option 2 with those considerations.
Right. So the only thing that we have left to consider is after year 5, can we compromise and say that if a TMD is not in place, that we will have to renegotiate the contract? Can we agree, the 4 of us, can we agree
So
on that?
I want 3 years, but if the majority is 5, then that's.
I'm with 5. I'm fine that if there is no TMD in place, it would trigger negotiation.
Okay.
And I just heard 3 years, and that's kind of where my thoughts were. I didn't know that anyone.
I'll stick with
Yeah,
my 3 if
5
anybody
years
wants.
is
Well,
enough time, I think, but 3 years may not be.
I'd be willing to go 3.
Okay.
Personally.
We had 5. Now we're at
Well,
3.
now
Well,
I'm-
my
Part of the
point was
hopscotch.
that 3 may not be enough time because of the larger lodging institutions. It may take longer, from what I'm hearing.
Well, they've had years up to this point.
It's a desire
It's
for
not a
them
new discussion.
to do it.
I'm fine with the 3. Yeah. I did want to add one last thing. I brought it up. I didn't bring it up at the beginning of this. We had this discussion back, I think, last budget. We are looking at our communications contract. I believe deeply in the power of communications and that we need to invest in it. This is an agency that I think can do a very good job. In the past, we've seen the Film Commission taken over by Visit Tuolumne as a concession to the county. I think that we would both save money and have better service. And they would be able to provide more value to taxpayers if we included in that they would handle digital communications for the county.
Okay, that's not agendized, so we can't, unfortunately, we
It
can't.
would be within the contract.
Do I hear any
I can't support that.
support for that idea?
There's no information to back it up, so I don't know what
Kirk.
that would look
I
like.
was reading the chart. I didn't hear the whole thing. What was it?
He wants to visit Tuolumne
visit
to do all
Tuolumne
the digital media.
to do what Archer and Hound does, or has supposed to do.
And we would cut that.
I would maybe rather wait till on the 20th have that conversation.
Okay.
We haven't even asked Visit Tuolumne if that's
No,
what they
we
want,
haven't talked
so.
to them about it. So let's take that one off the table. And now we're just at renegotiation, and it's just a question of after 3 years or after 5 years. I had suggested the TMD needs to get a full 5 years so that they can get the education piece out to get the TMD. It may take 5 years. And I'm hearing also 3.
I don't know how it takes half a decade to do that, but
Exactly.
I'm at 5, but I will respect that 3 are at 3. So
I think 3 years is plenty of time.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
3. Again, I think in 5 years we could be talking about a TOT, and I don't want to undermine my whole point is I don't want to undermine the TMD. That's why I'm trying to move it up closer to 3 years.
So what is your
3.
choice? 3? All right. So I hear 3 for 3 years, so we're going to reduce it to 3 years then. And then if a TMD is not in place, then we renegotiate after 3 years?
I'm fine with the 10-year contract, but at 3 years, let's get the TMD in place.
Correct.
So that there's some sort of.
Do we have consensus on that?
Yes.
Okay, will somebody please make a motion and include all those specifics?
So and I hate to reiterate this, but we're telling staff to go back to find another $100,000 with option 2.
believe we've already eliminated that much from
We
the
already
budget.
did that with the water agency. Thank you very much.
Well,
So
150, you get 53,000 left over.
Well, I'm glad we did that then. Otherwise,
Okay, I'd like to hear a motion
I'll-
so we can move on.
I will make the motion to approve of option 2, reflecting the note that it's 18 or down to 16, not the 15, for a 10-year Visit Tuolumne contract determined to be a sole source agreement with a TMD in place within 3 years, or we will renegotiate or open the contract for renegotiation.
Motion by Supervisor Brandon, and hopefully you caught all that. And a second by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I have to vote no. I'm sorry.
Okay. And any abstentions? I don't think so. So it carries 4-1. Thank you very much.
And we're done with our 9:30.
Yeah, we're done with our 9:30. We are going to take a short break for people to clear, and then we will come back to our 1:30. All right, let's return to our seats and continue with the budget meeting. Calling all board members. All right, I realize that I misspoke. We are not quite done with the budget, so before we can go to any other agenda item, we need to return to the original 9:30 appointment number 1 and finish adopting the fiscal year 23-24 adopted budget. So, CAO Riggs.
Yes, so the item that Liz, the whole presentation that Liz and Bobby went through with you, we don't need you to adopt it today, we just need direction. So if there's anything in there, we already know we have a change that is regarding water, and then the TOT. So we'll increase the TOT, we'll decrease the water expenses. What I did want to bring to your attention again and just have you decide one way or other is, do you want staff for natural resources? You have a committee and you won't have staff for that committee now. So I just want to make sure that you're aware of that. and then just get further direction on that, because this position has been providing the support for the Natural Resources Committee.
Sorry,
And
can you
that-
clarify that? You said we won't moving forward?
You won't, because, so right now, remember, the water analyst was providing all the natural resource support. Without that position, you won't have natural resources support, is what I'm
Sure.
saying.
So sorry, I kind of forgot. I guess Eric's been filling in for that.
Correct.
So we're not going to have any staff member at all filling in for that?
Oh, you could get Eric and I doing it.
Well,
There's no one else has time. Their plates, everyone's plate is full. So if that's a priority, we will keep doing it, but just something for consideration. And if you want it out, we'll take it out. And then if there's anything else that you have concerns about or you would like to address, that's what we're looking to you today. And then if everything's okay, then you could just tell us everything. Make the adjustments for TOT, Visitors Bureau, make the adjustments for water, and then everything else we could put into contingencies or capital for deferred maintenance, and we can move on from there.
So I guess my question would be, bringing on the position for our committee person to help manage meetings, could they assist in this area, or
No,
is
that's
it
a IT
just
tech.
technical, just
Yeah.
IT? Okay. Well, I'm glad that Liz volunteered that she would handle this.
Yeah, she will not be doing that.
I just wanted to bring up too that natural resources though is broader than water. So I would like to know if there are options within other fund areas, MSA as an example, or forest staff to be able to help support and handle some of that work.
So MSA is a grant-funded, so it is purely to work on those projects. Like any other grant, for those of you who have done grant work, it does not, and we are maxing out the admin by paying for Bobby's position, Tracy McKnight's position, and Catherine in county council. So we are maxing out the admin on an annual basis to be as creative as we can. And then, of course, Liz is here, and she can answer any questions about capacity. But when I watch Katie right now, Katie is kicking butt. She has already pulled in additional millions of dollars more, and she continues to do it. So we want to keep her focused on keeping that good work up.
I had assumed that if we were not voting for the water agency to continue, that meant that analyst would go also. So I'm gonna stick with that.
So I just want to know who's going to be going to these meetings? Are we going to have somebody at these meetings then? Or am I gonna-
Eric or I.
Huh?
Eric or I will do those meetings then.
And if I can clarify for my understanding, we do have the Natural Resource Committee. We have made the decision to keep it.
Mhm.
So removing this position, we don't have to decide that today. I assume that's something that will come back to who will support it. Maybe it's you, maybe it's Eric, or whether it's Robbie or some other
It
person.
will not be Robbie. Robbie's economic development. So,
Point being is we still do have it. It does not eliminate the committee.
No, the committee's still in place. I'm just telling you that you will not have dedicated staff time. We will post the agenda and we will be there to help with the minutes, but outside of that, that will be the limit to the support for those types of
So it's kind of
activities.
worthless then. I mean, the reality of it is if we're like, hey, look up this bill, or hey, let's write this, or hey, let's do that. I'm going to be, me and Jaron are going to be the OTs now for.
Well, we'll look it up, and the priority is
I
we
mean,
are
I'm just saying
working
my
with the rest of the board
frustration as a
ideas.
board member, and I'm not complaining, I'm just saying this, like, I go to these other counties and some of these board members have like 10, 11 staffers. We have one board clerk who does a ton of stuff. And then we have these committees and commissions and people get up and scream at us, why aren't you guys going to the morning committee? It's like, we're showing up, you want us to do the agendas too, you want us to take the minutes too, you want us to write the letters too, it's like,
I know.
So Eric, you're doing a great job. Thank you for being there. And I will keep this in mind when we're creating our agendas because you're busy. That's not your job. So
And we'll switch back and forth, so.
maybe we'll just have midnight powwows and write letters together.
What did we do? Somebody wasn't the staffer for this before.
We had Dory. Dory is completely slammed with all the grants that they're pulling in and FEMA and all of those $40 million of projects she's overseeing. Then it was Andre, and now it's us.
Well, let's maybe table a discussion. Supervisor Kirk and myself, as the reps there, can have a discussion with staff about if there may be alternatives. seems appropriate right now.
Sure. Yeah, so eliminate the position. That's
What's the next thing that we need to decide?
That is the only, if you're good with everything else in the budget, then we can move forward.
Do you need a vote on
No,
that,
we
or
just-
just a direction?
Not unless you feel like you need one, but it is board direction right now. With the vote is on the 20th.
Okay, everybody good with what we have
I
done
do
so
have some
far?
recommendations.
Okay.
I can run through very quickly, and I don't know how we want to do this since it's kind of early with it. Specifically with the Archer and Hound line item, I do think we should remove that and delegate that to Visit Tuolumne. I see that we have a few different communications agencies or contracts within the county, and I see an opportunity potentially there. I wanted to recommend within the board budget itself, or at least more explanation on the expendable commuter fund and the cell phone subsidy, as well as the enterprise infrastructure solutions. These are under the Board of Supervisors expendable computer fund, cell phone subsidy, and the enterprise infrastructure solutions. Those as either not clear or I'm not sure if they're necessarily priorities right now.
Yeah.
I wanted to recommend a increase, which would be very modest, but to the business and innovation operating supplies and expenses. It's 521110. To place funds in there, that would be for any type of promotion we have to do, any type of economic development stuff. Obviously, we're rebuilding that. It's currently zeroed out. I think that should have a modest amount of money in it to operate with. And then also a request has come forward, and I sit on this from the UC Cooperative Extension, which currently I think has been frozen in time for about 10 years or something like that, and not even adjusted for inflation. I would like us to hear that request and have that brought up in the future. I think we may not need to go to the full amount, but they're requesting a partial inflation adjustment for the past 10 years, and we get a lot of value for the roughly 25% that public agencies locally kick in out of that funding. And I think that is all the detailed stuff that I had.
So I would just.
I just wanted to see, based upon what Supervisor Brandon said, is there any board member who agrees with any of the points, would like to see those included?
I understand the one area, but would like to see modest amount defined, so we can put a number, to it if that's your.
So are you guys
desire.
talking about for the 20th? In preparation for the 20th, you'd
Yeah,
like to see
correct.
these things?
This is in the actual recommended budget line items, under business innovation supporting Robbie Bergstrom. If I was to put a number, I would assume 3,000 to 5,000, which is roughly if we had to do outreach or a mailer, anything like that. Though I would ask Robbie what might be appropriate for that, only to express that I think having $0 in what is the fund to do that type of thing, I don't think is wise. I think there should be a modest amount. That's where I would put a number if I had to pick one, but.
And we can further discuss, but at least we can give some direction to staff to look into it a little bit further. Yeah.
So Supervisor Goldenberg, are you agreeing with certain points that Supervisor Brandon made, and if so,
I
which
am
ones?
in this area.
Which area?
For the.
Robbie?
For Robbie.
Okay.
To have a bit of a fund to do something with. Yeah.
Anybody else? Okay. Supervisor Kirk, what are your
I was
suggestions?
going to look to staff. Could you summarize what his requests were? Couple
Well, right
thousand
now,
bucks?
the one thing we're talking about is $3,000 to $5,000 in the Cost Center for Economic Development in order to do mailers or whatever might, advertising, whatever you might want.
Supplies and outreach expenses. are
Right.
the two.
Wasn't there a second? Didn't I hear something about a second item?
No, there's,
Well, Supervisor Goldenberg was,
I'd identified some potential cuts. If there's no support within that, I think the main one was the request from the Cooperative Extension. We had attended that meeting. Eric was there. Mark was there as well. that could be just a future item to consider, but I don't think we said we were gonna talk about it at budget. I'd like us to be able to talk about cooperative extension contract at budget. I realize you will need more information than I've provided, but they did provide it, we just haven't had an item yet.
So today is the day you need to provide us all the changes that you want. You'll be approving the budget on the 20th. So the increase that Jolynn had brought up during it is 24,000 to 32,000. The reason, and I'll say I did make a decision, I did not include that, was that we are doing cuts for all the departments, and we have held them in all of the years. That has been what we've told them. If we're doing reductions in departments, you know, we're not going to do. But if you want us to include a portion, you could do any amount would help them. So it could be anywhere from nothing up to that 32,000, and any amount would, of course, be of assistance. But we have not increased it. I know we did it once while I've been in the office, but again, it could be 10 years, it could be 8 years. I don't know, but it has been a while.
Public agencies roughly pay 1/4 to 1/5 of the total amount. They are similarly hitting a point where they cannot cut anything more to adjust for inflation, and it's been frozen for 10 years, even in these good past years relatively. The good, better ones, I don't know. I mean, they haven't been great past years, but the ones that were less bad. What they were requesting was not the full reflection of even normal inflation adjustment, but I think about 60% of that inflation adjustment.
And they did add several positions. You may remember the biomass.
Those are not funded through that. So that is funded purely
Right.
from the UCI.
But we do
Natural
benefit,
Resource.
is what I'm just saying, is we do benefit from the work that Jolynn put in for those additional dollars.
Cindy Chen, as an example,
Mhm.
their office is currently right next door, but they also operate, we're more talking about programs like the Master Gardeners and then 4-H. Right now, we're splitting a 4-H person, I believe, with Calaveras, and
We always have.
Yeah, and it's hitting a point where that's no longer sustainable for the future of 4-H program, which is kind of why it's coming to she had to bring everybody, the JPA partners together to have a real talk about it.
Just as a reminder, our county does provide the office space for all of that region, you know, that between the two, so, or several. But we do have the office, and they have the entire recreation building, where at a certain point, they only had a portion.
I think our in-kind contributions more than pay for the extra that we would be asked for.
You just said, Supervisor Brandon, you just said JPA. Are the other members of the JPA, is that the number shared across all of them that they're discussing?
Yeah, correct. It was an adjustment to all of them. Most of them have frozen it. The only county that was aberrant was El Dorado. El Dorado actually pays a lot more. They do have more staffing there because of that. I believe they did account for in-kind donations as well as cash in the percentage there. We're pretty much similar to the other counties. So that was a combination. A lot of them offer some office space at some level in other areas.
Supervisor Campbell.
So I was going to mention a couple things that are not in the budget, and I'm not going to ask for them to be there, but I just wanted to make this board aware so that as we move forward into the future, that if things change and funds become available, that those things are on our minds. We are adding a fire inspector position, but that position is not a fire inspector for vegetation management. So we are looking to proceed with the ordinance that was passed, but right now we don't have anybody to shoulder that burden. And so we're looking to have that begin in the next few years. So the sooner we can get somebody who's trained up and aware and able to share information about that and be able to work with property owners, I think the better. So I'm just pointing out one thing that we have discussed as a potential cost in the past, paying for that's not in the budget, and for obvious reasons, cost. Another item relates to the library. I'm sorry, every time the budget comes up, I have to say something about the library. But I've discussed with a number of folks, I think at least one board member, Supervisor Kirk, about we have a number of part-time library positions, and we made some adjustments in that cost center. Discussed with Supervisor Kirk and staff about adding a full-time librarian for the Tuolumne branch, and also to fill in other branches, so that we have a full-time librarian that's much more flexible than kind of cobbling together relief and part-time work, which is sort of our situation now. I believe in the long run that would be more cost-effective, and it'd be an incentive for good employees that we have to stick around. But in the short term, it would be an additional cost. Again, Not asking for that right now, but if funds become freed up, I think that's a place to look. And then lastly, so the project on Q and Mill, which I'm sure you're very aware of at this point because I've been harping on it for 5 years maybe. And we are proceeding on it. A large portion of that project isn't going to address one of the worst hit areas of that road. So we're looking at at least 100,000, possibly more, to address some of the worst portions of that road beyond what's already in the project. So that's a road project that I think is a real good showcase for our county in our investment in our roads and in fire safety. And so I just don't want to half-ass it. And right now we're failing to get all of the worst hit portions of that road with the project. While it's a very good thing, I think it's still an area that we need to focus on if we are able. Obviously, if we can't afford it, we can't afford it. But I think as things change, I hope that stays on the horizon.
So are you suggesting any changes for the budget as far as Q and Mill Road goes?
Well, I would look to staff. Or is there any? So I don't think there's any room at this point.
Not for the amount it would take to do the building and to do that either reconstruction as we discussed or even an overlay to make it through until we can do reconstruction on that additional mile. And I'm speaking on behalf of Kim, so hopefully I sound like I know what I'm talking about.
Well, and I'm not talking about the full reconstruction. I'm talking about addressing as much in as limited a way as possible so that we're not spending $1 million on a beautiful portion of road only to lead into another portion of road that's more directly used by the community that's in really poor shape. I mean, 0 PC, probably 5 PCI, let's say. I'm going to take a wild guess, not being educated in the area. So I think any amount of money would help.
Yeah, so
if we can create like a fund or something for that.
Yeah, so what I was told yesterday was an overlay would probably be less than 200,000 for that area to get you through until we can do a reconstruction. Your board has about 50,000 left between what you cut in water and the increase in TOT. But I just want to also, and I know this isn't going to make me your favorite person right now, but there are a whole slew of requests from department heads that you have not seen, and that was so we could balance the budget. But
I'm aware.
I know you are, but I haven't said that to everyone else.
I've seen a lot of requests.
But that one, you could take the remaining. We could look and see if some of the other projects come in lower. And again, I'm looking over at Kim and Blossom. And the board could say you're going to take an additional, the 50 we have and say up to 150 out of contingencies to put that towards the project. So those are some of your options for flexibility. You could just put the additional 50 that you've saved rather than contingencies. You could put that towards roads. They could put it towards a project and see if there's additional work they could do.
What about
that would be my suggestion, is to put the additional 50 toward roads.
Let's not talk about additional funding. Why don't we look at the amount of funding that you've gotten, make sure it covers the worst parts of the road? And not spending any extra money, just redirecting it.
It's already gone out to bid and been
Oh,
awarded.
I see.
It's already been awarded.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
It's a long story related to engineering, I can tell you.
Okay. Trying to save us some money here.
I understand.
Yeah, me too.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, so I'll just tag on to Supervisor Campbell on the fire side. The inspectors, to support the vegetation management ordinance. We enacted an ordinance, but we don't have the arm to make it effective and actually get people out doing those inspections and managing them. I would look to Chief Murphy, I see in the back there. Maybe there might be some opportunities for some grant fundings to get this up and going, depending on, but anyways, you can work with Dory on that. I saw you guys just, the other one was on the library also, the bookmobile, right? We authorize staffing, but we don't have a bookmobile. And I know I had a conversation with Eric Aiken this last week, and he had some ideas about grant fundings, possible electric vehicles, working with TCTC on a plug-in maybe there might be some opportunities there. Again, it's not a budget item right now, but it's things that I'd like to see move forward with, because we voted on staffing, but we don't have that bookmobile to go out and serve people, and to have it robust, right? To have it available with computers. We talked about mobile, Wi-Fi, perhaps 2 or 3 different, whether it be AT&T, Verizon, or whatever, but to bring those services out to the public. Thanks.
Supervisor Kirk.
Half says she forgets me sometimes. I guess I need to be louder. I just want, first of all, thank you, staff. Thank you guys for working on the budget. I like this budget, this format, because we got to do, don't take this the wrong way, public, but when we do this over and over and over in front of the public, sometimes we forget what we said and what we want, and we hash things out that we don't necessarily need to keep hashing out. So I enjoyed the format, enjoyed getting a lot of my questions answered behind closed doors. So when I came here today, it was clear what we were kind of doing. I do want to just say a couple things. I think Carol had mentioned it. Usually revenues do come in higher, so I'm hopeful for that into the future, for this budget and future budgets. But I also know even if revenues do come in higher in the next couple of years, we're looking at those long-term projections, and there's going to be some coming to Jesus moments in future budgets, I think. So we're going to have to prepare for that the best we can. Supervisor Campbell brought up, now I will tell you, from doing this for my 5th time now, I stopped asking for things at these meetings, because it just usually convolutes things, and then it's like we've already put a lot of time and energy into it. And so I don't really have any requests, but I do support, my wife says I'm a jerk if I don't support libraries. I learned that my first budget cycle. My second budget cycle, I tried to cut it, but she said I was a jerk if I did. So I support libraries now, but not just flippantly, but I do support, after understanding that position and the person in there and how it affects that library, I do support that into the future if we can get that full-time position. And then I will just say, because you opened up the can, Supervisor Campbell, and you brought up roads, and I'm just going to say, the half-assed, Tuolumne Road North, yes, but I'm not even going to ask for Tuolumne Road North, because I know we're putting in for grants for it, so we're hopeful, but that's like a $2.5 million project. My only ask would be Confident South Fork Road. When you talk about half-assed job, we basically did a half a mile, and then because of our $60,000 cap, we moved on, and there's like another 1,000 feet that we could finish to the end of 108, and so that would be my ask, is can we just finish that freaking road for, I think, $60,000 or less? So since you brought it up, that's where I'm putting my extra $60,000 if I can.
All right, I like pretty much the whole budget the way it is, so I'm not going to make any suggestions except for one thing. We did start with code compliance, and we hired the 3 people, and then we did the vegetation ordinance code. Even if we don't have the funding to hire for those folks to go out and educate the public, we can do something for very little money, and that is to start educating the public about what our ordinance code means by creating that brochure. You know, that thing that I suggested, Randy? You were talking about putting in the ordinance code, and I said, no, that belongs in the brochure. So that's the next step we need to do. We need to create a brochure that shows pictographically what we mean by this ordinance code in various situations, and then use it as a mailer. So there's going to be a certain amount of money that would go to every single dwelling in the county. So if there's money to be found, and I don't know how much money this would be, it would probably be to resident rather than to actual person, which is less expensive. And then how much it is for the printing. But I think we owe the public to show them what we mean by the new vegetation ordinance code, so that when it comes to enforcing it after the period of time when we've done the education, hopefully we have the money for those people who would go out and inspect.
It's my understanding that they have the brochure just about done, and it'll be going to the Fire Safety Advisory Committee soon for approval. So,
awesome.
Yep.
Made my day.
They're on it.
Thank you.
And on your comment about code compliance as well, with the vegetation management ordinance, I just feel that we should have a discussion about the need for an inspector there. To me, that is something that could be done by code compliance. And we kind of had that discussion before in passing it.
Yeah, let's talk with staff about that and bring.
Right, so
yeah.
I'm just saying, I wouldn't support when the adopted comes back, having that budgeted within there. I think that needs to be a separate conversation of how we actually do that or
For the
not.
brochure or for personnel?
For personnel.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting personnel.
Okay.
Yeah, just as a reminder, when we did the vegetation ordinance management, what the board said they would do in order to put that in place is 2 fire inspectors and an administrative assistant to do the billing and the tracking.
Right.
None of that is included right
Right.
now, but.
But we can at least do the
Yes,
brochure.
we can start the education. And I know that Andy, I was talking to him, he's very creative. He's looking at ways to maybe try and partially begin implementing that, and I'll leave that up to him because he does a great job. I do need to get direction on where we are with Supervisor Brandon, Supervisor Campbell, and Supervisor Goldenberg. So the UC Cooperative Extension, is that a yes or a no for any increase?
Can we add more specificity to that? And I apologize for the memory, but I believe it was 26,000.
They're asking for anywhere from 24 to 32,000. I was looking at the email
And it's
just
been
now.
frozen for roughly 10 years.
I think I already asked that, if anybody else
You said no.
agreed with the supervisor in that, and I didn't get any yeses
Okay,
from
I
that.
apologize. What about, you didn't do that with Supervisor Campbell?
No, I did not.
I guess what I asked was the vegetation inspector, which I didn't know if I heard anyone else, and then
Q&A.
library from part-time to full-time. And Liz would know a better way to explain that. I think Supervisor Kirk was open to that idea.
You would need the entire position because it's being eliminated the halftime. So you would need to add the entire position with benefits in, which means you'd have to, just so you know, you don't have enough, you would need to pull from contingencies to make that happen.
Okay,
Yeah.
and so that would be one, and then the other is the whatever balance that we do have, which it sounds like we don't, but there is a balance that it would go into roads to complete some of these existing projects, and I won't say just me, I'll say any existing projects that require additional funds. We did, and it's not unprecedented, we did it in the past for Lions Bald Mountain Road, we had added additional money. We've done this before, so that's what I'm saying. If there are additional monies that go to roads for the completion of existing projects.
Can I make a suggestion? We know that there are quite a few counties in the state of California who have also declared an emergency declaration, and so their taxes are not due until October 18th. So the state really doesn't have a good grip yet until after October 18th to know exactly where we stand. So we don't know where we stand either. So can we put an opener maybe in November if there is a surplus and there's more money available to consider some of these things, and unless, then not deal
Right.
with that.
While we're not coming back for an adopted budget as the norm in September, we will come back to you when Debbie has the year-end complete and final fund balance for you to tell us whether we're putting that to contingencies or other accounts or funds that you want. Usually that's about end of August, early September.
Thank you. Yeah, we're probably looking at the 1st of September or the middle of September. We seem to be able to meet that deadline. We're still going to push all of the departments, even though we did the final budget, or will be doing the final budget on the 20th. That doesn't mean they can't help me close fast. So we want them to be able to do all of their closing. And usually we have the numbers by about the end of August.
Yeah.
And then we'll be doing the true mid-year as well, so we'll have another chance to look
Okay.
at this.
Yeah, because we
You have-
won't
you have
really
plenty of
know.
time.
We won't really know from the state until after the 18th.
Yeah, you'll have plenty of time, so
Right.
we're, I
Of
mean, we can look at
October.
it again, yes.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Just real briefly, regarding Supervisor Campbell's request converting the halftime essentially to full-time library position. I'm supportive of that, but I just heard that it might be a little bit more
Well, there is no, this
complicated.
budget eliminates the halftime, so now you're adding a full-time,
Okay.
one full FTE.
So
is
this
what you
is
would be
another
doing.
one to look at in the
Right,
future.
so
as
our
far
chief
as-
accountant over here tells me we have $58,699, but that doesn't, that you have to play with, which is not enough for a full-time position with benefits.
The position costs around 80,000. Yeah. And just to clarify, it is frozen, it's not eliminated, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's,
Okay.
the cost is not included in the budget.
That's
Okay, thank you.
Can we clarify row 10? Because we had just said it wasn't about personnel. This says it has 3 for adding the fire inspectors.
In a future budget is what the language says.
Okay, what does that mean?
Not in this budget,
Oh,
but
okay.
consider
At
it
some point.
as we're, yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
that's
So
what I heard.
It's not going to come back and have personnel added.
No, not on the 20th, no.
I would support, if there's not support for the UC Cooperative Extension and the 4-H program, the bookmobile. I do love the library, but my district has limited access and no libraries within it. Bookmobile is the way that most of the kids in my district are able to access a library if they don't have a parent that can drive them.
Can you provide an update on how much money we still need for that?
Yeah, so
bookmobile?
on the bookmobile, we need about another 150,000 or so. We have cobbled together some other funding from selling some of the others. Your board did allocate money from an ARP last year. We have, in the meantime, done pop-up libraries all around the community, including in Jamestown. Those are happening regularly. And we have some other, we're exploring some other options for acquiring that funding. And, you know, I'll just say it as the department head for library right now, that's not probably our number one top request for this year. We'd like the opportunity to explore those other options, to look at funding first. Yeah.
And generally, this is very hard, and I think in between now and the adopted, and I think before this, in the future, I would like to have the department head requests, as well as the recommendation from the Budget Congress, but to be able to review that. I know that's reviewed with a recommendation, but it's hard to evaluate stuff without being able to read through those as well.
Could I actually get direction from the board on that? Because what I have received from the majority was if we can't afford it, you don't want to see a big laundry list of items that you can't grant. So if I could get direction, that will be really helpful. That is what was communicated back to department heads as well. So I'm happy to bring it, we have it, but what I've been directed is that we don't want to put department heads through it, and we don't want to put you in the community and our employees through it if there's no possible way that you can fund those items. So if I could get direction on that, I would appreciate it.
I think what's good for the department heads is good for us. So I would say the same for us.
Definitely good on my part.
I'm sorry, I don't know what that means.
That means we're not asking for anything. The department heads didn't ask for a lot of things. We're not going to either.
No, right. I think the question, though, is when department heads submit a request to the CAO's office, that goes to the Budget Congress to make a recommendation here. Do we have access to those documents? It's not about actually making the recommendation or anything. For me, it's where we may consider we want to cut something or we do have funding left over in a future budget. It's impossible to make that determination without those requests. It's hard to weigh the alternatives. Because a lot of this, while I think good stuff, none of it is, it's kind of scattershot. We're just kind of picking things.
Okay, we need to wrap this up. Do you need answers from all of the board members on every single column where there's no yes or no?
No, so just the other $56,899, what I want to know is, do you want us to just put it in contingencies? That's what I need to know from all of you.
Yes.
And then until we get fund balance, which we'll know in September, and we'll have another conversation at that time if it
Put
comes
it
in
in
higher.
contingencies.
And is
What
that
do you guys say? Goldenberg says that.
No.
Jaron says no.
Kimball,
Put the extra money that's, how much?
It's 56,000.
56,000
So
in
basically, we're talking about
contingencies.
divvying up 56,000 between all these areas.
No, we're talking about
Okay.
putting it in contingencies and not doing anything with it at this
So
time.
we're talking about that one line item right here.
And
This
not
is this is
doing
what I
eight.
don't like doing with the budget is having a bunch of
Supervisor
requests.
Kirk, what you have is you guys, because the water analyst and the contract was in the
Right.
budget, you eliminated that. Then you increased the Visitors Bureau contract. The balance remaining that is not allocated in the budget is $56,899.
So if we're gonna have a balanced budget, we need to
And
divvy
I'll,
that
You have
up.
to put
I'll
it
put it to
somewhere.
yes. I had been thinking reserves was what was said. Contingencies make sense for now.
So I'll say, I'm in favor of moving those into contingencies, and I was, in my defense, when I was talking about these things, I did say, when and if the money becomes available. So my intention was not to put a list of me, what I'd like and little
We'll
gifts.
know more in
That was
September.
never how I started, and it's not how I
Thank you.
phrased it. So let's go ahead.
Golden
and do
That's
that.
my point. In September,
Yeah.
the numbers
know
are gonna
more.
come back in, then maybe
Yep.
we can.
We'll have
I was,
final fund
my
balance.
purpose was to make the board aware of some of the things that we've discussed in the past that are not in the budget.
So Goldenberg gave a thumbs up, a yes on that. Campbell gave a thumbs up. Kirk gave a thumbs up.
I thought Supervisor Brandon.
I gave one. So we're good. Any other questions on this?
No, that will balance us. We'll put everything that's left over back into contingencies, and then we'll bring you the budget that'll be balanced on the 20th. And we will be back as soon as Debbie and her team have fund balance, and the team is everyone. Once we have that, we can come back and let you know. What would happen is if fund balance, and the off chance, I don't think this will happen, but if it were to come in lower than what we projected, then we'll be having another discussion
Okay.
about budget.
And I realize that I have not called for public comment, so before we close this item, we need to do that. Anybody from the public wishing to speak on our proposed budget, please come forward.
I think I'm not on. There we go.
You're on.
Thank you. So I thought the library had a full-time person that was committed to the bookmobile. The problem was we didn't have a bookmobile. And then we started doing the little pop-ups, which were kind of the function. So I thought that was kind of handled. On the JPA with the UCC, what is it, UCCE? I was told at the beginning of the year, because I've been trying to do this for several years now, because we're the only county that is part of the JPA, but we have no master food preserver classes here.
Right.
And so they got a grant, and I believe we were sharing with Mariposa County, and I was told in January they were going to start giving classes here.
Oh.
But they haven't. So we're getting screwed. We have in the past, I thought there was some discussion about initiating a business retail license. They have it in the city of Sonora. We don't have it in the county because that would be a revenue raiser. I'm not going to belabor the point, but you've had missed opportunities to save money in the past. You put together this budget team, and then the budget team would work hard and do all this stuff, but apparently when the chips are down, the CAO can do whatever they want. So I'm a little concerned about your budget team and what they do in being overruled. I would like to know if we're still paying to rent jail space in Calaveras County, because the sheriff seemed to offer up a bulk of frozen positions. So what do we need to do to make the jail more self-sustaining? And if I'm paying money to Calaveras County every month to house inmates over there, I want to know how much that is. Then I think we should discuss how much of the homeless nonsense we all have to pay for. So I asked about the fencing around the courthouse. So I was told that was running like $74 to $81 a month. But we had to do it because of two particular people. So I think they should be offered some opportunity. I know they don't want to work, but perhaps they should be doing some in-kind service to the county since we have to pay for all their crap. If we're gonna not spend money and not increase staff, I'm not sure why we're promoting people, and maybe promotion should be frozen. Because from my perspective, why do I need another deputy CAO? Then the senior center and the library, I lobbied for a long time, and I thought they were granted funding to get a generator so that they could serve as warming and cooling centers, because they have kitchens and bathrooms and everything. But it's been almost a year now, and I'm still seeing that hole in the ground. And I think Columbia Fire is going to need to undertake and do some fundraising of their own if they want to sustain that.
Thank you. Come on up. Yeah, good morning again. It will be pretty soon, again.
I know, again. Okay, look, on the surface, taking a look at this budget presentation today, it just generated more questions than it did answers. It appears to me that no layoffs of any kind was a priority. Now, that didn't make sense to me. It doesn't make any sense to me because you're limiting requisitions for like 9 officers, I think I saw, and you don't look at the relative value of these positions relative to perhaps some existing positions, what they bring to the table. When I was in your position, 4 officers on duty on watch was considered insufficient. You're going to 3. Criminal community would really like to hear about that. I think the sheriff's job just gets bigger. I think you ought to be looking at the positions you've added over the last 3 or 4 years and decide whether they're more important than sheriff's deputies, for instance. But you ought to be looking at this across the board. And I know Dory will never forgive me for what I'm about to say. Her position 4.5 years ago was a part-time position. Your CAO had it part-time during an incident we call rimfire. Emergencies require you to go to general quarters, and everybody is now part of the emergency services thing. I don't understand why 4 people on, I think that's what you have now on Office of Emergency Services is more important than officers. Another one, salary increase of 15.6%, almost 15.55%. On the surface, looks a little outrageous. I don't understand that. Mandated costs are up 12.1%. Whose mandate is that? Come from the state? Are they funding those for you? If they're not, we talked a lot about whether we go along with unfunded mandates. There's a lot of devils in the details. I think in the budget process, I think your budget process is still broken. It was broken when I was there. We didn't get it fixed. I don't know that you can get it fixed either, but there are a lot of decisions made in that budget process, and there are winners and losers established, and you don't even know what those are unless you were part of every decision going on. So my comment is, do you really know what your real options are in modifying the budget and making it go forward? I think there's a lot of work to be done, and I, as a part of the public, feel a little like a blind man looking at an elephant. There's a lot of questions there, and it doesn't look right to me. Law enforcement, public safety wasn't a priority, it was a given. It should be. 3 officers on duty, watch, is not enough. Take care of our sheriff.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to come forward? All right. Cia Riggs, do you have everything you need, and we don't need to vote on this? It's just giving you direction. Is that correct?
Yeah, we do. We'll put everything that's left over into contingencies, and then we'll bring you the budget on the 20th.
I'd like to move on. It's getting awfully late. No. Can we move on, please? Please. I mean, is it material to what we're doing? Go ahead. Let's see how material it is. I'm sorry. It's late.
Okay. No, I just wanted to express sincere appreciation to our admin staff, department heads, financial officers for bringing the budget work together and presenting us with a balanced budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. We do have a 1:30 appointment. It was brought to my attention. We've got a couple of people who have been in our audience all day long to get a resolution, to hear about the resolution for the Chicken Ranch Rancheria. So I'd like to go to that one next, number 22.
Item number 22, consideration of adopting resolution 64-23 to waive and reimburse development permit fees for the Chicken Ranch Rancheria Fire Station located at 17022 Nelson Road, Jamestown.
And who is, oh, okay, sorry. I didn't mean to switch up on you.
That's all right.
Okay.
Let me just, I'll ad-lib while I pull it up.
Yeah, sounds good.
Sure. Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director. I'm here with Brian Bell, our Chief Building Official and Assistant CDD Director. This is really a multi-department item. However, I drew the short straw, so it's on my letterhead. This is a resolution to waive and or reimburse fees for the Chicken Ranch Tribe Fire Station. The building permit has been reviewed and issued by the Community Development Department. And as a component of the building permit process, there are a number of fees that are involved, and those are outlined in your board memo. Some of those are paid to the Community Development Department, others are paid to fire, with some paid also to Public Works. And so our staff was asked to go through those fees to determine which fees, if any, could be waived and what could be waived under the provisions that already exist in the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code and what fees would need to be waived specifically by your board. Here it is. I could ad-lib all that. And so we've done that. The fees related to the general fund have more flexibility. Fees that are related to the road fund or the traffic impact mitigation fund have constraints in terms of whether or not those fees can be waived based on how they are, what government codes they are created under and how they are spent. And so fees have been waived in the past by various boards for various different projects. And one of the key considerations that if the CEO's Office or County Council wants to expand on, if you have questions, has to do with gift of public funds. And so as in addressing the concern of waiving fees with and having it result in a gift of public funds, the county is asking the tribe to enter into an auto aid, mutual aid agreement. And if you have questions on that, we have Assistant Chief Murphy here who can address those questions. So in Table 1, we have a summary of the fees that staff is proposing to be waived or that cannot be waived. Some of those fees have only a deposit have been paid, and we would typically charge additional fees as we process that application. So we've also indicated that to your board as well. In total, the amount of fees that our staff is estimating to be waived would be $16,045.86, with some small increase in that as they continued through the building permit process. And so we're here today with a resolution that is proposing to waive some of those, since some of those fees have been reimbursed, some of those fees have been paid. Our staff is suggesting that those, as a component of the resolution, would be reimbursed back to the Chicken Ranch tribe. And again, as a requirement, it's been in the resolution that the tribe would enter into an auto aid agreement with the county. I am happy to answer any questions that I can. We also have additional staff here for the various fees that are involved in this project, as well as issues surrounding an auto aid agreement, as well as issues surrounding concerns regarding gift of public funds. Thank you.
Okay, questions from the board? Anybody? Everybody has full understanding? Okay, I'll go to the public. Ask the public if anybody would like to come up and speak.
Well, during the budget discussion, Supervisor Campbell said every little bit helps. So my answer is absolutely not. Other people have had paid fees. They made an agreement with the fire station and supplying it, I believe, with the city of Sonora. So perhaps they could get the city of Sonora to reimburse them for their fees. And I'm pretty disappointed in Chicken Ranch, so I'm kind of pissed at the tone and the tactic that their marketing department used this past weekend over a public event. I thought that was incredibly tacky. So my answer is no. They don't get anything. They have to pay it all.
Anybody else?
Hello, Amy New, Fire Chief for the City of Sonora Fire Department. Just here speaking in support of this project. It is a great partnership with the City of Sonora and the tribe for the fire station. Just to be clear, the fire station is not the City of Sonora Fire Station. This is being completely funded and is a Chicken Ranch Fire Department fire station. They are also having a brand new Type 1 engine being built at High Tech. Again, that is fully funded by the Chicken Ranch tribe. This is going to be the Chicken Ranch Tribe Fire Station. The only thing they are doing is partnering with the city to staff this engine with personnel. And so for the $16,000 of fees that have been paid that could be reimbursed back, I think is a minuscule amount of investment for a full-time Type 1 fire engine to respond in our fire services that we need desperately in the county as a whole. And this is going to be a one-time reimbursement that will be an ongoing commitment to the county for years to come. So what an investment of having a fully staffed engine in that area to help out. So I'm in full support of this, and I would hope that the board would also be in full support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask Chief a question?
Yeah, stay up here, Chief New. Supervisor Campbell.
Absolutely.
Hi, Chief New. Thank you very much for coming, and nice to see you. So I just had a really quick question, and I wasn't super clear from the contract. I don't have a problem with the 16,000, but say for instance that the county didn't approve that, and we said that the chicken ranch had to pay the fee. Would then you not provide mutual aid to the county? I mean, is this contingent on the mutual aid? I guess I'm not understanding how the mutual aid factors in.
From my discussions with the tribe, what was proposed to them was that the fees would not be waived if they did not participate in the automatic aid agreement. And so they have, since I think around October of November of 2021, had said, yes, they want to provide the automatic aid agreement.
All right. It just was a little concerning to me because I've never heard of an agency not interested. I mean, we all help each other and provide mutual aid. And so it seemed like an awful small amount of money to withhold mutual aid, but I think I understand it now.
And that would definitely be the public benefit. So that would alleviate the gift of public funds, because this would be a public benefit to the entire county, being part of that automatic mutual aid system and responding. It's projected in the areas that we've identified with Chief Cashy and his staff over at the ECC Dispatch Center in San Andreas, that it would be roughly between 800 to 1,000 calls that this fire station would be responding to, and approximately 80% of those calls would be in the unincorporated areas of Tuolumne County. So it would be a huge impact in responding to the neighboring areas as well.
Okay. And just to clear, so if the county didn't approve waiving the 16,000, you would still provide mutual aid?
That's not a question for me. That's a negotiation between the tribe and,
Okay.
But that is what is proposed, that they would, that they are providing that as an automatic aid.
Okay.
Well, it's in the.
Yeah, I get that it's a resolution to.
It's in the resolution.
Well, I mean that it resolves the issue of a gift of public funds, but
Right.
I just, if that's the reason, that's totally fine for me. I just didn't want it to be, we weren't going to see mutual aid without it.
I can let the chairman speak to that.
Yeah.
I think the tribe is aware because the resolution is here and it has the third from the last whereas. It says the tribe has expressed a willingness to enter into an auto aid, mutual aid agreement with Tuolumne County to participate in providing fire and emergency services. So it's included.
Yes.
Okay.
Only respectfully pointing out, we're still in public comment and we haven't had an opportunity to go for discussion.
Right.
Okay, I think I understand. I appreciate you
Thank you very much.
clarifying for me.
Good afternoon.
Good evening. Afternoon, I guess
Just
we could call
about.
it.
Yep.
Chairwoman Hath. So to go a little bit to your response, the county didn't really ask that. I'm the one that said, if you want us to do it, you're going to waive these fees. And what it was an olive branch. Since the beginning of Tuolumne County, we were here, the only one's been here longer than us or the same as us is Tuolumne Rancheria. So we've been here for everyone else. This is our community as much as Tuolumne's Rancherias also. And as everyone else's families are long gone, our reservations are still going to be here and we're still going to be here. So as Chicken Ranch, we see this as ours. So what we wanted to do was send an olive branch because the relationship between the Tuolumne County has been poor, almost as bad as with the state of California, with our tribe and everything else, constantly being kicked out and moved on and everything else. And it's just a history. And when the last boards of me being on as chairman for the last 12 years, it also hasn't been that great in the last decade. So what I wanted to do with myself and also the rest of our council and our membership was wanted to extend an olive branch to reach out and to ask to say, hey, let's be partners on this. Let's work together on this to solve an issue because we know it's badly needed with 2 failed tax, breaks to try to bring in more funding for fire department. We know what we can do to be able to help out. And it's not so everyone else in the public knows we don't have to provide funding or also to provide any service whatsoever. It states that in IGRO with the Act of Congress that on our reservation, if we call, people will come, and that's everything outside of it. We don't have to give any funding for that. It's not our decision or anything else decided. That was Congress that did that in 1988. So with that, like what Chief New said, for the last 20 months, we've been trying to give you guys a gift. We've been trying to work together to try to say, hey, this is what we would like to do. We have emails, we have everything else dated all the way back. And so what I spoke with you about before, when last time at our meeting, is that our government ranks higher than the state of California and the federal government's eyes. We've been told with emails and everything else that you guys, as a Tuolumne County, do not recognize us as a government, which I find absolutely disappointing. It's not from you, but it's from the Tuolumne County staff and your CAO and everything else. So we've been dealing with this for 20 months to try to give you guys something what we want to do. And so your guys' ordinance and everything else states that it does not define tribes as a government, but yet it does not define the state of California as a government either, or anything else, but yet the federal government does. So with that, I've had a lot of things that I was gonna say and everything else, but as I've been waiting outside since about 11 o'clock. Whether you guys approve it or not, I really don't care. We're gonna give the mutual aid, period, because like I said, this is our community and I know what this needs. There's too many good people that work here every single day. They're blue collars that can't afford a tax hike or anything else to be able to give something that they should have had from the get-go.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Yeah. Anybody else?
So I'm Stephanie Seuss, and I'm not speaking as an employee. I'm speaking as a resident. I've had the privilege of working for both tribes. And I worked for this government, county government, for probably 11, 12 years as a land use planner. And I have never been so dismayed to see this sentence. Chicken Ranch Rancheria Miwok Indians of California is a tribal government. At times, it acts in a government role, such as providing a fire service, and at other times it acts as a for-profit entity, such as operating a casino or hotel. Again, this is a sovereign nation. Both tribes are. There's 110 federally recognized tribes in the state of California. There are 80 tribes still waiting to get their recognition, let alone all the other tribes who don't have recognition. Each and every one of those tribes is a sovereign entity with states' rights. And we have sat here from the very beginning listening to, going back in emails, and if you want them, we got them. You're not a tribal government, or we don't recognize tribes as governments. You're not a public agency. You're not a special district. What else aren't we? We're a lot of things that we're not. When we joined, we were the first tribe in the state of California to join that IRWIN under a Joint Powers Authority as a public agency. It changed the dynamic in the state with water with water in the Department of Water Resources and the state water boards. It's just beyond that this county still doesn't get how tribes work. They do social services, they care for their community. We're building wastewater, water treatment, economic development. We have employees that get a pretty good wage to keep them here. We stayed open to keep our families employed during COVID. It's not about the money. This was never about the money. It was about a partnership and understanding we're here to support the community. But this thing has blown up into $16,000 in a fee waiver. And no one still gets what a tribe is, what the partnerships they can do, what they provide. None of it. And again, beyond disappointed in how this has worked out. If you ever have a chance to sit down with a tribe, understand their history in the state of California, Juneteenth that you did earlier, try it with a tribe.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, I'm going to bring it back to the board to give final considerations, and then we'll vote on it. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. First, I want to thank Chairman Matheson, Monica, Stephanie, thank you for being here, Chief New. I know that it's been a really long wait, and I appreciate your patience, and I mean that in two ways, long day, but also 20 months, and I agree with the sentiment. I think this is an opportunity for partnership. I still hope it can be a sign of that, but that's too long. It absolutely is too long, because we know this is not a matter of money. This is a matter of respect and partnership, in my opinion, and our own definitions of that. What I recommend is we move forward with waiving these fees as laid out. But I also recommend that we amend that language to be removing that discussion so that it would be Chicken Ranch Rancheria of Miwok Indians of California as a tribal government, period. Therefore, certain fees may be waived for Chicken Ranch Rancheria Band of Miwok Indians of California as a public agency. To either not move forward with this or to recognize this language, I think, is to say that tribal governments are not public agencies, and to me that is discriminatory. I think the only option in this is to amend it and to approve it, the same as we would with many of our other partners and fellow governments within the area. So that's what I would pitch back to the board. I thank Chicken Ranch for the immense amount of support you've given the community across a number of programs, and to build a fire station that will protect it. As you said, there is no just selling the house and moving. You're there on that land forever. And I know that you have the community interest at heart of that. This is an expensive thing that they are putting in that I think will keep people safe at a time when we need these investments. And it's a very, very modest ask. It's not about money, it's about respect.
So before we move on, I don't see any of that wording in the resolution. I don't see anything we need to change in the resolution. Is that correct?
This is under BOS memo CRT fee waiver.
But we're not approving the memo. We're approving the resolution.
Correct. But I think that the accompanying memo should be corrected. I will be fine with, to my knowledge, the language of the resolution.
Supervisors, I feel compelled now to respond because I completely disagree with the comments about what the county said. The county did not say that the county disagrees with the tribe being a sovereign nation or a public entity. The issue for the county and the staff, and we worked for several months and we had multiple conversations on this, is that when we looked at how the ordinance code that your board has adopted allows fee waivers for other types of public entities, those are all taxpayer-funded entities. And so what we are talking about here in the policy considerations that we considered was that this is a fee waiver for an entity that sometimes it is providing a governmental service and sometimes it's providing a for-profit service, and that is not something that the other public entities outlined in the code provide. That was it. It was not, there is no discriminatory intent whatsoever. That's highly offensive to think that county staff would ever look at it that way. That was not the point. So while I understand that Supervisor Brandon might want the memo changed, we were looking at, again, the public policy about the request is that taxpayer money be basically used to reimburse for fees that would be paid from this entity. And so the conversation is more complex than it's being presented to your board, and I was hoping that the memo, which I think really outlined a lot of the different considerations, would sort of explain the process that we went through. Staff doesn't have the authority on its own to waive the fees, and so we also had to go through a process of figuring out what was the correct mechanism. Was it a resolution? Was it an ordinance change? So this was our best effort.
We're going to continue going with board comments, and so Supervisor Kirk, go ahead.
I'm just going to say a few things, and then I speak my mind. So here's the deal. I saw an article from the My Mother Lode a few months ago, and I thought, what the hell? Like, this can't be about money because it's chump change compared to, it's just nothing. So I hear you guys about the partnership. Stephanie, about the water conversation. I've never met with you, never spoken with you. I'd love to. Don't know any of you guys from Chicken Ranch. I do know the tribe from Miwok, obviously. I don't know everything with them, but I do have a good partnership with them, and they provide mutual aid. I think this is fantastic. That area, We've had multiple fires out there. I think it's going to be fantastic to have that fire station and be a resource out there. When it comes to our children in the future, my kids are going to be here. I think our communities are going to be together indefinitely, forever. So I want a good partnership with the tribe. What I am afraid of at this moment is if we start doing this, or I don't have all the facts, I don't have all the details, but what I want to do, what I would ask is that if there's anything else moving forward that we ever work with either tribe on, but specifically put a lot more effort with Chicken Ranch, is if there's emails going back and forth, my short life experience is stop the emails, get in a room and have a conversation. Because then a lot of things are getting lost in translation, I think, sometimes with emails. So I would really hope that any partnership moving forward, we just get at a table and get a couple supervisors in the room so it's just better communication. That's what I would like to do moving forward. And that's what I would hope that our board would maybe just give direction and say, look, any more conversations with Chicken Ranch, let's just cut out the emails, let's sit in a room and have a conversation and try and get somewhere. So thank you guys for the partnership. Thank you for the services that you're going to provide. I'm fine waiving. It's not about the money, so to me, the money conversation is off the table. But I'm really hopeful that we don't go into this back and forth, because I think if anything, that's going to hurt the relationship that I think we're trying to build. So that's my hope.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, and I think Supervisor Kirk did a really good job distilling some of the thoughts that I had. I agree, and the reason I had these questions for the chief was Chair Matheson said exactly that was all I needed to hear, is that if there's a fire on the Rancheria, Tuolumne County is going to be there regardless of whatever paperwork or whatever agreement. I just wanted to hear that if there's a fire in Jamestown, if there's a fire east of Tuolumne or east of Highway 108, that the Rancheria is going to be there as well. And I've been much more comfortable looking somebody in the eye having that conversation than I am with any kind of resolutions and that type of thing. I think that's much more valuable. And so really the wording of how it's worded and that kind of stuff doesn't affect me as much as I know there is that history with how some of our tribal partners have been treated and how the words that are written down really matter and they make a difference in the long run. So I absolutely understand where that's coming from, but really I hope that there's a belief there that we can have these discussions in person and reach out, and I hope you have all of our numbers rather than do it through emails or even through my mother load or those kind of things, because that's to me that's not a good place to work these things through. That all that being said, I hope obviously there's still some lingering issues there. I'm committed to working through them with you guys and having those conversations. I would absolutely love to do that. With the matter before us, I have no issue with it. I think it's a good show that we can start fresh, start from this point and leave whatever baggage, county, tribes, anything that any other agency has done in the past that this board, didn't even exist for. Leave that in the past and move forward, because we all live in the same place and fire doesn't care, whether you live on the Rancheria or in incorporated Sonora or unincorporated Tuolumne County, it doesn't care. And so we all have the same enemy when it comes to that. So looking forward to working forward in partnership in the future. And if this helps get us there, I'm all for it.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, so this got way too complicated. And I apologize that it took so long. Chair Matheson, I appreciate your willingness to, cooperate to extend that olive branch. That's very important. My estimation, it should have happened a long time ago. Not that you extended, but that we should have, had better discussions. And I think Supervisor Kirk, spoke to that as well, Supervisor Campbell. Thank you. Mutual aid is extremely important. My own background in fire, 35 years with CAL FIRE. And we're not just talking about fires here, but really, especially when we look at the closest resources should be the ones that respond. And we look at emergency medical incidents, and that's where a lot of lives are at risk. So much appreciation. I've reviewed the maps, seen the coverage area. I think it's very well thought out, and I think that it's going to be huge benefits, you know, for not only the citizens of Tuolumne County, but our guests, you know, that are coming in. And so I just want to, again, apology that it took this long to get here. And I know there's some differences, right? I get it. But we can and should do better. And so I appreciate it. Thank you.
And I just want to weigh in also. I'm in favor of this and waiving these fees to the tune of $16,045 and some change. And whatever you've paid would be reimbursed. And I just wanted to add my voice to what Supervisor Kirk said. If you ever have a problem, please come to one of us, a board member, and voice that as soon as you can. That's what we do. I mean, we work with constituents all throughout the county, and if there's a problem in working with county government, we need to know. So please come to us in the future. I hope you feel more incentivized to do it after today or in some future date when we can build a better relationship with each other. And so I'd like to see if we can produce some kind of a motion here.
Thank you. And I just wanted to provide one comment that the Chicken Ranch Rancheria has reached out on a number of occasions. I've actually sat in on one of those meetings. I think there's been 3 in-person meetings, as well as the email chain. Some of the issue has been as the representative of that area around there, not necessarily being included in a lot of, I think, the communication and back and forth. And so on that, I think we could have done a better job on our side as well. I know that they did reach out. I know that we remained in contact on this. And I know that over that period, I won't say 20 months because I was not involved for the entire bit, probably a solid year, it's been very difficult to bring that item to this board to, I think, make that decision. I won't get into the specifics, but I just think it's an opportunity to reflect on that and how we can improve.
Can I make just a comment on that? I would recommend, I mean, we have a procedure. If there's something important that needs to come to the board, you get 2 board members, you bring it to a board meeting. I would suggest, I don't think we should have to really go through that with each, we got two tribes in our community. I think the chair should be included. If it's in his district or my district, whoever the chair is should probably be included in any conversation. That way we know, hey, look, let's just bring this to the full board right away. That way we're not, we're just being a better partner.
The chair is involved in the agenda.
You're right that it should be that easy.
Okay.
So I'm here now.
So go ahead.
So I would like to make a recommendation. Let me pull this up. That we would adopt Resolution 6423 to waive and reimburse development permit fees for the Chicken Ranch Rancheria Fire Station located at 17022 Nelson Road in Jamestown. And I would like to request that we recognize tribal governments as public agencies within that.
All right, I'll second. I think we do, but if there needs to be a.
Does that substantially change?
It's not in the resolution, or it's called on the resolution,
And I don't hear any, we don't have any ordinance to consider changing it. The county does recognize them. I don't want there to be any misunderstanding about that.
That's what I'm confused
The issue
about. Why
is-
do we need to restate what's already?
I don't think we do.
Okay.
Good, great, thank you. Then it will be to approve of the original resolution recognizing that. Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, it was moved by Supervisor Brandon and second by Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor of this resolution say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. It passes 5-0. Thank you for being with us all day. All right, now we're going to return to our 1:30 appointments at 5:30. So, Clerk, how you have changed.
Yes.
Let's see, so we are on the first 1:30 appointment. If you could please read that.
Of course.
Christina.
Consideration of providing direction on a county-maintained road litter abatement pilot program between the Department of Public Works, the Sheriff's Office, and the Probation Department.
Supervisor Half?
Yes.
We have a staff member who needs to leave, and it's not for this item. Blossom needs to take off. If we could do the item that she's working on and then call this one back up, I
So
apologize.
for the public hearing, we want to do that one
For
first?
number 23, I believe.
Oh, the emergency declaration. Okay, well, okay, item 23, let's pivot. Thank you for letting me know.
Yes, item number 23, consideration of determining there is a need to continue the emergency actions order by the CAO as a result of series of storms from December 27, 2022 through January 31st, 2023, and from February 21, 2023, ongoing. The authority of 22050 and the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code 322060, 4/5 vote required.
All right, take it away.
Good afternoon, Board. I'm not going to burden you with rereading the same background information.
Right.
Since the last meeting, surveying and geotechnical work has continued on the slide locations, including additional work at Tuolumne Road North. A slide has been repaired on O'Burns Ferry Road, and a new slide discovered on Parrott's Ferry Road. We continue to assess for new damage, but we think we've just about captured it all at this point. And I would ask that you move on staff recommendation.
All right, so I need to ask for public input. If there's anybody in the public that would like to make a comment on this item. Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board. I don't think the board has any questions because this is something we've done over and over again.
Chair, I'd like to move, if it's
Please.
pleases the chair, I'd like to move we approve staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, so it was moved by Supervisor Campbell and seconded by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Carries 5-0. Thank you.
And apologize for the long day.
23, yeah. All right.
Don't get a speeding ticket.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. So now, what are we on? 1:30, the first 1:30 appointment. You already read that, right? Okay. Yep.
Consideration of providing direction on county-maintained roads litter abatement pilot program between the Department of Public Works and the Sheriff's Office and the Probation Department.
So tell us all about it, Kim.
Okay, so with me here is Dan Hawks, our Chief Probation Officer, and I guess the sheriff had to leave, but he is in support of this. So illegal dumping on county-maintained roads results in lost productivity for the road crews who have to stop and, of course, collect the illegally dumped items. And we've seen some of the bills, it's thousands of dollars every year. So illegal dumping not only affects the quality of life for residents, but it negatively impacts tourism and development. So through a partnership with the Sheriff's Office and the Probation Department, Public Works is proposing a litter abatement pilot program for county-maintained roads. In 2019, Caltrans spent more than $102 million on litter collection, not including the county's current cleanup program costs. So this proposed pilot program with the Sheriff's Office and Probation could function as a fraction of that for just approximately $125,000. This pilot program will also enhance the beautification and safety projects already underway, notably the Don't Trash Tuolumne campaign under the Clean California grant. We will find out this fall, hopefully. The Engineering Division of Public Works submitted a grant application for the next round of Clean California grants, and that included a request for $150,000 annually for fiscal year 23-24 through 25-26. That will include personal protective equipment, delineators, and HAZWOPER training to cover the pilot program costs for the next 2 years. So we really just want to bring this to your attention and let you know hopefully we'll get the funding, but in the event that we don't, we have some salary savings and solid waste that we hope to apply to it. And I don't know if the chief wants to say anything.
Since I waited all this time, I'd like to come back and talk more about this. There's a lot more to it than what Kim touched on in her memo, and I think there's more in education involvement and things like that. I think it'll be great to share all of that with you. So I'd like to come back, but we're looking forward to this. We have some relief positions in the AB 109 program. If we get this grant, then that would provide some savings back to us. This will also allow roads crew workers to get out there and work on the roads and not be dedicated to just picking up trash. And so we've got inmates on waiting lists. So we have work release members that have days to do. So we're looking forward to jumping right in as quickly as we possibly can. So exciting.
A question, when would you know if you've gotten this grant? What month? September. So I would suggest this would be a perfect agenda item to bring for the second Tuesday that allows for more discussion and that kind of thing. So possibly the second Tuesday in September, if you know before then.
Yeah, and we look forward to participating with them even, without the grant, beginning right away, just using our staff to help relieve their staff so they can focus on the roads. But yeah, we're very optimistic that with this grant.
Great.
So yeah, exciting stuff.
So do we have questions from the board? Any questions? How about from the audience? Any public comment?
Well, I don't know the details, but we have to figure out a way to hold people accountable who make this mess. And I can't remember the numbers now, but I would like Kim to tell you how much biohazard waste on, what was it, Big Hill Italian Bar Road? And how much it costs to dump all those buckets of human waste.
We won't be having the program do this, but yeah, it was 5 gallon buckets, 8 of them, and it was $6,000.
That's awful. Yep. All right, comments from the board. Any comments? Go ahead, Supervisor Brandon.
Say only quickly, I think this is great. This is one of the things that people ask over and over is what about the probation or inmate crews going out to do help with this? And I've had families, members who have been incarcerated, and honestly, that was some of the best stuff that they were able to do was to go out and help the community and provide a benefit. So I'm in full support. I think this is a great collaboration, and thank you for bringing it forward. I think it'll help clean up the area.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Ditto that. Well spoken. Thank you.
Motion to ditto.
So I don't think we need a vote. I think we're just looking for direction or support, right?
Yes, I think you have it.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And thank you for sticking with us all day. Hope it provided an education for you. All right, so now we're on to the public hearing, the second 1:30 appointment. Christina, if you can read that, please.
Public hearing to consider adopting an ordinance amending Tuolumne County Ordinance Code Section 3.40.010.
Is your mic on, Barry?
Sorry. Public hearing to consider adopting an ordinance amending Tuolumne County Ordinance Code Section 3.40.010 V related to fees for county community hall rentals.
Yes, and so now I'd like to open up the public hearing. And there you are. Eric, you have something for us.
Yeah, Chair Half, thank you. Members of the board. Eric Aiken, Library and Recreation Manager. Just here to go over some suggested fee increases for our community resilience centers. So we have 2 community resilience centers, one in Tuolumne, one in Groveland, that were both built as part of the NDRC grant program. And those facilities were created to create community spaces that we could provide programs and activities and services out of, job training activities, but also function in case of emergency as a place for an evacuation site and possibly a place to shelter people, which we actually ended up using those in these last storms we had this winter. The facility operated, or both facilities operated in that function. And so on June 7th in 2022, we came to your board with a suggested fee in regards to what the full recovery cost for these facilities would be based on the buildings at that point not being fully completed and kind of based on the design team and the architect's estimates as to what those would be. Since then, the buildings have obviously been, major construction has been completed, and we have started to receive some of the invoices and bills and receiving actual costs of what this facility looks like to operate. There have been some costs that were higher than originally anticipated due to some of the issues in regards to internet and things like that. We've had to do some things that we didn't initially plan to do. And so what we did was put together what a full cost recovery would look like for this facility. And the things that we considered in regards to those fees are obviously the lights, the water, all those direct costs to operate the building, but also staff time to clean the building and do the groundskeeping and the maintenance on the building, as well as the overhead to schedule and book these events at each of those facilities. We also included in that the capital costs, so working with the contractor and, you know, your floor, your roof, your major pieces of equipment, kind of what's the lifespan, and amortized those costs over the lifespan of that particular piece to come up with an annual capital cost to recover those as well. And so what we did was put together all of those costs, which you can see in that spreadsheet that I provided. There are some on the back table. And we came up with basically the annual budget to operate these two CRCs. And then there are two sources of revenue that we will be bringing in for these CRCs. The first is leases. There are 4 offices as well as a front reception area that we are leasing out to a couple county departments as well as some community partners that we have been working with. ATCA, Tuolumne County Superintendent of Schools, Columbia College, Southside Community Connections, the Sheriff's Department, and HHSA are some of our partners for those leases. So that's the first source of revenue. And then taking that off of the annual expense, it gave us a number of what we would have to raise in rentals to make these facilities cost neutral. And so, again, we haven't operated these facilities, so we don't have historical data on how frequently, whether they're going to be used, but we estimated about 15 hours per week rental from the community for each of these facilities. And then dividing that out to rent the whole facility would be about $298 an hour. Each facility is broken up into 4 zones. The classroom is a zone, the kitchen is a zone, and the large meeting room is actually 2 zones because it can be divided into 2 separate spaces. So dividing that full facility cost by 4 gave us a per zone per hour fee, which comes out to about $74.80. So the proposed fee for these facilities to be cost neutral with all those costs that I talked about would be $75 per hour per zone. And so we are recommending that your board approve staff recommendation to amend the Tuolumne County Master Fee Ordinance in regards to those CRC fees.
It's a big chunk. Triples what we had originally.
Yeah. I have a question.
Yeah, let's do questions.
Do you know what the, and this is just an example I'm pulling out of my head, but do you know what the cost for the Opera Hall is right now?
To rent?
Yeah.
I want to say it's around $400 a day.
$400 a day?
I think.
And that's just the basic rental? I've rented it out a number of times, but not recently. I imagine they've raised their prices. Yeah, that'd be good to know.
And that does, you also, and I'm looking at Christina's just because I know she rented it for her anniversary, you also have to pay.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it was a while back, a
you
few
let it
years
go.
ago. But you also, with the Opera Hall, also have to pay separately to have it, either you clean it or you pay separately. We do have some of that included in this rate, right? So, with the housekeeping and all of that, so there's a bit of a difference there with that. The rate is 600, he's on their website.
600 a day?
600 a day. And how much an hour?
Friday, Saturday, Sunday is 900, and, sorry, I'm looking, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 900, and the deposit is 300, so. And we haven't even built in
Say
the
that,
whole,
can you say that again? So how much was it on the weekends?
900.
900 on
And
the
then you
weekends?
need to give a deposit. We haven't even talked about deposit, so thinking in mind of, there is state-of-the-art equipment in this building, and if someone breaks it, there's no deposit. And I don't, not that
Oh,
they
the
could ever make a
chairs and
deposit that's going to fix that type of equipment, but that's not something that has been considered at all in this item here.
And Eric, I have a question. In your consideration, was there ever any consideration of looking at all of our facilities and kind of spreading this out so that it works out for the CRCs? Because going from 25 per zone to 75 is huge, and I'm just wondering who's going to rent it at that and what our competition is and so forth.
Well, I can say that the multiple groups we talked to thought $25 was extremely cheap.
Yes.
We did not, because like I said, we were just back here with the board going through that. So this was strictly looking at the cost of the CRC. So we didn't look at trying to spread that cost over all of the halls. Is basically what is the cost to run these CRCs and what would it take based on rentals to recover that cost?
Well, for example, outdoor meeting space is $12 per hour, like our little old jail over here attached to the museum, $12 an hour, really? I mean, that's not going to make up for the 75, but I'm thinking we might be able to do some other adjustments so we don't have to go as high as 75.
The challenge with looking to raise those other fees is over 80% of our use of those facilities are nonprofits, which currently don't pay any fee.
80%.
So even if we raise the fees on those other halls, we're not going to get much return because we don't have very many private groups that are renting those facilities. Or if they do, it's an hour or two or an hour two here or there. So you're not going to see much of a return on that because we have it stated that nonprofits don't pay anything.
Yeah, I remember that.
So how many, so each zone, so there's the two main zones and then there's a kitchen. Is that $75 too? So kitchen and then the two,
And the classroom?
So if you rented the large meeting room, that would be two zones.
yeah.
So it'd be 150. The kitchen is a
Yeah,
zone,
That's what I was
and the
thinking.
classroom is a zone as well.
Okay, I wasn't even thinking about the classroom. Okay.
Yeah.
So how many people fit per zone in the two? I'm just thinking of the main hall with the two main
278
zones.
divided by 2.
I'm just trying to figure if you have an event with, it's probably like 400, right?
The
278.
occupancy listed on the large meeting room is 278. The
it? Okay.
classroom is 50.
Okay, so if you had a wedding there for 4 hours,
But there's a lot of outdoor space too, so.
yeah, so before, I'm gonna do some math. Please discuss.
Okay,
Supervisor Kraft?
Director Kirk, you had a question. I mean,
sorry if I'm missing it.
Supervisor Kirk.
When we built these things, we said that we are going to have the sheriff and college and some other people renting out space. Are those numbers included in here?
Yes, that
Yeah,
has
that's
that
listed
number.
under revenues, the leases, rent, or lease
I'm
rent.
sorry. Okay,
Yeah.
so lease rent. Okay. And then just so I'm, oh, and then the other thing, I'm not sure about the whole transfer to FM, but when we talk about housekeeping staff, groundskeeping staff, maintenance staff, is this in-house or have we reached out to Tuolumne Parks and Recs out there? Because they're already providing a bunch of services at a very affordable cost for the groundskeeping around there. Is this internal or have we reached out to Parks and Recs?
These are internal costs. These are costs that FM provided to us. I wasn't involved in some of those conversations, but I believe TPRD was talked to.
If
We
I
will
were to
be
do-
reaching out to TPRD and GCSD to see if they are able, like piggyback on what GCSD has going on up there. And then with James Wood at TPRD, since they're already doing libraries and rec and
Yeah,
our
because
parks.
for our side, we're looking at $92,000 for that one facility. We have I think it's $100,000 contract for that whole area. So
Just
I'm
something
sure
that-
we could cut that in half or more.
Something to keep in mind, though, is I do believe that TPRD does an excellent job, and is that still, when it comes to large fixes, anything over $500, our staff is still the one that goes in and does it. But for general housekeeping, groundskeeping, they're already there. So as you and I've discussed, Supervisor Kirk, is I do believe it's the best way, and they provide excellent service. We will be exploring that, but I do want you to know, if you don't approve something that we get into place, we won't be able to start renting the
Right.
building either. So
Let me-
just something to think about.
So let me say this real quick then. I think to Half's point about the fee being $74, if we can cut that 92,000 times 2, 184,000. I don't know if the CSD would be interested in taking over some of the maintenance. I'm pretty sure Tuolumne Parks and Rec would, but if we can drop that number down, then we can drop down our $75 an hour. We might get closer to 50 or something. I don't know. I think if we need to approve something today, that's fine, but I would ask the board that we check with Tuolumne Parks and maybe CSD to see if they might provide.
Yeah, my point is that we have a very limited housekeeping staff as it is, and if we do end up renting out the Groveland CRC quite a bit for, whatever occasions, it's going to need full-time help in cleaning up after each event, and that's not going to be our staff. So we need to look at other ways of cleaning up after events that happen in Groveland, because it's too remote, and I know we can do that. I know we can contract because it's remote. So I would look at that, and I don't know if that would be less expensive. Hopefully it would, but until we look into it, we won't know.
Yeah, I believe the FM has the staff that's doing the library and youth centers while they're up there is doing the CRCs as well.
Who is doing it?
Facilities management,
Facilities.
their housekeeping staff that's cleaning the youth center and library is also doing.
Yeah, but if, like I'm saying, if the CRC gets active and really busy, they're not going to be able to do that. So it might make sense to find a contract for everybody up in Groveland to be under one contract that would be less expensive to the county and be able to mobilize our housekeeping staff locally here and better use them, because there's a lot of things that they're not able to do because they're understaffed.
Yeah, and I'd have to defer to FM on that in regards to that contract.
So I wonder how we move forward on this when there's so many things that we don't know. We need to CAO Riggs, we need to do something here so that we can start renting these out, right?
What I'm thinking is what you could do, like this, for example, for 22-23, we are expecting the net county cost for this building to be about $80,000. You could say, maybe take $100,000 off of that. It drops it down to $56 a zone, which is where you're wanting to be. We'll work to see if we can drop those other costs, but it could be then that the general fund supplements this to a certain degree. And that would be something your board would have to consider if you're okay with that. We will work with reducing those costs if we can. Some contracted costs will cost more, and this is only between that their scheduled time. So like you said, times we bring others in, that will be an additional cost, but we'll work it out. This is still new. They've not been running. That is something your board could consider. So if you say $100,000 and we're able to negotiate some of that, it might end up only being $50,000 that you supplement out of the general fund, but it could reduce the hourly rate per zone to make it a little more palatable and affordable for our community to use.
And you made a statement, you're expecting $80,000. Is that the cost per building or total?
That was the total for this year.
Total for both
That's about
CRCs,
the net for both.
I don't know why we can't just call those two districts and go meet with them in the next couple of weeks. I know we're in budget, but just show them what needs to be done and bring it back to the board. I don't want to be doing this a year from now, because if we put something out to the community that's $75, then we bring it back a year from now, when we could have been doing it for 50 and more people utilizing it. I don't want to.
Remember, this is a public hearing and it must be posted and published so that before we can come back. So there is some time there with that. But we could definitely do that. I unfortunately was not aware that we had not worked with both of the districts before this item got placed on there. And so, that doesn't fall under Eric Aiken's authority. That falls under someone else. And so we just need to work the issue. So you could tell us, go find out,
Go work the
republish
issue.
it, and then
Well,
come back.
I'd like to propose your $56 per zone for now and do a check-in like mid-year January to see where we're at, not let it get too far advanced to make another decision if we have to. See how we can work the cost within 6 months and bring it.
Yeah,
A computer program that we have that tracks, action items and when they're going to be
Priorities.
accomplished, does this get plugged into that?
No, it's not, it
Well-
won't take that long to
I have an
plug it
email
in.
that I wrote up for you. I'm trying to figure out where we're at with that.
January.
I do think that's a good move, Supervisor Heff, because yes, we are risking that in the long run it's going to cost more, and then we'll have to backfill that with general fund. But it buys us time in that people can start using it, which that's the reason why we're up against the gun, is that there's a large number of people that want to use those facilities but can't because we don't have a fee structure. So if we get the fee structure in place, even if it looks like it's operating at a loss, and then find ways to mitigate that, I think that's the right way to go. And I factored it out really quickly. So if you rent it at $75 an hour, I just rounded up, for 3 hours, you're looking at $675. If you rent it for 4 hours, I'm talking about the 3 zones. So if you're having like a wedding reception, something like that, it is $900. So it's roughly equivalent to what you can rent the Opera Hall for all day.
But much
So,
newer and bigger stands, I mean, outdoor area too.
It might be worth looking at making a deal where if you rent it more than 4 hours, you get it all day or something like that. Incentivize people to,
We could definitely do that. It will just reduce your revenues.
well, not necessarily, because it could incentivize people who would have rented it for an hour to rent it for 3 hours instead, because
Maybe.
We do need to incentivize people to use this, and the best way is to give the best price we can offer to begin with, and it might be an introductory price until we see where we stay, where we settle on the costs, but, yeah, we gotta get people in the doors and making those reservations, so.
Now, spending and getting the grant for this, I don't have one in my district, but we have proposed one. So thinking about that and the community there, I completely agree that we should talk to the partners. It's not a CSD where we're proposing one for me, but the college as an example, to provide some level of partnership and see what they would want out of it. That could be maybe not we're just paying them for service, but maybe it's a partnership. I would agree with a time period to get them operating. What I worry about is kind of two main things. One, if it's too high and people think, and that's the initial impression, and we don't get any bookings because of that, I'd almost rather it be free for a year. We cover that, that's just me, to get people in the habit, and then we would do it. I understand obviously with our budget situation, that's not ideal. The second thing is the price to nonprofits. A wedding can afford that. Weddings can be expensive, and I think it's a great facility. Nonprofits are the ones that heavily use it, but to me, building a building like that where only private parties are able to afford it and most nonprofits can't, somewhat undermines that purpose. And so how that all is juxtaposed, I would recommend we use that period too, to just see which one of these things can we remove to an extent. 10,000 a year, 9,000 for pest control. I know we talked about electricity in particular. Are these truly where it has to be? Can any of this be reduced? That's where I'd be at with it. I would not want to have one where the community couldn't use the facility because it was too expensive.
Just remember that your nonprofits can use all of our other facilities at no cost, so they do have other options that they can consider, just as a sideline.
We need to move it forward.
So I need to ask for public comment. Has everybody made it? Okay, Supervisor Goldenberg, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. I believe, and maybe our CEO can correct if I'm wrong, but didn't we, by previous board action, specify that it had to be cost neutral as far as renting it out? So we may need to adjust something there if we, take some of these other measures in mind. And yeah, definitely want people to use it, and incentivizing is good, right? If it's not going to change anything on the cleanup fees and other stuff if somebody has it for 3 hours or 6 hours, so maybe we take a look at that, moving forward. So, and the only other thing was, Eric, on your estimated rented hours per week, you showed 1,500 on your sheet. That would greatly change the.
It's 15 hours per week.
No, but on the far right column, it shows 1,500.
That's the total of 15 hours per week
Yeah.
for all of the zones.
So that's the annual, at
So
15 hours
that's
a week.
an annual
That's-
number of hours?
yeah, correct.
1,500? Okay. Right, all right.
And again, we haven't operated these buildings, so, some of this is, trying to project out what we're gonna get and what it's gonna look like. So as we get more historical data, we'll be able to get a much clearer picture.
That's why I was suggesting a checkpoint mid-year, which would be January. Let's go to the public, since this is a public hearing, and see what the public has to say. Anybody?
Well, Supervisor Goldenberg, I recall that conversation too, where we agreed we were going to charge what it costs. So you kind of make a decision and then you want to backtrack. And at the time we had this discussion in the past, there was all the discussion about all the facilities and you couldn't make up your mind. So you ended up charging nothing for any of the other buildings and just doing this one. So there was some discussion about nonprofits perhaps paying a little bit. So I don't know what to tell you with this, except there has been previous discussion and then it seems to change.
Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing none, I will close the public comment period, public hearing aspect, and bring it back to the board. Any final comments?
Yeah.
Supervisor Kirk.
Thank you. Final comment is when these things were being developed, or when these CRCs were being developed, I was a no vote at the beginning, and then I came around and I said, as long as they pay for themselves. So the reason why I'm pretty gung-ho on not having a check-in point in January, I'd rather just send it back and say, let's cut where we can cut. If we can meet with Tuolumne, if we can meet with the CSD, reduce that contract, and then put it out to the public that it's going to be X amount of dollars, I can't support using general fund monies to continue this operation, especially if we have a third one potentially coming online. I was, 4 years ago when we were having these conversations, these were meant to be, a helping, a blessing to the community, but they couldn't be a drain on our resources. And so I really want to just get that information knocked out. I'd rather just send it back, have that work done, and then bring it back to the board as soon as we can.
So you're for not renting them out now and waiting until we get all those details put together and brought back. I think that CAO Riggs' suggestion of $56 per zone is a good one because it might be correct. It might be fairly close to accurate, and we'll know after we have the check. That's why I suggested the checkpoint 6 months from now.
Okay, so on that, if it's 56 or whatever it is, and then we don't have any more reductions in the future, what would that end up costing the general fund?
Well, it'd be that would be $100,000. So what I did was I just subtracted $100,000 to get to the $56 per hour.
Okay.
Do I think we're going to reduce 100? I don't. Do I think we might reduce by 50? Probably. So there could still be this net cost. And then the other one is when you're coming up with direction is if you want like a half day or a day rate, we would need to know what that is today as well, so we can build that into the fee schedule.
To my point, if you think it might be 50, and I think that this $92,000 for Tuolumne could be $50,000 at Parks and Rec, that's what I'm trying to avoid.
Right.
Is I don't want to have this
No, I get it.
general fund conversation later. I'd rather pick up the phone and call them this week and go do a walkthrough and can you do this for 50? Or maybe it's going to be 30. I don't know. They're all right there on site.
We have this 56 versus this 75. Again, bringing up that these are just opening, I wanted to throw out that originally we had set $25, even though that may not be self-sustaining, that might be a good number for a trial period of 6 months to, again, get people in the door. I want to see it booked, people using it, and then we would figure out based on that what we could charge. And start, as low as possible, even if it's a loss leader almost.
Yeah, respectfully, Supervisor Brennan, I think that's too low. I don't think there's anywhere else in the county that you can rent a facility like this. In fact, I know for sure there's no other facilities like this in the county. I think I'm ready to make a motion that we set the fee at $56. I think that's a good compromise. We're not charging the full amount. We are recovering a portion of that cost. I still think that's a good deal. And we'll see the response from the public. I mean, they'll definitely tell us if they think that's too much or if that's a good price. But the point is, I mean, people can't use it right now, and that's becoming kind of a source of frustration in the public right now that I'd like to get passed as quickly as possible and maybe work through some of these other issues that Supervisor Kirk's brought up, and that there might be other options in how we price it. But for now, I'm okay with 56.
Yeah, we'll recoup some of the money, and we may have to make adjustments and make it higher in January. But I'd also like to suggest, on top of your motion or your idea there, to for 4 hours, it would be $224 per zone if you're going by the $56 per hour rate. So you could knock it for a half a day of 4 hours to $200. And then for 8 hours, per zone, it'd be 448, so you could knock off $48 for a full day, which is 8 hours, at $400. Give them a little bit of a break. Because there will be some kind of events that will, definitely there'll be some for 4 hours, and there might be some for 8 hours. And that's per zone. So if they had 3 zones for a full day, that would be $1,200. Or a half day times 3 would be $600. So I just wanted to add that as we, half day and full day rate, a little bit less. What do you guys think about that?
It's too late in the day. I'm not following your numbers very well. Is it okay if we just set it at 56 and leave?
Yeah, well, 56, but what
discretion to
if
staff to
people
work?
want to work half day, want a half day? They want 4 hours.
Could we set it for 56 and then staff will work through those types of scenarios?
Well,
Yeah.
does that give them an okay to knock down the price for a half day or a full day? No, it doesn't.
Respectfully with that, after 6 months, we're gonna know, we don't even know how many people are gonna wanna do it for 6
Okay.
or 8 hours, right? I don't know exactly who would, so.
Okay.
I would say interesting, but
Yeah.
that would be what we would reevaluate, in my opinion.
And
rate
I,
is
yeah,
in the
I agree. I'm not
ordinance.
against it. I just can't,
Yeah.
I can't take it in right now.
Yeah, your rate is listed out in our ordinance code. That's why we would need you to tell us if you want a daily or half-day rate. I would think it wouldn't be less than what the city is renting their opera hall. So a full day on a weekend, they're doing $900. And on weekdays, it's $600. And I don't remember, did you say 400?
400 per zone
400 per?
for 8 hours.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so it'd be 800 if you wanted the whole room, for example, for 8 hours.
I'm
No,
throwing my
for a
support
full day,
behind-
it's $400 per zone, $800 for 2 zones.
That's what I mean,
Yeah.
yes. Yep, we're saying the same
It would
thing.
still be less.
Okay, yes.
I'm throwing my support behind 56. I think Supervisor Campbell said he's ready to.
And I don't support anything until we go back to get this thing cheaper, which is the 2 options I
So
suggested.
do
But
we-
I'm not gonna die on the cross
Do we
for
need to
this.
take a vote on this?
Well,
Okay.
Let me,
So we have a motion on the floor. I will second it. Supervisor, oh,
well,
did we already have a
let
second?
me make a motion and maybe attempt to also.
He already made one.
Yeah, I was gonna
Oh.
make a motion.
I
Or a
half-
recommendation.
I halfway did, but my motion was to set the, okay. Consider adopting an ordinance amending Tuolumne County Ordinance Code Section 3.40.010 V, -V related to fees in community halls, setting the rental fee for the 2 CRCs at $56 per hour per zone.
Supervisor Campbell, if I may make a friendly recommendation on that, that we would add in a direction to what Supervisor Kirk mentioned, that a discussion would be happening with those 2 community service districts, Parks and Rec, in between about potential partnership.
Oh, yeah.
you
With-
don't
with-
have to put that in your motion. We're going to do it, but we understand that's what you want.
With
That's
the
the
added
direction.
direction
Yes.
Yeah.
is my motion.
And I'll second.
You're gonna
I'll-
have executive privilege.
Thanks. So it was moved by Supervisor Campbell, seconded by Supervisor Happ. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Any abstention? Oh.
No,
Oh, there's a no sayer.
Let's have those conversations.
Okay, and
Now-
any abstentions? So it sounds like it carries 4-1 with Supervisor Kirk in opposition. Okay.
Just to be clear, you did not set a half-day or a daily rate?
We did not.
Okay, just to make sure.
I would like to come back in January and review.
We can
so
bring it
we
back
don't
as
let
soon as
the
we have
horse get out of
finals.
the barn. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So that'll be up to the new chair to make sure that happens. Yes. Okay, so are we done with everything except for
No,
reports?
we have item 24, I believe.
Yes.
Oh,
24,
that's
and-
not a closed session, is it? Okay, item number 24.
Pretty quick.
Yeah, okay, so Christina, can you please read number 24?
Consideration of approving the cancellation of the regularly scheduled Board of Supervisors meeting for July 4th, 2023, and the scheduling of a special meeting on July 11th, 2023.
Who's making this report?
I'll do it. So this year, 4th of July falls on, it's not
Tuesday.
up on a Tuesday. So our recommendation is that we cancel the board meeting for that day, schedule a full board meeting for July 11th. We're normally the second Tuesday. We're doing half days. We're recommending just a regular full hour, I won't say 8 hours, a full day.
But not
for
as
board
full as
meeting.
this meeting.
Yes. And so that's what our recommendation is. Cancel the regularly scheduled board meeting on the first Tuesday and schedule a special board meeting for the 11th.
Okay, I'm going to go directly to the public, ask if there's public opinion about this.
When you've been scheduling these extra or different alternative Tuesday meetings, you're calling them special meetings, which you were calling this one here, and then you want to stick to the strict letter of the law under the Brown Act where you don't have to ask for public comment. And I think you should have public comment at every meeting that you have. So I will not agree to support this unless you have public comment at the beginning of this meeting.
No, I think just a brief answer to that, since it's going to replace a full Tuesday meeting on the first Tuesday, it would be with public comment, so that's not going to be in question. Okay, any discussion by the board, or are we ready to move on this?
Ready to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Move on staff recommendation for item 24.
And I'll second, and I'll just say, Carol is right. It is, we are recommending a special meeting, but I do agree we should have
We will.
public comment, and so as long as we can agree to that here, I'm comfortable with that. And so
Yeah,
I'll
because
second.
it's taking the place of the original meeting, so that would happen. Okay, so it was a motion by Supervisor Brandon, seconded by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Carries 5-0. All right, thank you. So we have some closed sessions. Number 27 has been pulled as a reminder. I think we should decide whether we're going to do reports or forego those because of the late hour. I would allow anybody that has something urgent that they want to make sure that they let the rest of the board know before, if there is such a thing. No? No?
Urgent.
I will.
Yes?
I asked at a town hall meeting if the community supported buying homes for the homeless to permanently house them. Nobody raised their hand, but I asked them, would you support buying a home to transition people into permanent housing, and people raised their hand.
Okay.
Yep.
Supervisor Brandon.
Two potential resolutions have kind of come across. One that I know Supervisor Kirk and Keenan have worked on has been for fire insurance. Specifically, I'm in some conversation with Fresno County Supervisor Nathan Magsig. There's a coalition of RCRC members, but not to RCRC directly, looking and requesting the legislature to take action. I brought this up to staff. I think at some point in the future there will be one coming forward. It's simple, but I would recommend we bring that and join the coalition. The second I wanted to request was we are back to number one in opioid abuse within our county. I thought that hopefully that was dropping off. There are potential alternatives where we can declare a state of emergency as the number one per capita in this, to request state resources, enforcement team resources. They do have regional ones. And if the state is unwilling to provide it, the federal government to step in with enforcement resources. I would like to bring that up just as something to think about. I think it would cost nothing. I think it would bring attention to an issue that's important. But more importantly, it has a chance of actually getting some resources towards it. And that would be something great for our senator to potentially be able to take on and champion, and make sure that any candidates in the upcoming assembly race also are very aware of that issue.
Thank you.
So, quick comment, would that be one we should take to our health officer, though?
I have brought it
Champion.
up with Dr. Freeman as well as with Sheriff Pooley,
Right.
just to kind of have initial conversations, and I just would like to take that to the next level, but wanted to bring it to everyone's attention that that's a discussion happening.
Thank you. Sarah, do you have anything to report about Tracy, Eric? All right, so I'm going to close reports, and Christina, would you please read all of our closed session items?
Of course. So, closed session conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956, 9D1, Rose Leanne Bell versus Tuolumne County et al., Calaveras County Superior Court, case number CV46491. Number 26, closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, authority government code, section 54956. 9D1, Kelly Millward versus Tuolumne County et al., Tuolumne County Superior Court, case number CV63209. Number 28, closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, authority government code, section 54956.9D1, Leah Snow versus County of Tuolumne, Tuolumne County Superior Court, case number CV65113.
And Sarah, I seem to remember that we are going to be reporting out.
Yes.
So we'll need our film crew to stay. All right, so, and where are we going to have this
We can
closed
go
session?
into our law library if you
Okay.
like, yeah.
All right, very good. Yes, so I would ask for public comment on these closed session items, if anybody has one. Seeing none, we will convene in the law library for the closed session items now. You guys, I got to report out, so. All right, we're back from closed session, and on item 25, Supervisor Brandon moved and Supervisor Campbell seconded, and by a vote of 5-0, the board approved the county council to defend the county in the matter of Rose Leanne Bell versus Tuolumne County et al., Calaveras County Superior Court case number 22CV46491, a personal injury action arising out of alleged sexual abuse of a minor in an out-of-county foster home in 2005. The board approved submittal of the matter for determination of insurance coverage and tender of defense to PRISM, and the board approved a retainer agreement with Dominic Spinelli of Spinelli, Donald, and Knott to represent the county. Regarding item number 26, also closed session, existing litigation, Supervisor Half moved and Supervisor Goldenberg seconded, and by a vote of 5-0, the Board of Supervisors voted in closed session to settle the lawsuit entitled Millward versus County of Tuolumne et al., Tuolumne County Superior Court case number CV63209. The county shall pay to Kelly Millward the sum of $25,000 in full payment of all claims against the county. Ms. Millward shall dismiss with prejudice her lawsuit against the county. The county believes that this settlement is a reasonable conclusion of the litigation considering all of the factors involved. In reaching the decision, the county considered the recommendation of its attorney and evaluated the allegations of the plaintiff, the county's response to those allegations, the law which applied to the case, the amount of damages sought by the plaintiff, the county's ultimate potential for liability, the costs of going to trial, and the possible costs of appeal, regardless of which party prevailed in the trial court. As is the case with any settlement, both sides compromised their positions in order to finally resolve the matter. The settlement of the case was not an admission of liability by the county. It is the county's position that it is a fair and equitable settlement and in the county's best interest from both the legal and economic standpoints. And finally, in item number 27, closed session, anticipated litigation, that was pulled from the agenda. So item 28 is our final one, closed session, existing litigation. Supervisor Kirk moved and Supervisor Half seconded, and by a vote of 5-0, the board approved the county council to defend the county in the matter of Leah Snow versus Tuolumne County, Tuolumne County Superior Court case number CV65113, a personal injury action arising out of alleged sexual abuse of a minor in an out-of-county foster home in 2003. The board approved submittal of the matter for determination of insurance coverage and tender of defense to PRISM, and the board approved a retainer agreement with Dominic Spinelli of Spinelli, Donald, and Knott to represent the county. And that concludes our board meeting for June 6th at 6:30 p.m. Thank you.